Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everybody to the September 26th Oklahoma City Planning Commission meeting and ask you if you have cell phones, pagers, or other electronic devices, if you would either turn those off or silence them now, we would appreciate that. This probably needs not to be mentioned since there are so many of them, but if you're here to address us on a case today and you are not the applicant, if you would sign up using one of these sheets that are available on the table outside the chambers, we will be happy to hear you when we hear the case. And the first order of business, Commissioners, is 3 sets of minutes beginning with July 18th.
I'll move to approve July 18.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for July 18th. Cast your votes. And those are approved. Do we have everybody plugged in?
I'm abstaining.
Okay. They're approved. Next is the August 8th minutes.
I'll move to approve the 8th minutes.
I have a comment on the minutes of August 8th on page 6. Just to prove that I read these things. On item number, whatever it is, 27, and it says Commissioner Bright moved to deny item 27 due to. I just didn't like the way they dressed or something like that, but the sentence is incomplete. So somebody due to something. Make up something.
Sure was a valid reason, Bob.
So, anyway.
We just plug in the word signage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the August minutes. Cast your votes. Those are approved. And lastly, the September 12th minutes. We have a motion and a second to approve the September 12th minutes. Cast your votes. And those are approved.
I wasn't here.
JJ, continuances?
Uncontested continuance request. We have item number 34, PC 10-353, request deferral to October 10th. Item 35, C6514, deferred to October 10th. Item 36, CE 862, deferred to October 10th. Item 37, SPUD 731, deferred to November 14th. And item 38 and 39, PUD 1498 and C6466 have been withdrawn.
Is there anyone here today who came to address us on those items, items 34 through 39 on our agenda?
Move the uncontested continuance. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the continuances. Cast your votes. And they are approved.
I have a number of new continuance requests today. Items 7 and 8, PUD 1492 and C6454 have been withdrawn. Item 11, C6496, deferred to October 24th. Item 13, SPUD 727, deferred to October 10th. Item 14, PUD 1507, deferred to October 10th. Item 17, PUD 1506, October 10th. Item 18, C6513, deferred to October 10th. Item 21, C6521, deferred to October 24th. Item 22, C6502 to October 24th. Item 23, 6524 to October 10th. Item 30, C6522 to October 24th. And item 32, SPUD 729 to October 10th.
Again, same question. Is anyone here today to talk to us about any of the items that were just read? Sir, if you'd come up to the microphone. Are you? Right there. This microphone at the podium. And if you, no, just walk around and face us. At the podium. Yeah, there you are. Give us your name and address, please.
I've never done this before.
That's okay.
Stan Gassaway. I am a resident of the Thornberry Place edition. Thornberry Place.
Which case is it?
6522.
And on our agenda, do you know which item it is?
No, I don't have the agenda item, I'm sorry.
30, all right.
A preliminary plat of Cottonwood Creek has been filed. Cottonwood Creek is a development adjacent to my home.
Are you protesting the continuance? That's what we're...
No, I'm fine with the continuance, but I do have a piece of business I'd like to introduce about the, am I within procedure to do that here?
If the item's deferred, we'll actually hear it at a future meeting.
Oh, well then, how about I submit it in writing and come to the future meeting?
That would be great.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming down. Anyone else? To the microphone. And give us your name and address, please. This is recorded, so we need to hear what you have to say.
Larry Holman, 10,500 Northwest 23rd, and it's on item 23. I've been basically, they keep deferring it. Basically, in a nutshell, there's drainage problems in the area. The city realizes it. Everybody agrees with me, but you're allowing development without addressing the consequences of destroying farmland, which isn't recognized by the city as, a reason for being worried about drainage. So basically, in a nutshell, it goes on and on. It takes all my time. And the city agrees with me. There's case law. I've sent stuff to you, pictures. So that's all I have to say on that.
Well, you've raised 2 points that are connected and that I raised with staff a few minutes ago, and I'll raise them again now. One is we get, on a regular basis, complaints about drainage when we hear protests to rezoning matters. And here at the Commission, we don't have any authority over drainage per se. The Public Works Department deals with that, and there's a drainage ordinance. And the question that I've asked is, if we're hearing these kinds of issues as often as we do, is there some other sort of problem that the city needs to deal with? So I've raised the question that you're raising today. And the other is, it's an awful long list of continuances today in general. We're getting more of those than I think we need to get. We're not necessarily getting a good explanation about why the continuances are requested. And I know it's frustrating the public, people like you who have to come down more than once on a case. And it frustrates us because we have to get familiar with the case every couple of weeks only to find out we're not going to hear it again. So message to applicants, come prepared, and if there's a really good reason for continuance other than, well, you want one, we'd like to know what those reasons are. So those are you've raised a connected way 2 concerns that I raised just before the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, is the applicant's representative here? Is Phil Hagan in the room? Can we get an answer to our question, at least on this particular item, why it's being continued? How many times it's been continued?
Okay, Kendall Dillon with Craft and Toll. I think this is the first time this application has been continued. We had the same issues with preliminary plat. We've worked through those. We've submitted all the drainage reports, everything. Again, we're in compliance. The reason we continued it today is there is another adjacent property owner to the north that submitted a letter. We've contacted them and are working with them to try to resolve their issues. And so as an agreement with them is the purpose to which we're asking for continuance today to try to satisfy them. But I'll be happy to visit with Mr. Holman again, see if we can address his concerns.
Thank you, Kendall. Didn't mean to put you on the spot specifically, but, well, you did, but I didn't. So we will hear this in the future. We're going to continue it today.
Okay, thank you.
Because there's another property owner, and this is apparently a new issue with an adjacent owner, if I understood Mr. Dillon.
May I make one more statement?
You may.
It's not just the property development there. This is a massive problem in the area that I'm trying to draw attention into. And everybody agrees with me, and it seems with all, like he said, they met all the city ordinances and everything like that. There's a flaw in the rules that they've made that controls it. Basically, in a nutshell, Used to be able to make a living farming on there. 100 acres would bring in at corn $50,000. If you be really conservative, it would be $25,000 a year you can make off the farm. Now basically got 600 bushels of corn off the farm, that's $3,000. So it's a problem that needs to be addressed, not just with him, other development in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any continuance requests from the public today? We'll go on to the agenda, item 5.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The new request.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Cast your votes. Continuances are approved.
Consent docket, there's 4 items on consent. Item 1, C6525. Item 2, C6527. Item 3, C6523. And 4, CE865.
I have one question.
Yes.
About one of these. Item number 4, which is utility easement closing. It indicates in the staff report that there are utilities located within the area that's being sought for closure here. And so, do we do that? Do we close things where they're, okay.
We reserve those. If there's an easement in place, when they go to district court to vacate it, we reserve the easement. We'll keep the easement until it's relocated or abandoned at the owner's expense.
But we go ahead with the closure. Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the consent docket?
Move the consent docket.
Okay. Cast your votes, and the consent docket is approved.
First item for public hearing is item 5, PUD SP 1382, application by Portland Apartment Properties for a specific plan located at 3600 Northwest 164th Street.
So just to recap last time.
Name and address, please.
Oh, forget that.
Thank you.
Katie Sanchez, AIP 3220 Marshall Avenue, Norman, Oklahoma.
Thank you.
So this project complies with code, the allowable density per the PUD, the setbacks, the parking, and with the revision that we've made since last time per our discussion here, we have modified the entry to try to make it more clear that this is an apartment entry, it is not a through road. We did that so we could keep the road private and maintain the security within the complex.
Okay, no one has signed up, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I note that the staff has reviewed the plan and it's consistent with the PUD. I'd move approval.
I have a question, and I will also vote to approve it as it is, but on item number 7 of the analysis of your compliance with the master design statement and what you were going to do, and the staff says parking backing into the access drive creates an unsafe situation. In other words, you're going down the road and you park in, and then you back up, and that's a long stretch that somebody, even though you put the water fountain and the other signage up front, either residents or people that just say, I don't care if it's apartments, I'm going to go this way, that you back up into that. Have you considered backing in parking? You know, like your back bumper is by the curb. It's being done in many municipalities. It's a kind of an incredible thing that, so you pull in, you back up, and your car is facing whatever, you know, and then you look both ways because you're out there, and I think that's safer. Just a suggestion for your consideration, because I think that that's going to be, you know, somewhat of a trend, because a lot of people already back up into their spaces, and this might solve the problem of this comment that the staff said about the way that the parking is along that roadway. And that's my only comment, just for you to consider that, because it really might make it safer and better. And did anybody second it?
We're going to put some speed bumps in there, some traffic control devices. Speed bumps and traffic control devices would help kind of slow people down through that main drive. That's what we've discussed
Okay.
so far.
But try both things.
Correct.
You know, I mean, I would just,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve number 5. Cast your votes, and you're approved.
Thank you.
Item 6, CE 835, application by Rico LLC to close a portion of Broadway Place located between Broadway Circle and Northwest 13th Street.
Mr. Chairman, Dennis Box. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 522 Colcord Drive, and I think Cindy has a set of aerials that we'd like to put up. That's what I'm handing out, and I've given Mr. Work a copy of those. This is an application that's been continued on a number of occasions, and we appreciate the opportunity to be heard and finalize our application. This area is unusual in nature in that we have 80 feet of right-of-way, and let's go to the next slide if we could, Cindy. Mr. Hurley, who is here with Mr. Work, and a good person, friend, and friend of my client, has a floral business which is on the south, and you can tell the unusual nature of this street. This used to be a street that was for a streetcar, and so it's got an unusual configuration. If we go to the next slide, it'll start. Okay. We started out our application requesting that Broadway Place be closed, both from the south point here all the way up to 13th Street. There has been a lot of discussion with not only city officials but city staff and Mr. Work, and we have decided to take off the table our application to close the 11th and 12th Street east and west. So all we're asking you all to consider today is Broadway Place. Broadway Place is a street that is not used very much as a street. There's very few cars that traverse Broadway Place. We submitted a traffic study to the city back in May and gave that to Mr. Work. We believe that for the continued operation of our businesses, it's imperative that we be allowed to modify the way Broadway Place is now. It has 80 feet of right-of-way. It, I believe, from curb to curb is approximately 50 feet. And so with the limited number of cars that traverse Broadway Place, what we find is we have a couple of issues. Number one, we have the issue that in order to keep the dealerships in place, we have certain requirements from the different car dealerships that want us to do some expansion, some modifications to the buildings, and if the street stays the way it is, there's no room to do that. The second problem we have is parking, and on numerous occasions we end up with tickets for the customers, parking tickets, given to cars that are just unloaded off the trucks, and so we have no intent to negatively impact Mr. Hurley or anybody in this area. My client will tell you a little bit about their development plans for not only south of Mr. Hurley's property, which will be positive in regard to the alley that a loading dock exists, but also their future plans in regard to parking and modification of some of the buildings. The staff has recommended approval. We think that this is a prime example of when you look at a closing, you look at what kind of streets you're dealing with, and this wide of a street we think is a detriment to our continued operation of the facilities. Now, if we'll go to the next slide, what you're going to find is, keeping in mind from the south portion all the way up to 13th Street, on both sides of the street, my client owns the property except for this one parking lot just north of 12th Street. I don't have a pointer, but where you see go down to that parking lot, yet to the left, right there. We have a lease in place with the property owner, but that is the only adjacent area on Broadway Place that we do not own. So from our standpoint, we desperately need your assistance. We appreciate the fact that we're having a hearing today. It's been continued a number of times. We have flexibility, but we have certain needs that we have to be able to meet in order to continue operations. With that, I'd like to have Mickey Clegg come up, introduce himself, tell you a little bit about what he does, and also explain what their needs are and what's going to happen on development to the south. In fact, Cindy, you might go back to that first slide, which will allow him to discuss that. Thank you.
I'm Mickey Clegg with RICO and also Midtown Renaissance. Our company is owned by myself and Bob Howard and Chris Fleming. Bob Howard owns the dealerships here, and I think everybody's familiar. It's Mercedes, and then the southern dealership is Jag Volvo Sales and Service. And so, in looking at this, the map that we have up now, the aerial, I want to point out that we're looking at 10th Street at the top of the map. 10th Street, you can see the gold dome of the Frontline Church there, and behind that is the alley. And the alley is, and to the right of that, kind of the opposite end of the street from the church, is 1101 North Broadway. It's a 60,000 square foot, 4-story building that we are currently rehabbing under historical preservation. Just to the west of that, that's that building, yes. And to the west of that, right there, that parking lot will become a 5-story parking garage. In those buildings to the north of that parking lot will be demolished. And so the alley right there where he's pointing now, that alley will be, we're working with OG&E to clear all of the electrical lines. There's 3 massive sets of poles that have transformers on them. We're cleaning all that out. And why that's important and why I want to point it out is if you move the cursor over to the left a little bit, then up, that is Mr. Hurley's loading dock. So we're going to help his trucks be able to navigate that alley a little bit better. Now, if we could go to the next slide. And so to the right is the Jag Volvo Sales and Service. And just to the west end of that building along Broadway Place, that's where we need to expand that building. We need to add to the service department there. Jaguar, the manufacturer, is a requirement that we do some additional improvements to that building. They have what's called image plans, and ever so often to renew your franchise agreement, you have to come up with a new image. And so we'll be remodeling that building. Along with that, we'd like to expand the service department. And as we expand it, it's going to get into the right-of-way of Broadway Place. If we could go to the next aerial. So if you go up a little bit to the left, that building is a service building. We originally, when we started this process, we had the Sprinter franchise. We were talking to Mercedes about Sprinter as the big box truck, delivery truck that Mercedes has. And we were going to service it out of that building. And over to the right, if you go over to Broadway with the cursor, and then, yeah, just down just a little bit, right there. That was going to be the service. That little awning area there was going to be the showroom for it. But we couldn't access the showroom because we'd have to have a driveway that's too close to the corner. And then over on the service facility, we needed to access that from the north. So it created all these issues that create variances, one thing after another. And then with the 80-foot Broadway Place, it's unfortunate that we're calling this a street closing because we have no intention of closing the street. We just need to control the street so we can reconfigure it so that we can use it more effectively and make it safer for our employees and our customers. because we do not plan on closing the street. If you bring the cursor down to about the middle of the page down Broadway, to the driveway right there on the right, down a little bit, that's the entrance to our service facility. That's where our customers enter our service facility. We have to keep Broadway open so they can enter that. We also, across from that, immediately across, that's where our service, the cars that are there for service, that's where they're parked. South of that, that's new car inventory. And then the main access to the Mercedes building is there in the front. But down Broadway, Jag Volvo, service customers enter off of Broadway. So there's no intention of closing the street. We just want to be able to control the street to where we can use it more effectively, add parking to the street. There's 45-degree parking on the east. We'd like to add 45-degree parking on the west. To do that, we'll have to narrow the street. And so all we're asking is that we have control of the street so that we can continue to operate our business more efficiently, more safely, and we don't plan on altering the traffic flow. We have traffic studies that show at 7 p.m. when a dealership closes, the traffic up and down Broadway Place goes to single digits. We forgot to tell our night watchman don't drive over the counter because I think he's the one that accounts for most of those trips at night. But after 7 p.m. till 7 a.m. in the morning, there's no traffic going up and down that street.
Let me ask you a question. Are you basically asking for the space from the building to the curb? Is that?
Well, in a perfect world, we don't want to have to respect setback lines, all the parking, all those kind of things you have to do. We don't want to have to come back and ask for variances every time we want to move a driveway. We want to change the configuration of the parking. And also, we do need to add to those buildings, and when we do, we need to own the property.
I have a,
I guess I'm still confused.
when you do add to the building, how much are you going to add to the building, to the west?
Well, right now, on the Jag Volvo building, we would like to add about 20 feet. We'd like to add as much as we can.
How far out into the street is that going to go, approximately?
Well, I think it would go to the street. I'm not sure it would go out into the street, but it would be in the right-of-way.
So,
Because, and not to interrupt, but you have a street, you have a setback, you have a sidewalk, you got a setback, it just goes on and on.
okay. So you're not going to, you could still have two-way traffic down that street where you're going to
absolutely.
expand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And maybe I need to, we don't have, asked our city attorney, can we actually close that street, let them have the closure of the street and still maintain access to that street?
They can maintain, an example of that is, I don't know if you're familiar with the St. Anthony's campus, where Lee goes through there. They have a part of their campuses on each side of Lee. That street in there is technically closed, and then it's still open for access to the general public, and they have revocable permits to construct I think a guard tower, or security car, or something like that. It's similar to that. In this case, they can close the street, but I think when I've talked to Mr. Box about it, they will vacate the portion outside the curb so that they can do their building construction, their expansion that they need to do. And they'll leave the area between the curbs open for traffic.
Okay. But if they decide to add on to the building and take up that street, could they do that? Or does that access have to remain until whenever?
The way we're planning on, the way we've discussed it is they'll go to council and have the whole right-of-way closed, but we'll include in the order, or the ordinance closing it, that they will only vacate up to the curb line.
Okay.
So the street, the actual street will still be there.
Okay.
Okay, because, Mr. Chairman, the application was kind of confusing because it states the purpose there that the request was to consolidate and to secure properties for future expansion of the automobile dealership. So when I read that consolidate, I thought they was going to consolidate each side of the properties on each side of the street and take the street in. So
Well, what you have to remember is that's a statement that went along with the first application, and our goal was to go ahead and close the east-west streets, and then we ran into issues with the city and others and just said, we'll just leave those open the way they are.
So, Dennis, couldn't this be handled with a variance of some kind, or going with, say, the Board of Adjustment and allowing that building to be built out there rather than having that kind of a street enclosure? I don't know.
You would have a hard time from a financing standpoint building over property that you don't own. So we would, as Dan said, we're not going to ask that the entire street have the rights foreclosed, but by the time we get to council, we'll have our exact measurement on where we need to go, both on the east side of the street and west side of the street. And what Mickey said was, it's going to stay open. We just need the flexibility to expand our buildings and then put parking that will allow for us not to continue to get tickets and have parking at a 45-degree angle as we have on the east side.
So the flower shop would still have access to the east?
The what?
The flower shop would still have access to the east?
That is correct.
Could they still get semis in there? Like, I think that's one of the things that is the concern.
I'm going to let him speak to it, but we think they could. I mean, what Mickey said was it'll be 24 feet, and I can't imagine that a semi couldn't get up and down that street. But you also have Robinson and you have Broadway. So.
Okay.
Also, I need to amend something that Dennis said. If you move the cursor up one building, okay, that building is actually owned by Mr. Hurley. We have it leased with an option to purchase, but, which we intend to exercise that option. But with that exception in the church, we own all the property on both sides. And in terms of the variance, all the things I'm talking about that we need to do, every one would create a variance. So we'd just be down here all the time doing variances. And then every time we wanted to change something, we would have to be down here. So we respectfully requested to consider us closing the street. And then also this drawing is a little misleading because as it crosses the 11th and 12th there, those it wouldn't be closed at that area because they would still go across.
Mr. Clegg? Okay, we have several people signed up. Kelly Work, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Kelly Work, and I am an attorney here representing the Oklahoma Flower Market and the Hurley Family Trust. My address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, Oklahoma City. We're opposed to this application to close Broadway Place and request that you recommend denial of the application, and I'd like to give you the reasons why we are. Let me, first, I have an exhibit I'd like to show you just so that you can see it. You see it on the aerial photo, but this one has highlighted on here. Here's Robinson, Broadway to the east, Broadway Circle, and here highlighted in yellow is where the Oklahoma Flower Market business is located. They have a 25,000 square foot warehouse and office building there. The property just to the north that is at the southwest corner of 11th and Broadway Place is owned by the Hurley Family Trust and has been mentioned. It is currently leased to the dealership, just this piece, the 3 lots at 11th and Broadway Place. It's currently leased. They do have an option to purchase that property in 2017 at the termination of the lease, but at the present time and until 2017 and perhaps beyond, it still is owned by the Hurley Family Trust. the Broadway Place was actually dedicated as a part of Dale Addition. And I just, for your information and for some historical reference, I brought a copy of the original plat that was filed of record on November 1, 1899. So here you see the circle. Here is Broadway Place here. So the street has been in existence for now 114 years. The Oklahoma Flower Market is a wholesale distributor of fresh flowers and floral products. The company has been in business at this location for approximately 58 years. We have 18 employees. We serve 2/3 of the state of Oklahoma from this location. We have suppliers, vendors, customers, and employees that use Broadway Place to come and go and gain access to this business location. We also have delivered fresh flowers that use 18-wheel semi-trailer trucks that come to the front of the building. The coolers for the Oklahoma Flower Market are located at the front of the building where the fresh flowers are stored when they're delivered. If a semi-trailer truck is coming from the north, well, rather than attempt to maneuver the tight turn at the south end of the circle there, they will use 13th Street and go from Broadway to 13th Street and then go south on Broadway Place to the front of our building. That may happen 24 hours a day at any time. The truck drivers have card key access to the building. It does not require that there be someone present at the flower market to open the building for them. You should have in front of you some copies of some exhibits that we have provided, and there has been reference made to the traffic count that was done back in April, and the applicant provided us with a copy of that. You should have a copy of the page that is an excerpt from that traffic count. This is actually the count that was done over the 24-hour period on April 30, 2013. And in that 24-hour period, it shows the number of vehicles that were traveling both northbound and southbound on Broadway Place. And you can see there northbound in that 24-hour period, there were 304 vehicles. Southbound, there were 271 for a total of 575 vehicles in that example of a 24-hour period. So it's not an insignificant number of vehicles that are using Broadway Place, and our concern is that the access to the Oklahoma Flower Market and the family trust properties would be significantly reduced if this street is closed. Another concern that we have is that most of the public parking that is available in this area is on-street parking. We have on-street parking in front of our business there on the circle. There's on-street parking along Broadway Place. The demand for that on-street parking is high, and particularly during business hours, and it's growing ever more tight as additional uses are moving into that area. There are restaurants that have opened up at 10th and Robinson, as you all are aware, and there is just additional business activity that is being generated that is creating a greater demand for the on-street parking. And if this closing is approved by the City Council, it will significantly reduce the amount of available on-street public parking that we believe we will be adversely affected by. An ordinance closing Broadway Place would effectively give exclusive use of that street to the applicant, to the car dealership, to the detriment of others in the neighborhood and to the detriment of the public generally. Now, I also provided you with this exhibit, which you should have in the packet that was handed around. This is an existing and proposed building plan that was provided to us by the applicant. And I just want to direct your attention, if you'll look at the south end there on Broadway, or the south end of Broadway Place, you can see that what they're proposing to do is to extend, they intend to close off the street, choke it off by extending the curb so that it appears as though you're just entering a driveway, so that the appearance from Broadway Circle as you're traveling by is it's going to have the appearance of a driveway, and this area will appear to be just the parking lot for the car dealership rather than an open public street. They also, there wasn't any reference made to it here today, but they also previously proposed, and it shows on that plan, that they would have removable bollards that they would then put up as barriers. The suggestion was made early on that, well, those bollards would go up at 8 o'clock at night and then they'd be removed in the morning and would close off the street only during those hours. But the significant point is that we want to make is that by closing the street, it would effectively give the exclusive control of the street to this applicant, to this property owner. And that would be much to our detriment. The comprehensive plan favors preserving the grid in the urban core. It helps to disperse traffic and maintain pedestrian usability. Just on Tuesday this week, after some significant discussion, the City Council voted to accept the recommendation for the proposed streetcar route, the Zeta route. The Zeta route that was approved by the council on Tuesday has the streetcar extending up North Broadway from the south to the north. It then crosses over on 11th Street and will extend west on 11th Street over to Dewey, come back to 10th Street, and then go over east back over to Robinson. So you have this proposed streetcar project that is part of the MAPS program. It's a $130 million investment that the city is about to make that will take the streetcar directly through the middle of this area. And our suggestion is that it is not consistent with the objectives of MAPS and with the streetcar project to close Broadway Place when the streetcar is proposed to cross it at 11th Street there. If there is an ordinance that is adopted that closes the street, what that does is allow this applicant then to take that ordinance closing the street across the street to the district court and make an application to vacate the street. The City of Oklahoma City doesn't have authority to affect the title to the property, but if you want to seek vacation of the street, you have to first have, as a required prerequisite, an ordinance closing the street. Once you have that in hand, then you can go across the street to the district court and ask that the street be vacated, which then causes the title to revert to the adjoining property owners. So if this ordinance is adopted, it would put this applicant in the position of being able to go across the street to the district court and vacate the street. The city has made a significant investment over the last decade to improve access downtown, to improve access in the Midtown area. In our view, the closing of this street would significantly diminish accessibility and would adversely affect not only our property but other properties in the area. In our opinion, closing the street serves no purpose other than to give this applicant the exclusive use of the street to the detriment of other members of the public. I also provided, and I'd like to just bring it to your attention, a copy of the Oklahoma statute from Title 11, which applies to cities and towns concerning streets and roads. It's Title 11, Section 36101. Now, under that provision, it states what the nature of the title is that the municipality has when a street has been dedicated to the public. And it states there, and I'll just quote, the title of streets, roads, and public ways within the limits of your municipality which have been dedicated and accepted by the municipal governing body is held by the municipality in trust for public use and enjoyment. This is a street that continues to be used and relied on by the property owners in that area, including the Oklahoma Flower Market and others. There are hundreds of persons that use the street each day. It would not be in the public interest to close it. If there are issues with respect to additions to the dealership buildings that are needed to be done, we have no problem with the dealership being a successful business. We want that to be the case, but we would suggest to you that this is an overreach here. It's not necessary. There are other means by which the dealership could accomplish what they're wanting to accomplish, to extend buildings into the area, whether it's through variances or revocable permits or other means. There are, and they haven't tried any of those. They haven't attempted any of those. So it is too far a stretch, in our view, to close off this public street that we and others are currently using and have relied on for many, many years for the benefit of this single property owner, and we would ask that you deny it. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Nick?
Yes, sir.
Two real quick, Kelly. I'm looking at your exhibit that's titled Existing and Proposed Buildings, and you have little red dots that says after-hour barriers on there. And I noticed that the red dots are across 11th, 12th Street going east and west from Broadway to Robinson. I thought they were only going to put the barriers on Broadway Place. So I guess my first question is, are barriers really going on Broadway and Robinson at 11th and 12th? My second question has to do with the traffic count numbers you gave us, and I looked at the graph and the hours. Does this traffic study tell us, it appears that all the traffic is basically coming during the hours of the operations, and I heard them say that all their service cars use Broadway Place. So is there any way to determine from this traffic study how much of these 500 trips are dealership trips and how much are not related to the dealership? Because I see all their service vehicles going in and out on Broadway being in these numbers during the day. So was there anything to address that, and where are those barriers going to be? Those are my two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gales. The exhibit that we provided is one that actually was provided to us by the applicant, and this, as I understand it, it was probably prepared before they amended their application, which they announced today, that they are removing 11th and 12th.
When they were closing 11th and 12th Street, this is left over from that.
They previously proposed to close 11th and 12th, and
correct.
They announced today they're amending their application. So,
well, yeah, this staff report has deleted all of that. Oh, okay, I understand that now.
And with respect to the traffic study, it also was provided to us by the applicant. I don't believe there was any effort or attempt made to identify what was dealership traffic and what was other members of the public traffic. I don't know if they would have been able to do that, but...
Well, apparently those questions I should have directed to them, and maybe they'll address them when they come back.
Any other questions of Mr. Work?
I do. Oh, well, go ahead. Well,
go ahead, Bob.
All right. The larger question is if the statements made by the applicant that the alleyway behind your flower market is going to be devoid of OG&E's equipment and will be, I mean, it's now an alley, but an alley sizable enough to handle a semi-truck going, down Broadway, over and up Robinson, whatever it is. And then I assume causing the relocation of where your loading docks are with the flower market. But if that's all done, I mean, there's two questions, or two observations. If that's done, if OG&E clears it off and gives your client access to its facilities from the south end rather than the north, and Broadway Place is available for parking for customers that really can, with a car, maneuver around on Broadway Circle. And the third observation is that since they have said that they're going to develop angle parking along up and down Broadway Place, and if that parking could be used by your customers or other people that are within the economic area of restaurants, bars, whatever there are, would that work for your client, having the southern piece opened for your trucks and delivery, et cetera, where OG&E stuff is now removed and gone, which actually I think is really a very appropriate step in this development, because that shouldn't be just jammed up with OG&E's equipment, but it should be an access going back and forth from Broadway to Robinson. And then the third observation, fourth, is now that the streetcar line, that, as I understand it, goes up Broadway across 11th.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Which crosses over all sorts of stuff. That by closing off the Broadway Place, if they own it, the city then would have to get, permission to cross their property?
Presumably.
Because now it's now not owned by us, the public, or the city, in trust, but it's now owned by them. And so there's another, not those little after-hours barriers, but there's a legal barrier for the city to run that streetcar across.
No, Bob, there's not. If you look at the application, they're closing it, or applying to close it, block by block, but not the cross streets. So the cross streets are not affected.
The whole cross streets open.
Yes, on 11th and 12th and Broadway Circle.
Then the real question is that the alleyway, clearing that off, does that solve your client's problems for delivery?
Well, I have to tell you, Mr. Bright, this is the first that we have heard that suggestion today when it was made on the floor of the meeting. This is news to us, that there are plans to have OG&E relocate their facilities in the alley. Currently, it is very restricted access back there because of the power poles. It's very tight. So it is a problem for semi-trailer truck to gain access to the alley. We have another reason, though, that we have the fresh flowers delivered to the front of the building. That's where we have our cooler rooms located. They're just inside the front door. So that's the way we've done business for 58 years now. The flowers come in the front door, they go into the cooler rooms right there, and we expect that we would continue to do that. And we would like to be able to continue to do that. It's just how we've done business forever. It certainly would be helpful and beneficial if the alley were more accessible than it is today. It's very limited as it is presently. There also was, you made reference also to this issue about the angled parking along Broadway Place. We would have no problem with them installing angled parking along Broadway Place. That they could do that today. It may require some permission or approval from the Traffic Commission, I expect. But this application that is being requested to close the street is not necessary in order for them to implement angled parking. The objective, we understand and believe, is that they want to gain control over all of that real estate where the street is located. And I think that's what they've indicated today. If they get an ordinance closing that, the barricades can go up. They're legally within their rights to put the barricades up at that point, and that's what we don't want to see happen. If there's 80 feet of right-of-way and they need to extend down to within 0 feet of it, there are means to do that without closing the entire street to all public access, which is what they're asking you to recommend.
Kelly, a question with respect to loading at the front of the north side of the building. Could not these semis come up either Robinson or Broadway, turn into Broadway Circle and accomplish what you want?
It's possible, certainly.
I mean,
Yeah.
wouldn't that be as easy as whatever they do, whatever approach they take today?
I wouldn't agree with that. It's not as easy, but it's certainly possible. We could still gain access to the front of the building from Robinson or from Broadway, but the easy, safest way to do that today is to go from Broadway to 13th and then down Broadway Place.
How does an 18-wheeler position itself in front of your business to unload? I mean, does it park parallel to the front of the building? Does it back up to it? What does it do?
They park parallel with the front of the building. It's my understanding.
Where are these semis coming from? You say they're coming from 13th Street, but 13th Street doesn't have access to the interstate.
What I said was that if they're coming from the north, they would be coming, and they're coming down Broadway, they would use 13th Street.
Well, then couldn't, as John said, couldn't they come down to 10th, go over to Robinson and make a nice easy turn off of Robinson?
It's certainly possible they could go to 10th and go to Robinson and come that way. I would take issue with it that it's as easy, but it's possible.
If you're going north on Robinson, you're going right into the curb. That's an easy turn for a large vehicle.
Yeah, 10th and Robinson's kind of tight. I mean, it's not bad, but it's kind of a...
Well, you got Broadway and 13th Street, too, and you've got plenty of maneuvering room there.
I guess I got to, just if I could, Kelly, it appears, as I looked, and it appears that there is a substantial amount of open parking on the north side of the building that kind of follows the arc here. I just want to be sure. I mean, in this picture that they sent me, I don't know what time, it might have been taken on Sunday at 9 a.m. for all I know. It looks like there's 2 cars angled in on the front down here by this tree, but it looks like there's a fair amount of parking that exists in the front of the building. Am I right there?
Are you talking about in front of the flower market building?
Yeah.
Yes, all of that on-street parking is available for public use.
But you have big delivery trucks that you're saying, not small trucks, but big trucks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
they're not coming in daytime. I assume they're coming in overnight, are they not?
Could be coming in at 24 hours.
At any time during the day or night, they may come.
I think the traffic, the volume clearly on the traffic clearly indicates to me that if you draw a line from 7 p.m. and underneath 7 p.m. and on top of 7 a.m., there's no cars coming down that street. 8 is the maximum, and not proven, but logic tells me that's a function of the only business that exists in the area. Due respect that primarily generates traffic flow in the area. The only thing I'm concerned about is that if we were to consider closing this, setting aside the public policy argument, do you want to give up a street, is if we're saying that the street can remain open and will remain open, then how do we have assurances of that how do we paper that up is the single question that I have, is how does that frankly work to where, due respect to Mickey and Rayco, they're good developers, they seem to have a lot of interest in bettering the city, but they may not own it. Everything moves around. So later on, how do we keep, as Kelly says, prevent this from being where they close the street? Just put up the barriers.
Two things that have been discussed are including that provision in the ordinance itself, the closing ordinance, and the other is, in effect, a contract that's recorded.
And then with respect of the use, right?
It has to be the use, not the ownership.
Exactly, because otherwise, if they passed on the owner, well, wait a minute, it has to be the use, not the ownership. Okay. I don't know if I like that better than the ownership, quite frankly. I have a stronger tendency to trust this ownership group. I'd like both ownership and use, but I don't know if I can do that. Because that's a quantity of which I know.
Yeah.
I'm confused. When you own a piece of property on either side of the street, your property line goes to the center of the street. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Then how can they take control of the flower shop side of the street?
They can't.
So they can't close that?
No.
And they're not trying to.
They can put barriers across it. Is that not closing it?
They would have to get a revocable permit to do that.
We have a couple other people signed up. Chris Salyer.
Just one question there with regard to Mr. Brummert's comment. I mean, if the street has been closed, it's my understanding that they would be permitted to put a barricade up if they chose to.
No, that's not correct.
You would disagree with that?
They do not have the right to the right-of-way is still there. They do not have the right to barricade, to place a barricade on there unless we give them a revocable permit to do that.
Well, that suggests that the ordinance closing would not have meaning, and I guess I would take issue with that characterization. If you've adopted an ordinance closing the street, then to me that would suggest that the public may be excluded from its use.
Chris, give us your name and address for the record, please.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Christopher Salyer, 722 North Broadway, Mezzanine, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'm a stakeholder directly adjacent and abutting the subject matter, owning the building known as Greenleaf Wholesale Florist at 32 Broadway Circle. My property includes a 20,000 square foot building located on land representing an area somewhat less than an acre in the heart of downtown. More interesting is that this parcel will become surrounded by the recently approved streetcar route, which travels north on Broadway Avenue to 11th Street, west on 11th to Dewey, back west on 10th Street to Robinson or Broadway before it heads south. Broadway Place is right in the crosshairs of this recent development. As voters in Oklahoma City, we approved this streetcar renaissance in the MAPS 3 election. But wait, there's more. My building is 100 years old. It went on the tax rolls in 1914 and was built as the streetcar maintenance facility for the region, serving the city of Oklahoma City, city of Norman, and the city of Edmond. It is the only existing element of that original use, retaining much of its original industrial splendor. In fact, there was a turnbuckle on the back, which is why Broadway Circle arcs between Robinson and Broadway. As I'm sure you are aware, the Oklahoma City streetcar ran up and down Broadway and Broadway Circle until World War II. In fact, one can still see the original tracks just below the asphalt directly in front of my building. On April 1947, 9 corporations and 7 individuals were indicted in the Federal District Court of Southern California on counts of conspiring to acquire control of a number of transit companies, forming a transportation monopoly, and, quote, conspiring to monopolize sales of buses and supplies to companies owned by their affiliates. Later that year, Firestone Tire, Standard Oil of California, Phillips Petroleum, General Motors, and Mack Trucks were all convicted of conspiring to monopolize the sale of buses and related products to their local transit companies. General Motors' own testimony had shown that by the mid-1950s, its agents had canvassed more than 1,000 electric railways, and that Of these, they had acquired and motorized 90%, more than 900. Thus, we suffer today from the General Motors streetcar conspiracy, also known as the Great American Streetcar Scandal. This was the thinly disguised plot in the feature film, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Many believe this program played a key role in the decline of public transit and with it, the urban core in cities across our country. In direct contrast, we're now trying to bring an urban railway system back to the core. We're trying to rebuild what was once so vital in our community. The last thing we need are restrictions on access to such a bright new star on Broadway. From there, this neighborhood eventually established itself as the Flower District, and 32 Broadway Circle became one of the largest wholesale florists in the region, operating under the name of Furrow and Company and eventually United Wholesale Florists, needing and accessing the area by trucks and customers from all angles. So as taxpayers have shown by respecting downtown's architectural gems, a phoenix just waiting to begin again on a new adventure on its next rebirth. There's just no knowing what opportunities await us, so why should we affirmatively restrict such an important landmark? It is my conviction that any effort to restrict access within the proposed route is at best premature and at its worst an attempted land grab. Please reject the application.
Any questions of Mr. Salyer? Thank you, Chris. Gary Taft.
How you doing? My name is Gary Taft. I'm at 1324 North Robinson. I'm on a corner of 13th and Robinson. I own Floral and Hardy Florist. And yes, we do use Broadway Place several times a day to go to Oklahoma City Florist to pick up supplies and stuff. But another concern that we have is in front of the florist, we only have a few parking spaces for customers. And also there's the Beatniks Cafe and there's a salon. There's 2 salons. And altogether we have 6 slots in front on the north side of that building. And right now, a lot of our employees, not just there's a total of 14 employees that work in that area. There's 6 on our side and there's 8 across the street. Across the street on 13th. Okay. Right now, a lot of the employees park in Mr. Howard's lot where they're redoing the United Way building, which that will come deceased. I'm sure whenever he finishes his project, his tenants will need a place to park. And on the other side of the street, I really don't want to say this, but Mark Moore owns that property. And that gate can be closed at any time. So my main concern is we have 14 employees that work in that area that will have no place to park. Because Kindred has 2-hour parking, 21 2-hour parking in front of their business, which employee can't park there all day. So as they said earlier, Broadway Place is actually 50 foot wide. It's a wide street. That tells me that eventually I'm going to need that parking for my employees. And there's the office place across the street also that uses the parking lot by the garage loft apartments. So these streets are really important to trying to give them up. We're going to need that parking eventually. And the trolley coming down 11th Street, if you've ever went down that street, there's new cars, parked on from Broadway Place to Robinson on the north side. That street is lined with cars constantly. And when you go across Broadway, when you go across Broadway Place on 11th, before you get to Broadway, on the south side of the street, there's cars lined up there all the time. And if you'll notice, when you looked in when the pictures, whenever they had their photos up, you can see cars on the curbs, cars down the street. They're by closing this off and pushing everything out, it just makes it harder for the retail people to have a place for their customers to park, and that's what it eventually is going to grow to. And
Any questions of Mr. Taft while he's... Commissioners?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll be brief because I know you all have a long docket. With regard to the question, Mr. Gales, that you had, I'm going to have Mickey go over the numbers, and yes, we do have answers in regard to the people that use Broadway Place. But in regard to the question that Mr. Bright, you asked in regard to the alley, we think it'll make a very big difference, and Mr. Hurley signed an easement to allow that to happen several weeks ago, so they're aware of it, and we think it's a good thing for Oklahoma City and a good thing for Mr. Hurley, and it's a very positive thing.
Do we know when that'll occur, Dennis?
What, the signing of the easement? Or
the removal of the poles? Do we know when that's going to happen?
The answer is OG&E has started work on the project, and
thank you.
Mr. Hurley has given an easement, and so that's taking place now. But I want to make sure that, Mr. Allen, we answer any confusion or questions that you have. Number one, I know of no way to build onto property and get the proper financing unless you own the property. And I guess somebody could just decide they didn't mind spending whatever money and didn't worry about the consequences or risk, but when you get a title insurance policy, they're going to make sure that you're building on property that you own, and that's what has prompted this application. We have dealt with this for a number of months, and the applications you see in front of you, which looks like 3 different parcels, that's the amendments that were made. That's not brand new today. Your staff has reviewed it. Everybody's had a chance to look at it. We've made major modifications, and so that's what we're requesting. With regard to the issue of use, we have no intention of putting bollards up. That was back when we were going to try to close 11th and 12th. There will be access provided, and my client has agreed, and Mr. Hensley, this probably resolves your question. I don't think when you deal with vacations or closings, you should deal with who the property owner is, although I think this commission would agree with me. This group has done more for the Midtown area than I could have imagined and you all could have imagined. So they have done an excellent job in regard to their development. But beside that, they do not want to hurt Mr. Salyer. They do not want to hurt the retail facility, the florist shop, and they do not want to hurt Mr. Hurley. So that's why they have committed, and this is the way to deal with the issue that you raised, that before we go to district court, we will make sure that there's 24 feet of street that we do not request be the foreclosure of the right to reopen, which vests title. Therefore, there will be 2 lanes for cars to drive on, which I think answers many of the questions that you all had, allows us to proceed in regard to development plans, but ensures that Mr. Hurley and others have the right to have access. Questions of me?
Well, just one question. I due respect to your assurance, Dennis, but a subsequent owner would not be prohibited from going in to vacate that at a later time.
A subsequent owner could come in and apply to vacate it.
Apply to vacate.
The city would object to that.
Based on?
The fact that we only agreed that in our ordinance, closing it now, we only agreed to vacate or foreclose the right to reopen up to the right way that they need.
So the 24,
we also have the option,
24, 26 feet, whatever it is, would be reserved.
Yes, and we could, at any time we wanted to, we can go back in and reopen that street. We can repeal the ordinance closing it and open it to public use again.
And I think that's the other point. So like the St. Anthony's example. I mean, St. Anthony's, I've driven many times through their complex, and if the city decides St. Anthony's wasn't doing the proper thing, they could go in and revoke that, and it wouldn't be closed. So I just want you to have the assurances that we do not want to harm anybody in this area. They have been there a long time, and the plat that Mr. Work showed you, I think, is a good example of, you know, when that was platted, 80 feet might have been anticipated and needed. We don't need 80 feet. For 24, we understand. But that's our proposal. But to answer the last question, I'd like Mickey to come up, and then anybody else has questions, we'll answer them.
Dennis, what about either parallel or angled parking?
Yeah.
24 sounds kind of skinny.
That won't allow for angled parking, will it?
That doesn't accommodate the concerns with respect to the retail. Others in the area who, there's been certainly a concern expressed about needing parking. So if you only had 24 feet, put 2 cars on each side, it's closed.
Well, 24 feet is, you know, 2 lanes of traffic going north and south.
Well, but you got to allow for parking.
That's got one on each side, that's not enough.
You can't get there.
I mean, I got to be, I can add.
Just for clarity, can I ask you something, Dennis, just for clarity? When we want to vacate, I can see vacating the amount of the access of the street to accommodate their growth, like expand the building and putting some parallel parking. The remaining driving surface, are we talking about the remaining driving surface will be left at 24 feet?
That is correct.
And it will not be the part of that street right away that's vacated?
That is correct.
So we're going to only vacate just up to the 24 feet, and they can put the parallel parking and expand their buildings from that 24-foot line back to their existing property lines now?
Yes, sir. That's what we're proposing.
What's the distance curb to curb now?
That's what I want to know.
50 feet.
Curb to curb today?
Well,
50 feet.
And so curb to curb would then go to 24 feet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
We're saying
That we understand.
Yeah. What we're saying is there'll be 24 feet with a north street and a south street.
Right.
And so the public will be able to go north and south over 24 feet, 12 for each lane.
Okay.
But not park. And now let's go not park. Let's go forward with the parking, Dennis. So then you're saying if the 24 feet comes out of the center of this 80-foot right-of-way,
or
then,
one way the other.
well, one way, but then on, pardon this term, your land, you're going to provide angled parking on both sides of the street?
I don't know if it'd be, if we have enough room for both, but.
Well, I don't see how you could
Yeah.
and get your service vehicles in, because you're, on the east, that's where your service drives are.
Yeah, and those are issues we're going to have to resolve, but our commitment is there'll be 24 feet of pavement for cars to drive on, and then we'll have to work around those limitations. And Mickey might be able to answer it better and also answer that question about the numbers on that study.
We've spent a lot of time today on this case, first of all, and it's been continued for a year. And we're talking about a moving target, and it's not being nailed down for us today.
Right.
Frankly, that's right.
24 feet, to me,
I'm uncomfortable without knowing specifically what it is we're going to get, and I'm not hearing.
Well, I am too.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
I think
what I heard, what was explained to me before today was they wanted up to the curb on each side, and they would vacate that, and the space between the curbs would remain open for parking and traffic. And we're now hearing something different.
it's half that size.
Yeah.
Well, Ben,
Well, I don't think you're hearing anything
well,
different.
excuse me for a second. I think that what I've heard today and what I read and what we've done for the last year, you're now funneling it down to getting your deal done. But I'm not ready to do that, and I don't think anybody else is either.
I'm confused.
The devil's in the details, and this has been changed and revised, et cetera. You have to accommodate the businesses to the south, as Kelly and Mr. Salyer are recognizing. You have to deal with some specificity about what's going on with OG&E, because that's important to me. I think it's important to the rest of the people within this area where the streetcar is going to be. You have to deal with the fact that now you're not going to ask for 80 feet, but you're asking for something and then 24 feet, so people really can go up and down. That's a great idea, but as I said, the devil's in the detail, and I want to see something specific, and from Dan, legal counsel, the city, about what the ordinance would look like, what the details would be, or if there's going to be an agreement, what that agreement looks like, so that we really can focus on what you want to do, and I think that we can get there because of everything I see, but we've just not, there's too much new today.
Well, our intent has never been to close the street. Now, we did have the bollards shown where we would close after hours when we thought we were going to close 11th and 12th Street. We've given that up. There's no need to put bollards anywhere now.
But you see, we need to see what it is you're going to do, rather than just, well, this is what we've never done, and we're going to do this. Anyway, I would prefer that you come in with a complete, specified, this is what I really want to do, and deal with your neighbors and say, this is what we'll do, because I think, on behalf of the protesters, there's a way to get this done where there'll be satisfaction all the way around.
I appreciate it. We're not doing anything to block the streetcar. We're not doing anything to 11th Street. I question whether it's actually going to go down 11th Street, but that's...
I agree. I don't necessarily think that to be the case. I am somewhat concerned about going from a 50-foot wide street that facilitates parking for your business, Mickey, as well as for others in the area, to a 24-foot wide street that would effectively facilitate zero parking for you, because you're going to be using all the spaces up and down. I mean, no,
right.
in
I
respect
think
to your
that's
business.
we're not going to bring the curbs up to 24 feet. We're just going to park on it. We're just saying we'll always keep 24 feet open for ingress and egress. So, I mean, we're not going to bring the curbs in because we need the parking. I mean, that's our whole idea, is to use the parking.
That's the details that we're talking about, Mickey, and I think we want to know what real estate you want to vacate, because you obviously need to do that to build, and I think I'm hearing around the horseshoe that we'd like those details. Your neighbors would like to know. I think their businesses will function fine once these details are set out. But I think we'd like to know exactly what that's going to look like, and if we're going to have a contract to be filed of record at the county that affects successors and assigns, we want to see what that's going to look like and see that that gets filed as well. And that's going to take a couple of weeks.
Okay, well, I mean, since I'm here and the questions have been addressed, let me address a couple of questions.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And Mr. Bright, you talked about the alley. They are using the alley today. They do have a loading dock. Their building was designed with a loading dock. It's difficult to use it because of the existing OG&E lines. It'll be easier in the future, but I just want to make the point, they are using that now, and it's available to them. Mr. Gales, just so, you know, in terms of the number of the traffic count, we have 137 employees. We have 65 cars in the service department on average a day. We have 25 automobile customers on average a day and 25 auto parts customers a day. That's over 500 people, you know, coming to the dealership. So I think that accounts for most of the traffic during the day. Also, I want to point out on the visual up here, just so there's no confusion, this talks about, and this is apparently an old map, but where it says florist wholesale, and then on the right says the auto sales, just above Broadway Circle. That florist wholesale, that is our property, and it's automobile-related property. It's not the Hurley property. It's only the south part. So I was afraid somebody might be confused about that. And currently on Broadway Place, up at 13th on the west side, there's no parking signs on that, so that's not available even today. I think that's all the points I want to make.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman,
Wait. I get it.
I think I get the drift, but I did want to offer a suggestion. First of all, that the point that Mr. Clagg just made, that piece at 11th and Broadway Place, there are 3 lots, as I pointed out earlier, that actually are owned by the Hurley Family Trust. Right. So it's not actually correct for it to be said that they own that the family trust owns it. They have it leased to the dealership. Right. They have an option to purchase it. But the point I wanted to make, the suggestion I wanted to offer for the commission to consider and the applicant to consider is that if what they need to do is narrow down the street so that they can do the additions that they need to do, we've got 80 feet of right-of-way there, well, then it would certainly be possible to come in with an application, just close the east 20 feet, or to close the east 25 feet, or to close the east 15 feet on the east side and 15 feet on the west side, and then narrow the street down that way, rather than closing the entire street and go through this some kind of a concept that I don't even think anybody can conceive of at the moment about how we would retain some kind of legal right to have public use of the street when it's been closed. They could just close the east 20 feet of the street and then go over, vacate that, and be able to build their buildings on it. So they wouldn't have any problem with financing. So that's just one suggestion that I would put on the table for consideration, to just narrow down the amount of right-of-way that's there, which would allow for the public to continue to use it and would allow for public on-street parking. Those are the concerns that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to see something in black and white like Bob. And, without that, I am really confused with this thing. I don't know, I don't know which way to vote, to tell you the truth. But if I see something in, if I see something in black and white, and, how far are you going to build a building, where's the building going to be, and so on and so forth. And then from a legal standpoint, rather than just sitting here talking about it, we need something in black and white. And with that, I'm going to suggest that we continue for at least 2 weeks.
30 days.
30 days. Okay.
And I hope we would have a much shorter discussion next time.
And I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this item for 30 days. Cast your votes. And it's continued.
Items 7 and 8 have been withdrawn. Item 9, PUD 1505, application by Cedar Point Development to rezone 6300 Northwest 164th Street.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Brian Kuhn with Hewitt Zollers, 2832 West Wilshire, representing the applicant. The first item, number 9, is the PUD. Staff recommends approval. There are 2 TEs, and we agree with both of them.
No one signed up, commissioners. Brian wants smaller lots, or his client does.
Oh, I have a question.
Okay.
Oh, who owns the property to the south?
That development was done by D.R. Horton. Originally, it was, and I saw the letter that came out, that preliminary plat was originally done by my client. After the preliminary plat was approved, he sold it to D.R. Horton. So any development issues have to do with them, not him.
Has it been preliminary platted yet?
To the south?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, as you can see on the drawing, there's the preliminary plat laid out.
I was just wondering who wanted to move a lot to allow us to stub to the south.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and what we did, that drawing you're looking at there that's on that is not the current drawing. There was one that was submitted probably 6 to 8 weeks ago that we have a stub going east. Since we couldn't stub to the south, we're stubbing to the east. And you'll see that.
I did see that on the preliminary plat.
Yes.
But my question is, did the prior PUD 1080 did it meet the subdivision requirements? In other words, were there 30 or less lots on the prior PUD?
Well, the prior PUD was going to be less lots, yes.
So, and it would meet, because where I read the staff report, this doesn't meet subdivision.
No, we still don't meet, well, and we'll talk about that at the preliminary plat next.
Well, that's, before I do that, I'd like to talk about it.
Here's the thing, and we'll talk about item 10, but I'll talk about it now.
Yeah.
We have our entrance on 164th. We have a stub going to the east where that cul-de-sac stops. It will not be a cul-de-sac anymore, it'll stub east.
That goes to nowhere.
It goes to nowhere, but most stubs do for a while, if you think about it, until the next subdivision shows up, which that's why we stub.
Do you own that property?
We do not own that property, no, sir. To the east? No, sir, we do not. Now, the reason it doesn't meet subdivision regulations, if you remember, and some of you may have been on Planning Commission, some of you may not, in our Urban Development Committee many, many years ago when Bob Tiener was here in that committee, we wrote the ordinance that you couldn't have more than 30 homes on one single entrance till you went to another entrance. But there was also a caveat put in that ordinance originally, I don't know if it's still in there or not, it may not even be an ordinance, it may have been a policy, that is subject to topographical issues. If you can't, you can't, okay? And when I was visiting with Mr. Gales, well, we'd have to put a bridge over the pond to get back out to 164th. We will meet that regulation as soon as that stub is tied in. So at this point, and it is TE number 3 or 4 on item 10, we're asking for a variance to that regulation. Because there's some plats, there's some areas you cannot get another entrance no matter what. We're not saying we won't. We're going to try to the east, but it'll happen in the future.
Isn't that for fire protection purposes?
It's for lots of things. It's for egress, ingress. Yes.
I mean, I think that there's a reason for two access.
There is. There is. Subject to the availability to be able to do it.
Or you don't do it.
Well, or you don't do this land at all. Yeah.
Nick, do you have something?
Well, two things. Bob, you mentioned PUD 1080. Mm-hmm. It did conform. You mentioned it conformed because it had fewer lots. They were bigger lots. As John pointed out, small lots here. They're cramming a bunch of small lots in here. And that's the big deal. Now they're going to stub out to the east, but we don't know how the east is going to develop.
If you want to discourage that, you don't vote for the variance. I mean, just an option.
Right. Well, there won't be a variance if it's stubbed.
Can you hold off on developing all the lots over 30 until the other subdivision come in?
Well, I would hate to do that because who knows how long that could be. You know, there's a farm there right now.
That's the same problem we have with access.
Right.
We'll bring it back with less than 30 lots.
Yeah.
In other words, your PUD 1080, or that PUD 1080, you could go and develop it.
If that was the market in that area, you could go and develop that. If you look to the houses to the south, that's not the market that's being developed in that area.
But the point, now when you're reducing, you're having 50-foot frontage on the lots. I mean, you're putting 45 lots minimum into an area, and when you say that there's a reason for two access points, 1 and 2, and you provided one that goes to nowhere, and it may go to nowhere forever, you've now just avoided what the subdivision requirements state, and for safety purposes. You can do your PUD 1080. I mean, I'm not saying you can't develop this property, but it seems to me that when you start cramming in lots, very small lots, into an area with only one way to get in and out, you've got a lot of people that perhaps are subject to some problem, or the fire department has some problems.
Would you rather see me wipe out the pond and have two entrances? I mean,
he's also within the urban growth boundaries, which permits R1 zoning.
Right.
How many lots do we have?
He's within the
45.
urban growth boundary, which permits R1 zoning. So
it's the 30 lot, two places to get in and out. That's the only reason.
The thing is, this density is like 2 point something per acre. So it's still very low density. And again, the pond, we felt like the pond would be a good amenity for the neighborhood. It's a common area. People can walk back to it. I mean, the pond could be wiped out, and you could do a whole lot more than 45 lots. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think of what will this look like? And I think it'd look better with a pond.
Nick?
My rationalization on this application was I don't like the small lots. I think they're too tight. Brian makes a good point. That's the way that area has developed, so they're compatible. I took some solace in that this is only 45 lots, 17 acres, only 45 lots. As long as we can get access, address the public safety issue, I'm okay with it for those reasons.
That's on 1080. We haven't talked about sight distance on the drive on.
Right, we're talking about number 9.
That's next.
Yeah.
Because that's an issue. So, okay.
Okay. No one signed up.
Well, I'd move approval of PUD.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 9. Cast your votes. It's approved.
Thank you.
Item 10 is C-6493, preliminary plat of Waterwood, same location.
Now we have the site distance
Right.
issue.
And again, this one is the one on number 3. We need the variance for what we just talked about. Now, number 4, it's interesting because it talks about that you shouldn't consider this plat till we worked out the issues. I'm going to just bring up an idea, and then we'll get off of it and you move on down your agenda. I know Mr. Allen's concerned about how many continuances we have, so what I'm asking for today, fire departments, traffic's been out there. We have 560 foot of distance now. We've been out, we've shot other locations where that drive could be. We can get to about 630. At 55 or 50 miles an hour, whatever it is now, we need 750 feet. If we lower the speed limit, we can get down to about the 630 to 650. Okay? So what I'm asking for today is if we can move forward today, get the approval of the preliminary plat subject to meeting that site distance requirement, and then we'll deal with that at the final plat. I'm just trying to get past some continuance items so you don't have to hear it again. And again, this is a preliminary plat, and I know I've got to satisfy traffic.
It's just fun to watch you work, Brian.
I understand. And our next thing will be before Traffic Commission try to lower speed limit. Because there's a lot of homes coming in out there, and the speed limit's probably too high. We could probably get that done, then I'll meet site distance. You don't have to hear this item again.
And you'll do that between now and when we see the final plat?
Yes, sir,
here?
definitely. It'll go in, like I said, after today, if you'll let me move forward, we'll get that done probably next week. Apply anyway. Still need the variance on 3.
Understand.
And I'd like for Mr. Wilson to address the variance on 3. Did he not? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Mike Wilson with the Fire Marshal's Office. We have reviewed this plat and still have a problem with more than 30 lots with single access. In our opinion, it's not to do with density or anything else. It's just a matter of having more than 30 residences in there with just a single access point. Another issue, although a little less issue, is the dead-end street where it has, that may be up to 300 foot long, without any kind of turnaround or cul-de-sac at the east end of 163rd Place. But the bigger issue is the access to the subdivision itself. So we would request that it be limited to the 30 lots or that the residences be sprinkled.
I can put on we can put a temporary cul-de-sac on the end of that for the time being until that stub goes on through. That's not a problem.
That would take care of the cul-de-sac issue on 163rd. Yeah.
Well, isn't another alternative to sprinkle the houses?
Yeah.
Yes.
What you just said.
That more dealing with the access, not the turnaround
Well,
issue.
because we've got another one similar to this coming up pretty well, 19 and 20.
Yes.
So, by sprinkling.
It's my understanding they're proposing sprinkling. No, 19 and 20.
Would we rather have a cul-de-sac, or would we rather have the sprinklers?
Those were different issues. It was the entrance, the number of lots.
So we want both, is what you're saying?
No. We would want a turnaround and fire suppression, yes.
Or 30 lots until there's another point of ingress.
Limited to 30 lots with some type of turnaround.
Commissioners?
That's what Bob just said.
So you're saying you need a turn, Mike, so you're saying you need a turnaround anyway, either way?
Yes, but the way the street's designed, with it being...
Because it just deads in, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He thinks his comment was we'd rather just fill in the pond and put another drive out to the 164th.
Sprinklers, and you had that discussion way too long last time, they're expensive.
They're not
These
that
aren't-
expensive, Brian.
Huh?
They're not that expensive.
Well, for a first-time home, second-time home, it's a 5 or 6% increase in the cost of the house, so.
What?
$2 a foot?
That's on the high end.
Well,
but that's
Forget
like...
the sprinkler discussion. What do you want to do, Brian?
well, I would say if that's what the developer would like to do, then we'll continue this item, we'll turn in a new preliminary plat, most likely. Well, let's continue it for 2 weeks and see what happens if we can do something different.
Okay.
How about that?
So moved, 2 weeks.
All right, we have a motion, a second to continue item 10, 2 weeks. Cast your votes. It's continued.
Item 11's been deferred to 10/24. Item 12, C-6456, preliminary plat of Sarah Park South.
Good afternoon. Kendall Dillon with Crafts and Toll, representing the applicant. And this is an application for a preliminary plat, which is a companion item of a rezoning application that you all heard last week and approved the zoning on it. And so we're here today with the preliminary plat. There are 10 TEs. 8 of them are standard TEs. We're in agreement with those. One of them is a street name change. We're fine with it. We're not asking for any variances. But then on TE number 3, there is an issue with traffic at the intersection of 44th and Sarah. My client has agreed that we will put in that signal and left turn lanes. However, we would like to ask that that TE be amended to allow us one phase of 65 lots, a maximum of 65 lots, so that we can get the first phase in. We know that the way that we're handling this issue right now is not real equitable to the developer, especially if you're the last one on the corner. So with that, we feel like that if we can get one phase in with 65 lots, then we'll agree to come in. Again, it's at the 100% of my client to put in that full intersection that everybody's traffic contributes to. So we feel like that's a reasonable offer, and with that, we'd ask that that TE be amended and ask for your approval.
So your first phase request will be 65 lots?
A maximum of 65 lots.
It won't be 35 or 64?
What's that?
It won't be 35 or 64?
It'll be 65 most likely. A maximum of 65 lots.
We could wait a long time for that traffic signal.
Well, I get it, but I also understand his point.
Well, I do too. That's why
I'm slow to grow, why should I pay?
I'm just making a
Exactly. I mean, obviously, trust me, as soon as 65 are up and sold, we're looking to sell more, so we'll be back putting in a traffic signal.
All right, well, no one has signed up, so we'll amend TE3.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the application amending TE3 to defer the traffic light installers up to 65 lots developed.
Platted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 12 as conditioned. Cast your votes, and you're approved.
Thank you.
Item 13 and 14 were deferred to October 10th. Item 15, C-6526, final plat of Turnberry Village, located south of Northwest 23rd and west of Sarah Road.
Good afternoon, Chris Anderson with SMC Consulting Engineers representing the developer. Read the staff report and agree with the TEs and just request approval of this plat.
And you have provided your amenities letter, correct, Chris?
Yes, we have.
And you'll provide them earlier in the future, won't you?
Yes, we will.
Thank you for that.
We do have someone signed up, Commissioners. Leonard Scott. Do you understand, Mr. Scott, that this is a final plat? We've already approved the preliminary plat?
I do understand that.
Give us your name and address, if you would, please.
My name is Leonard Scott. I live at 10604 Northwest 17th in Yukon.
Thank you.
That is part of Sabrium Estates. And this development that's proposed, and this is the final plat, I understand, was originally part of Sabrium Estates, if I'm not mistaken. And the developer went bankrupt, and this property was rezoned for duplexes rather than single-family units. So what I have is a petition here signed by the residents of Sabrium Estates to request the developer change this from duplexes to single-family units. I don't know who to submit this to, but
To our staff here, please.
we are not against the development. We just don't want to bring down the property values around the community.
Well, it's already been zoned and a preliminary plat for duplexes approved. So it's coming to us as a final plat today, and the final plat conforms to the preliminary plat we've already approved.
Understand.
So the horse is out of the barn.
Understand that. One of the problems that we have is, I think they're only required to inform people within 300 feet of the property line. Well, no one was informed about the original plat.
Within 300 feet?
One person.
Are you talking about this application or at
The previous one,
Well-
preliminary plat.
Well, but before the preliminary plat, there was a hearing to rezone it to duplexes.
Yes, sir.
That was the appropriate time to protest the use.
Totally
Not
agree.
at the
Totally agree.
preliminary and final
Have to
plat stage.
conform.
But now we're, as the chairman said, I'm afraid the horse is gone. This is not a zoning application. We can't change it today to R1, to single-family houses. That's not what's before us.
So it has to go forward now as duplexes. We don't have any choice.
Understood.
Sorry that you didn't get the information in time to be here for the zoning.
Thank you.
No one else has signed up, Commissioners, as far as I can tell.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve item 15. Cast your votes, and it's approved.
Thank you.
Janice, you're not voting? Your lights,
Turn your light on.
there you are. Now you are.
Item 16, ABC 793, application by Kali Huto for an ABC 2 restaurant with alcohol located at 9501 South Shields Boulevard.
Is the applicant here?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dean Dye is here to represent the applicant.
How long has the facility been unused? I mean, I assume that's correct, is it not?
Unused?
Yeah.
The
Or
facility-
no, it's been used continuously?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
It's been there for quite some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move approval. Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 16. Cast your votes. And it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 17 and 18 were deferred to October 10th. Item 19 is PC 10355, application to rezone 3724 South Henny Road from AA agricultural to RA single-family 1-acre residential.
Hi, Mark Grubbs, Grubbs Consulting, on behalf of the applicant. Sorry. This is just a rezone. There's a company item for a preliminary plat to follow this, so we just ask for your approval.
We do have someone signed up. Robert Mendoza. If you'd give us your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Mendoza. I live at 3801 South Henny Road. As a matter of fact, it's that property that's right in front of the entrance and exit to the applicant's proposed plat. There are currently no services such as water or sewage or gas to that area. And I challenge the assertion that that density can support the well, the aquifer that's available, and also any of the sewage that has to be removed for those 30 properties. That entrance will serve, from what I can tell, as both the entrance and exit, and the lights from the vehicles that are coming out of that entrance will shine directly into my living room. So I strenuously oppose this application. Thanks.
Any questions of Mr. Mendoza, Commissioners? Thank you, sir.
Just to touch base on those, we have done the required water test. The aquifer shows plenty of water there. The test passed all requirements. And as far as the location, that is placed there to meet the site distance requirements east and west. So, and it did pass the traffic inspection on that.
Well, but you're putting near urban densities out in the middle of nowhere without services. No water, no sewer. It just doesn't appear to fit here. Too dense. I agree with the protester.
There's immediately north of it, the same size. There's half a mile east of the same size lots.
Are they developed?
One other thing along that line, your client owns 120 acres all total here. Is that correct?
No, he does not.
According to county records, that's the case.
That's because this property is under contract. The applicant's not the owner.
Okay, so they're selling the property to the developer. So the owner or your client is not Pindex?
Well, they are the owner of the property, but my client is not. They authorized me to represent the rezoning case on behalf of the developer. So I work for the developer of the property who has the property under contract to purchase that, and we're here to rezone it, and they have authorized me to represent the case, the rezoning case.
Okay.
So the developer's acquiring this 40 acres and that's all?
That's correct.
Okay, does that answer your question, Jim?
Yes. I have to agree with Commissioner Gales. You know, I live in the area. I live a couple of miles to the west. And I think we're to the point that we need to change some of our RA requirements. And, you know, 1 acre tracts is we're too dense is all there is to it. And I had conversation with Chief Thompson earlier about, I think it's, I forget which item it is that we've, on the TEs, but you're asking for fire suppression is going to be a necessity.
It's required. We're going to require it, yes.
Right.
And I got that approved, and I spoke with Mike Wilson about this, and he's...
Right, and I didn't speak to Mike, but I did speak to Chief Thompson about it, and he, I think, in turn talked to... I think the density is too high for this, especially with Henry Road, right where, and Henry Road is not in really good shape. And I have to agree with the gentleman that come up. I mean, there's a possibility of 60 cars at that intersection. And you've got 38th Street just a few feet to the southwest of there. And there's a lot of cars that come out on 38th Street. I think there's going to be a traffic problem there. You know, I wish you would take this application and reconsider and lower the density, and I'm talking as much as down to 2.5 acres. I don't know whether that's going to work for your client or not, and I don't know whether that's going to work for you. But I can't go along with the application the way it's submitted.
I don't see it being inconsistent with the surrounding areas, and we're proposing this as a gated community of 400, $300,000 to $500,000 homes, very upscale, and as far as it does meet the subdivision regs in this area. I mean, we've met all requirements.
I understand that.
Well, compatibility is for us to decide as opposed to the applicant. And if the infrastructure isn't there, if the compatibility in our judgment isn't there, that's why we're here to make decisions.
That's right.
So, Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
A suggestion to Commissioner Allen to take it back and reconsider. You're not willing to do that?
I'd have to discuss that with my client as far as I do not know. We haven't looked at anything else. I didn't see this coming at all. Staff recommends approval. So everything has been smooth going up until now, so that's something that I would definitely have to discuss with my client.
Maybe you might need a couple of weeks.
You want to?
Yeah, we'll continue it for 2 weeks. Continue the second item as well.
I'll move to continue for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll have to continue both items 19 and 20.
Yes. Second.
Yes, sir. Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue items 19 and 20. Cast your votes. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we're adjourned.
Stop! Are you kidding me? Tell me. Pick somebody.
Somebody's buzz.
Mine,
Okay.
on purpose. I want to get their attention.
Oh, he's going to yell at him.
Oh, okay. Well, I could just be her JJ. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, everyone. Maybe I will use this.
You got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume. And JJ, we're to item 24, I think.
Item 24, PUD 1508, application by LM Real Estate LLC to rezone 13,002 North Kelly Avenue to the PUD 1508 district.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Malik Masad on behalf of the applicant. What we have is a PUD to facilitate the use of 2 car dealerships. What you're getting handed around now are a series of renderings of the buildings, both from overhead and then also some 3D elevations so you can see what the scale of the buildings look like. What PUD 1508 will do is replace a standing PUD of 1441 that was done about 2 years ago, and the concept for that PUD, if you read the first page, was for office, warehouse, and automobile sales. So it had a plat with it that had a long, straight street going to the end of the pie-shaped tract that had various uses and office/warehouse buildings on either side of that street. What I would submit to this commission is what our application is asking for and what the PUD commits to is a much better product. It protects not only the turnpike, but the Kelly Avenue corridor. What we've committed to is the use of architectural metal panels, consistent with what everyone now is accustomed to with car dealerships. We've significantly limited the uses. We agree to the TE in which staff has asked for certain uses to be eliminated, although the ones that deal with car dealerships, I want to make sure that everybody understands the automobile dealership and mall use unit, as long as those items like outdoor storage and body work and all the things that we all typically associate with a car dealership are permitted and allowed under that use, then we're fine with amending and taking out all the other automobile dealership uses. We're also willing to take out the cultural exhibits, custom manufacturing, all the eating establishments, horticulture, laundry services, pawn shops. That leaves us with somewhere around 18, 19 uses. That means we've taken out over 40 uses. That is a PUD that is much more restrictive than the PUD that's already in place. It's a PUD that commits to architectural design and landscaping in excess of what's in place now. In addition to that, I had a meeting with Mr. Blair Humphreys on the phone this week. He represented an individual that has a house in the neighborhood to the east. And part of what I handed out is an email between Blair and I, where my client has agreed that the easternmost 30 feet of this PUD shall be reserved for a landscape buffer. And in that buffer, we will plant trees on 20-foot centers. We won't have any light poles within that 30 feet. And additionally, on the far east 100 feet, no light pole can be erected in excess of 15 feet. Also, there was an agreement with the cemetery to the north with the previous owner. There's a tree line there and a buffer, and my client is willing and agrees to maintain that tree line and to keep the agreement that the original property owner had. So with that, I would like to address a few of the TEs. The first TE we're in agreement with. The second TE, I already addressed the uses. The TE number 3 we're in agreement with. There's an existing telecommunication tower on the site that's under a long-term lease, so it has to remain, but we agree that there won't be any more telecommunication towers on the site. TE number 4, on buildings shall be oriented so that the backs of the buildings are not facing the turnpike. If you look at the way the turnpike curves around this property, it is virtually impossible to shield the backs of these buildings. Short of facing the buildings in a north-westerly direction, which would then face the building, the back of the building towards Kelly, there's no way to do it. In the large pieces of paper, you can see the renderings, and you can see in the 3D images how the backs will actually be, and everything is geared towards Kelly Avenue, but the way that that turnpike curves, you can't completely shield all of the backs without creating a problem on Kelly Avenue. On the overhead doors facing south, I'm going to allow Malik to explain that, but due to the unique nature of this site and how it tapers off as you go east, there's no good way to put that service building. And to be able to get cars in and out of there and have the flow that they need, what they've shown is what they need, but I'm going to allow Malik to address that. TE number 5, we are in agreement to increase our landscaping by 20%. TE number 6, we're okay with. TE number 7, because of the amount of frontage we have, we'd like to have 3 access points. Across the street from us is the Toyota dealership, and it has 2 with a lot less. You can see our site actually goes much further south, and with 2 dealerships, we believe we need 3 access points to help facilitate the flow.
Can you not redesign or design those 2 access points to give you the flow you need in and out, particularly since you can't tell us, at least as of yesterday, whether we're talking about 1 dealership or 2?
No, I can tell you we're talking about 2 dealerships. And
they've got their confirmation
and that's
for
why we
both?
needed 3. I talked to my client, and that's why they'd like 3. We have almost 750 feet of frontage, and with 2 dealerships, with the volume that you see around there, we think 3 would really help any congestion along there. On 8, I'll go ahead and skip to 9.10.2, 0.3, and 0.4 we're in agreement with. No EMD, no non-accessory, and attached signs will be in accordance with the base zoning regulation. On the height of the sign, staff has put in the staff report an 8-foot monument sign, and that does not work for our facility. When you look at the area, that being not just the general area, but immediately across the street from us, you have 65-foot signs, and I've included in your information pictures that were taken up and down Kelly showing the size of these signs. There's a Board of Adjustment order from 07 granting a 65-foot sign. There's one from 03 immediately north of that granting a 65-foot sign. There are numerous tall signs, 50-plus, all in that area. I believe it would put my client and this particular dealership, both of them, at a significant disadvantage if all of the other dealerships are allowed 65 and we're not allowed something similar. What my client would like to do is have 2 60-foot signs. We'd still be the smallest signs on Kelly. They're still smaller than all the utility poles that are up and down Kelly Avenue, and we think it's in keeping with the area. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Malik and have him address the use of the overhead doors facing south, unless there's questions of me.
Let's go back to the signs for a moment, David.
Yes.
Say you want 60-foot signs on Kelly,
Yes.
and I'm assuming those signs would be oriented where they would be highly visible from the turnpike.
I believe they would be visible from the turnpike just as all the other signs on Kelly are visible from the turnpike.
Well, the farther down Kelly I go, the less visible they are. You have a great deal of turnpike frontage here. Are you proposing any signs along the turnpike side?
No, sir.
What is this sign I see in my staff report for Subaru that appears to be a 26 or 27-foot sign?
I'm not sure what that is.
Well,
That's an example of what the sign could look like, not what is going to be placed here. That's just a typical Subaru image.
A typical Subaru sign. So we are an atypical.
No, it'll
Subaru
look like that in
dealership?
design. Not height. We're talking about the design of the sign is a typical Subaru
Well, but why
design.
can the typical guy get by with 26 feet and you need 60?
Because when you look at the area, if if we are going to be allowed something that is competitive and keeping with all the other dealerships up and down Kelly, we think 60, still coming in as the lowest sign, is reasonable.
People won't hurt their necks looking up. They'll look straight out and see yours.
Just as they'll see all the signs that are immediately across the street from us.
Okay.
We understand that signage is an issue, but what we're trying to do is, one, be reasonable, but two, be competitive and be in line with everyone else out there.
You have turnpike frontage and they don't.
That's correct.
I mean, you've got, you're going to be easy to see.
And I would submit, if anyone's driven up and down the turnpike, it's pretty easy to see all those dealerships. They're not blocked or shielded.
Where are the signs going to be?
They are actually marked on the large paper exhibit. There are little tick marks on that Kelly frontage. There are 3. You see the furthest one north and the furthest one south are the what will be the 2 60-foot signs, and then the other one is like a monument-type direction.
I'm sure I'm having trouble finding what you're describing.
Could I, Mr. Chairman?
Those are signs?
Those little dots?
Oh.
Right here, mounted.
So those are 3, right?
I believe the third is the directional sign.
And how tall will it be?
Less than 8 feet. It's the one inner here that you see that aren't required to be permitted. Informational directional sign that are ground monument short.
Are they going to be perpendicular to Kelly, both of them?
Yes. All of the signs will be.
Mr. Chairman, may I weigh in on this particular?
Go right ahead, Bob.
What the example that you submitted, this 3-page or 4-page example of giant signs, is exactly why I would never vote for this application, because this is wrong. This is absolutely, and it has nothing to do with competition. As Mr. Gales said, you have to bend your neck to see these, and your sign, that we've talked about 15 feet above grade, et cetera, your sign would be seen by everybody driving down the street. So however these guys got their signs built, that's not my problem. My problem is with this application, the size of sign is absolutely unacceptable to me. It may be, I'm not sure the other commissioners, but this doesn't work, and this is the example of why this city needs a sign policy as soon as possible, because giant 50, 70-foot pole signs just make things not very attractive, and good cities do not have this kind of ability to put signs up. So bring the sign down. I don't care, the dealership, all the things that you've agreed to take out of your application, all of which is acceptable, the landscaping, et cetera, but this isn't going to work. Pardon me, for me.
Is there a height that would work? I think part of our problem is all we're trying to do is be competitive, and whether or not the city needs a new policy, I think that's a separate issue. This is an application that will provide a good opportunity for the city. It's in keeping with everything else that's out there. So if the sign policy needs to change, then that's a separate issue than defeating a whole application on one small element of it. But is there a height that would make you comfortable?
Well,
15?
15. Give you that because it's right within sight distance. You just drive down there and say, oh, that's these guys. Who are those guys? That you're competitive.
I believe some time ago we had a rather protracted hearing on close to this site, although it fronted on Broadway, for a Hummer dealership sign. And I believe at that point we ended up with a 25-foot sign. Which I believe was the same applicant.
To address the Malik Massid, 1010 Castle Road, Edmond, Oklahoma, 73034, I represent the owners of the property, and in regards to your sign, if you've ever driven down Kelly, once you hit the Buick GMC store that's owned by Bob Howard and Group 1, you're about eye level with that Mazda sign, and you're definitely below Toyota sign. Toyota sign's about 65 feet. Ours is less than that, and you're still eye level. There's about a 30-foot drop from that point to when you hit that property. So it's not a matter of, are you going to break your neck looking up at a sign? We want to be the sign that you see, just like Toyota is, and they've got the biggest sign on the block.
Yeah, we regret that, by the way.
You should see the one in Norman. That's 85 feet.
Yeah, well,
But you know, I would limit myself if you would give me a billboard. I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Great, we'll do that. With flashing lights on it, really?
Absolutely.
That's great, okay.
If I could. Let's get to a practical point here in this discussion. I mean,
I would like to hear from Commissioner Williams. I'm having a problem with this application, not because of the signs that they want, although if that is an integral part of their business, maybe that is part of the problem. But what I remember about this site is that when it was before us before, we took some time and trouble and went through a process of negotiating at some length for what we wanted to see on the property. I thought that we considered Kelly sort of a line in terms of auto dealerships, and that we wanted to see something different on this piece of property because of its proximity to the turnpike and so forth, also because of its proximity to the cemetery. I was astonished to learn, and I will confess that I have not gone and pulled the previous PUD to look at its provisions in detail, but I was a little surprised to be told that it did contain the possibility of a dealership on site. But what I remember about it was the long drive and the use of the property for possibly individual businesses, possibly combined spaces to make larger spaces. And so this is not what I would like to see at this location for a variety of reasons. I don't mean that as a personal preference. I think this is not the best use of this land, in my view. And so I'd like, remind me, if you will, sort of how we got here.
I'd be happy to.
I was asking Commissioner Williams if I could.
Sure.
Well, this is kind of a surprise to me because we spent a lot of time structuring that last PUD. And one of the primary issues was a couple of things. One, it was on the appearance quarter, and we were dealing with the signage. We were dealing with not only the pole sign, but we were dealing with the signage on the buildings, what would be seen from the Kilpatrick Turnpike. And I think we spent a lot of time with that, and we didn't want to see a sea of cars there. You know, we dealt with the roofs because I think the Kilpatrick is up taller. So we spent a lot of time with trying to come up with something, and I was surprised myself when we came up, well, here's the best fix. We just put another car dealership. And I was really opposed to any 70-foot signs and this type of thing because, you know, we're just swamped with those type of signs out there now. You can see it. Everybody knows those are car dealerships there. So I don't agree with the competitiveness of the tall signs, you know. So that's, you know, and I don't forget all the details of the original PUD, but I think it had some room in there for a variety of things. But basically it was office and small businesses, and we dealt with the materials and everything. So, you know, this is more of a surprise to me also.
Can I respond to that?
Sure. Okay.
PUD 1441 did allow for 2 car dealership locations along Kelly, as well as behind that there were about 20 to 30 little small industrial sites. And I know one of the issues are the garage doors facing the south. In the original PUD, that would have been 10 to 15 garage doors facing the highway itself. I'm asking for 2. And the reason being is we've spent about a year and a half working with a company called PPG who specializes in auto repair facilities, and this will be the most efficient facility in the country once constructed. So the flow of traffic that needs to happen needs to include those 2 garage doors facing south. That's why we're asking for those.
Well, I know I can't support the application with a 70-foot sign, so
What would you be happy with?
15.
All right, what between 15 and 70 would you be happy with?
15.5.
Okay, I'm good with 69.3.
We'll
get there, I know we'll get there.
Yeah. What concerns me as I'm thinking about this is the visibility of a sea of cars from the roadway, which we don't have now, in the same highly visible way that we do from other dealerships to the west. And I'd certainly want to find some way to blunt that from the point of view of appearance along that turnpike. This is not I-35 south of downtown or I-40 west out of downtown, and we don't have a lot of industrial uses that are highly visible on this site, and this is an appearance corridor.
And on the appearance corridor, we've agreed to the standards for appearance corridors. I think that's all a developer can be asked to do. Which the other sites that we're in and Zone Straight I-2 and maybe before appearance corridor don't have to meet the same strict guidelines that we've agreed to within our PUD. And on the point that Malik made, when you look at the plat of the old PUD, it would have been a stripped-out office warehouse. It would have had, every building would have had the ability to have a overhead garage door that would have been visible from the turnpike. So we think and would submit that based on the appearance corridor, this is a better use of this oddly shaped parcel.
I mean, look, due respect to, and understand you're on the appearance corridor, which basically sets the minimum, in my view, not the maximum. I don't necessarily think that the use is inappropriate at this location. It's kind of got, it somewhat ring fences our car dealerships with this one, if that makes any sense. Because you can't go north, you can't go really south down Kelly to put any major use until you get to Hefner, of course. That's a separate conversation. But I think the conversation, John, and this goes to things that we've discussed before. The point of a PUD is that it's a negotiated form whereby we get certain standards that are greater than the minimums. And I'm not sure I'm getting them here in this PUD. I'm getting enhanced landscaping, but I'm only getting the enhanced landscaping that's already required by the ordinance, by virtue of the appearance corridor.
We're having to increase by 20%, and in addition, we're providing 30 feet on the east, and in addition, we're maintaining the significant tree line on the north. So I would submit that you are getting something. You are getting increased by 20% in addition to tree line on the north and nothing but landscaping on the far eastern 30 feet. So I think that is an increase from what other applications and what other people along this corridor have had to do.
Well, again, all due respect, I look at the tree line to the north, and the people to the north really don't care.
Both my grandparents are there, and they don't seem to care.
Yeah.
So.
But let's go back. Where we really want the landscaping is obviously along the turnpike, along the roadway where people are going to see it. The other concern, David, that I have is there are a lot of uses in here that have nothing to do with automobile dealerships that remain, and I don't see out parcels in the front of that site being used for retail sales or pawn shops or anything of the sort, and they're all in there.
And I went through those, and we've agreed to remove those. At the beginning of my presentation,
I'd need to see a list of those in order for me to even comprehend, because you went through them pretty quickly, and I couldn't keep up with all of them.
Just further to that, as we get to the far southern point of your PUD, I note as I look at your large drawing, you've got parking for cars that will pretty much extend all the way back to the the eastern tip, David, I'm sorry, the point of the pie shape, right?
No, that where you're seeing parking is around 550 feet from the east property line.
So that's 550. Now, where do your lights stop, though? That's what I want to know.
They'll be somewhere in the parking lot. We have to submit a lighting plan when we go to do this.
Well, I know, but I mean, your property line butts hard up against some residential areas right there, and that was a concern, as we talked about that in our earlier conversation, was, you know, car dealerships are intrusive uses when they come up against residential.
There's an email that I handed out. We've come to an agreement with the neighbor most affected. What we've agreed to is 30 feet. We're going to plant tall trees on 20-foot centers. We're not going to allow any lights within that 30 feet. Within the first 100 feet, measured from the east property line, nothing can be in excess of 15 feet as far as light poles go. And everything will be shielded away from the neighbors. So at least the one neighbor that directly abuts to this, his representative, Mr. Humphreys, and I, as you can see in the email I handed out, came to an agreement that they were satisfied with.
David, I'm a little confused. We want two dealerships, and they're on the west half of the property. Then you have the big white building with a bunch of parking to the east of that. What's the purpose of the white building?
It's a body shop. That's the body shop.
That's all body shop?
Yes.
And that's all damaged, or not all, but damaged cars parked east of it, probably.
I don't know, there's damaged cars.
Well, they're waiting for it to be serviced.
Well, they're there for the body shop, so I assume there's something wrong with them.
I think that could be something as little as a scratch. I don't think they're going to have cars on blocks out there.
Well, that's what happens when they get hit hard.
When they get hit that hard,
where are they
up in an impound yard.
Where are they
I
going to
can
put them?
attest that, but
You know, frankly, this design has some appeal to me over the previous design that was just stripped out, because I saw just little choppy.
Right.
So the three large structures have some appeal to me. I just think you need to give us a little more to help us get over the hump and certainly address the signage. I don't think anyone's buying the sign argument that it needs to be 60 feet, or we're not competitive.
No, and I don't think, you know, I'm getting tired of bidding in 5-foot increments on the horseshoe, frankly. And so are all these people sitting out here.
Yep.
I mean, they got better things to do.
My suggestion is, I don't think we're going to resolve this today. I think you should go back, figure out what you're willing to do, bring it back to us, because I don't see a resolution.
we'll take a 2-week continuance.
Let me ask you one other question before we do
Yes,
that.
sir.
On this plan you have here,
Yes.
the landscaping that's shown, is that the extent of the landscaping? Because one problem I see with the parking spaces, we have islands, and I don't see any type of landscaping in those islands in this sea of parking lot. So we need to, if we, you know, moving forward, I would really like to see those islands softened up even more too.
Okay. We'll add some detail to the landscaping portion of this.
And lighting as well.
On the lighting, I don't know that they will, with specificity, be able to show you every single light pole that's going to be on this property.
Lights, give us a sample of them.
The code requires directional lights, shielded.
This is on the appearance court, so there's another level.
In the staff report, we've agreed to the appearance corridor standards.
Bob,
It's in your staff report.
microphone. But when you come back, this will be in there, okay?
Stuart Cranford, are you here? Your issues about buffering have been addressed, have they not? So you're okay with what's... Okay, and we're going to continue this for 2 weeks.
I move that we continue this application for 2 weeks.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue item 24 for 2 weeks. Cast your votes. And it's continued.
Item 25, PUD 1509, application by USA Metal Recycling to rezone 100 North Morgan Road.
afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Mr. Tom Smith on behalf of USA Metal Recycling. What our application for is a scrap metal operation on Morgan Road, and this is a case where the city has a need for this type of product to be moved. And so the question we have to ask is, where is an appropriate location for that? When you look at this location, it has some features that make it well suited for this type of operation. We have a significant tree line on the east that will remain. We have a railway line on the northern boundary that will allow my client to utilize shipping all the material via railroad. So unlike other facilities similar to this around the city, that you have traffic congestion issues and you have road infrastructure issues with the big trucks that are constantly hauling that product off-site to roads that might be undersized, the ability to utilize this facility with the rail line makes it a very well-suited site for this type of use. There was a protest letter I'd like to address. At the end of the protest letter, it has 4 aerials that they claim are my client's facilities around, and I'll let my client address it more in detail. But in the PowerPoint that you have in front of you, if you turn to page 6, which is the first picture listed in the protest letter, the protester was wrong. The site that he shows, what he claims is my client, is actually a competitor across the street. My client is to the west, and as you see, my client's property is perfectly clean. If you go to page 10, which is the second picture listed in the protester's letter, the concrete pad that is outlined in red highlights my client's property. The portion that the protester...
Before you go on, can I ask you about the site, the one in Shoto, that you say is perfectly clean, which it is. Do they not do metal recycling there? I mean, the picture looks like the property's empty.
Ma'am, my name's Tom Smith. That was in the construction phase. We went to Google Earth, and I'm sure, as anyone would, they Google Earth and assumed that the scrap metal that was there was ours, but we were in the construction phase of that property, and then a few pages past the Google Earth picture, some actual pictures of our site.
I see. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Then if you go to page, I believe it's, 10, the concrete pad is actually my client's site, not the portion of cars that are laid around the yard to the east. And there you can see there's an active operation going on. But it's another instance when it's the picture depicted in the protest letter doesn't accurately depict my client's actual property. Page 14 is, it is my client's property. The picture that I got off the website, it's hard to see. This is further out, so you can see the full scale of the site that they own. And it's a lot cleaner shape than I think maybe the picture in the protest. It's kind of blurry, hard to see. And then finally, if you turn to page 18, that matches the picture in the protester's letter, but I would submit that this is a well-organized scrap operation at 17. It's an overhead. Everything is got its place. It's not just, 18, Cindy, kind of strewn about like you see in some of these others. So I just wanted to address those pictures that are in the protest letter in some instances aren't even my client's property, and in some don't actually reflect what's actually going on. And with that, I'm going to have Mr. Smith explain what their use is and why they were drawn to the site.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Smith. I'm with USA Metal Recycling. I put together a PowerPoint to address first off the complaint that we received from the property owner to the south. And if you would hit the next slide, please. This is the letter that you have in the packet and that you have a copy of, so I just added that to it. Next slide. I did respond in writing and spoke to the Greg Klein from the property owner to the south this morning. I had called yesterday and left a message, and we did discuss this on the phone this morning. And I did provide him also with a copy of this PowerPoint. It's very understandable, his concerns. We face this problem in every location that we go to create a new operation. Nobody wants this type of business in their backyard. My job is to show folks what we do. We have a little bit of a different niche. Next slide, please. For instance, in Chota, Oklahoma, you can well see that our site was under construction. You can't really see it. Next slide. This is the finished site. We have all concrete. It's back off of the street. Next slide. And it's on the main drag on Highway 69 in Chota. Chota, Oklahoma is a small community, obviously to the east of here, that is riddled with awful scrap metal operations and junkyards on the main drag in Chota, Oklahoma. We're directly across the busiest highway and the entry to Chota from Sonic. So I took this picture from the Sonic parking lot to show you, to give you a bird's eye view of where we are and what our facility looks like as opposed to our competitor. In Fayetteville,
Before we leave that slide, can I ask you, in that slide, if you're looking across the street, in front of the metal building that's to the right, there's sort of a pile of stuff.
it's dirt. That's dirt from construction, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been removed. In Fayetteville, we're in an industrial area, and there's obviously a junkyard behind us, but that's not our property, nor is it our product. Our facility there is concrete and well-maintained. We have all of our sites are drive-through operations that our patrons, when they bring aluminum cans or copper, brass, they literally drive inside the building, offload their product, we pay them, and then they drive out. Next slide. This is just a picture of the yard. We're not a style of a company that stockpiles material for resale or play the market. We usually turn our inventory about 150% each month, so we have outlets for our material globally. Next slide. The Joplin location, literally 2 weeks ago, we just started pouring concrete. It's in the early phases of being permitted from the city of Joplin, and we're in the process of concreting it. This material here is just a pile of actually 155 millimeter bombshells that we get from a company in Joplin that demunicipalizes those only at that site, and we then put them on rail cars and ship them out.
Let me interrupt you if I can, maybe in the interest of time. Your neighbors, I think, would be concerned with what they can see.
Yes, sir.
So the issue of what's piled up, how high it's piled up, is it visible beyond the site-proof screening you're required to provide? Those would be questions that I think we would be interested in hearing.
Well, I can start with the easy part. Our sign is only 8 feet tall.
All right, you got that.
Okay. Occasionally we do have piles of material, and further into the slide, I'll show you some pictures if we can just fast forward maybe next to the Lowell operation. There we go. This is our operation in Lowell, and that's typically what our sign looks like, so we've already addressed that. This is the driveway, and this was taken yesterday morning, so it was a little hazy there. And this is our scale house, to where this is the type, very similar to the type of operation we're proposing in Oklahoma City. We have 2 scales, one inbound and outbound, for trucks and vehicles with trailers for the flow of things. Next slide. This is typical of the pile of material that you see around the shredder. The shredder pile, we're courteous to our neighbors. So the design of the facility, this would be actually behind the building and shouldn't be visible from the street. Now, I don't have a topographical of the facility, but to the west, there's a tree line and the rail line where we'll be using rail for inbound and outbound shipments. And to the east. To the west would be Morgan Road. So this building would be in between the scrap pile and Morgan Road.
So, if I could, that's the point that I think we want to, you have an operations building and your actual site diagram is a little fuzzy. So I see Morgan Road at the top of your site diagram, looking at the staff report. And then I see your, quote, operations building, right?
Yes.
Which looks like an slight L-shaped building. And then you have scrap piles. Now, what you're saying to me here is, I'm looking at your site, your building doesn't look quite big enough to shield all those scrap heaps that I see kind of strewn across the
Well, I think that's a
the
good question.
landscape.
Typically, when your finished product is processed, it's very dense and small, so there's not going to be a lot of tall piles. What we'll have is different grades of material that will likely never be over 8 or 9 feet tall. The main process would be the pile, like you saw in the picture a minute ago, of unprocessed material that comes in, washers, dryers, bicycles, car bodies, things like that. And our machine can process, 110 to 120 tons an hour, so it goes fast, and then it densifies it into such a pile that is not relevant.
So the unfinished materials then would be over behind the building.
Yes, the unfinished material is really the gist of the concern.
Right, exactly. And then as I look to in the pictures to the right side, or the eastern part of your lot, then would be the shredder and the piles, smaller, more compact piles of finished material.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A question about noise. When the shredder is working, how much noise does it make?
Depending on where it is, if you go back to the PowerPoint, I can show you an aerial photo of our location. And one of the, I think it's forward of this one. There you go. This shredder operation is in Lowell, Arkansas, and to the right you'll notice a subdivision of 244 houses in between our site. There's a rail line and then in the homes. Typically we run anywhere from 60 to 70 decibels at the property line. There's a noise ordinance that we follow, and I can't imagine the site that we have chosen in Oklahoma City to be a problem. It's just not. There's not homes around it. At the property line, we won't be over 70 decibels at all.
And is this operation 24 hours a day? What's the limits of your operation?
Yes, we operate 24/7 when needed, and most of that is for maintenance and maintaining the operation. Now, we're not open to the public 24/7. Our business hours when we're open to the public are typically 8 to 5 Monday through Saturday and closed on Sunday.
Your lawnmower, Bob, makes more noise than 60 or 70 decibels.
What does?
Your lawnmower
Yes.
is louder.
The area back to I guess there's the south, and then to the east, your shredder would be predominantly located on the eastern side of your lot, is I-2 zoning, right? I believe that's I-2 back to on the east side.
Shredder's closer to the north of the site.
That's true, John. Yeah, it's closer to...
And the rail spur comes in across their property.
Yeah.
And that's where they receive and send out.
But you're correct. If you look at a zoning map, the predominant zoning in this entire area is I-2. It's all straight I-2. It's a very industrialized area.
One of the also things I want to bring to your attention, that all of our locations in operation now are in the city limits of each city that we're in. And in the interest of time, I didn't bring letters or mayors with me, but we strive to be user-friendly. We have great relationships with our cities. We're good actors. Our facilities look nice. We're head and shoulders above our competitors in any market that we're in. Particularly Shodo, I think, was very excited to have us to set a new standard for their city and maybe bring the standards up for the other folks that are in that city.
We like that and applaud you for it. It's wonderful. Unfortunately, there's sort of that catch-22 that, once the zoning's granted, if you go away, the next person that comes along may not be as good an actor as you are. So we still have to consider all those impacts.
I understand.
We do have 4 people signed up. So I think we've got some people who want to protest your application. We'd like to hear from them.
Thank you.
And inasmuch as there were 4 of you, and I'll just call you in the order that I have these names here, if someone who speaks before you has told us what you intend to tell us, we would appreciate you not coming and repeating what we've already been told. I'm going to butcher this name because I apologize, I can't read it. Bill Beardsley?
Beardsley, you did very well.
No, I got close anyway. Thank you. If you give us your name and address.
Very good. My name is Bill Beardsley. My address is 2339 East Grawweiler, Irving, Texas.
Okay.
I'm with Inland Truck Parts Company. We have an operation at 1905 South Nicholas in Oklahoma City currently. We're an employee-owned company, 100% employee-owned, and we have a $6 million project planned to move our facility directly to the south of this proposed rezone. We purchased the property based on the I-2 zoning of the neighborhood. It's conducive to what we want it to be in. We believe that this change would have a strong adverse effect to our property values and to the desirability of the property to our customer base. As you saw in the pictures, whether they depicted the applicant or not, they did depict the areas that they end up being in. And as you mentioned, what happens next? The next person that moves in with a similar industry moving in there, you have, before you know it, a neighborhood that looks very much like those pictures are showing. And if this is to be rezoned, we would certainly have to perhaps reconsider that expansion project that we have planned for Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Beardsley? Thank you, sir. O.A. Garr. Mr. Garr.
My name is O.A. Garr, 5416 Piedmont Road North, Oklahoma City. I represent, as being a part of a partner of the property directly across the street to the west, which we own approximately 28 acres. It's in a PUD. It has very high standards as far as building is concerned. We're very concerned about any type of operation like this, how it might affect us financially. But we're also concerned about, we picked our location some years ago, reference to West Oklahoma City and the look of the industrial growth and what type of products would be there. Recently, the I-40 Morgan Road bridge that was put in there is basically giving us a nice appearance coming in from Oklahoma City from the west. Frankly, that enhanced us to knowing that was going to come when we first bought the property, even though it was a few years before that's taken place, to invest in this. The standards that we have in our PUD require for concrete buildings or brick veneers, very high standards. We have a major, this PUD has 90 acres in it, Autocraft, United Engine, getting ready to start a new building to the west, maybe now. And so we have great concern about this type of product being put in this particular location. Not that we don't think it has merit to it, but we think this type of product for this location in Oklahoma City is really not well suited for the future of the city and the industrial growth that would be there, the type that would be in that part of the city.
Thank you. Don Navard.
I'm Don Navard, 4800 North Lincoln Boulevard, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I represent West Hall Commerce Center, which is PUD 517, which is directly across the street from the proposed location. Commissioner Henley made a comment that you're looking for standards greater than minimum. PUD 517, West Hall Commerce Center, has those standards. We're all concrete buildings. We have no metal buildings. We have no outside storage, and we do not front the streets with outside storage. That project has been going on for many years, started by the Hall family. I'm sure you're all aware of Autocraft and what they've done out there. And we're carrying on that same progress in terms of developing that property. The Commerce Center has 5 members. UE Manufacturing, who is here today, is one. Autocraft is one. They are very concerned, tremendously concerned about the value to their business about a metal recycling yard across the street. I noted in their pictures that they were in areas where there were similar operations going on. We don't have that at this location. We have a location that, because of the new interchange, I-40 and Morgan Road, we now have a greater entrance into North Oklahoma City and to the Reno-Morgan area of this state-of-the-art turnaround exchange. And that's bringing good business and good activity and a lot of really good traffic. And we think this is going to damage that good business and that good traffic and the values to their properties. And I think you're going to hear today from UE that they too have some questions about going forward with the new plant. They bought 6 acres from us to build a large plant because of this. So we hope that you will take in consideration the interests of West Hall Commerce Center and its members, as well as the interests of the individual participants as well in denying this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Reinhardt. Something new for us.
Well, I apologize. I don't have a lot of new, but I feel obligated to still go over a couple items that we've already touched on. My name is Chris Reinhardt. He's correct. We do own the property at 9,000 Northwest 2nd, and it's also we own the property at 10,000 Northwest 2nd. Rather than read the letter, which my company is a publicly held company, has asked, which they've hit on quite a bit, what I would say is that we did a lot of due diligence to check the areas prior to us purchasing property in the state of Oklahoma, let alone in Oklahoma City. And it was through, I believe, Governor Mary Fallin and the city officials that convinced us not to move to Texas and to build in this particular site when the site became available. And he is correct. For the past several years, not only business owners like ourselves, but also state and local organizations have invested a great amount of money in this moderate industrial area. I-40 Exchange, I think the numbers show $34 million is what the taxpayers paid in that area. I don't believe it was for this type of a location or for a rezoning at this time. The project, among others, was intended to build up the area, attracting many additional businesses, thus increasing jobs in the manufacturing, warehousing, and distribution. This is moderate industry, is what they were asking for. Allowing for a spot zoning as proposed in PUD 1509 would have an adverse effect, like the gentleman before me said, in this plan. A large business like us do not want to be next door or near dusty environmental areas and an eyesore. And I understand that Mr. Henley said he's going to have the piles behind. I'm sure everybody in the business today meant to do well and have those piles behind. But if you go down Reno, you go down Southside, and you look at the competitors, there's no way to put a building big enough to cover everything from behind. Our understanding of 1509 proposed by U.S. Metal Recycling, although I'm not directly a metal recycling business, I have an outside view of the facility that will produce other concerns in the area. The things we're concerned with, and he brought up one of them, is the types of vehicles that travel that road that have the materials on the vehicles. And I think y'all probably sometime in your life have followed these vehicles. There's no laws that govern them. They'll drop material up and down Morgan Road, and it's a very dense traffic area. Lots of 18-wheelers, lots of vehicles, lots of cars. I've personally lived in this area since 1986, 3 miles down the road, and I chose to do business in this area because of what the city has done with their taxpayers' monies to make the area better for the future of our children, if nobody else, for the better of ourselves. The other thing I would add, he brought up a railroad spur. It's the first time I heard about the railroad. I also deal with DeLisi down the road at Sarah Road, which is 1 mile west of this particular location, and again, they set up on the railroad so that they could use it. And back years ago, I'm guessing that was a great way for transportation. Today, if you try to travel that road at lunchtime, you'll be shut down for 30 to 45 minutes. I have 200-plus employees, and there's not a one that doesn't know not to go down that road during lunch, because I believe the law states they're not allowed to block the road more than, I believe, 10 minutes. Although it states that, there's no way that you can have a spur to disconnect and connect up to cars that quickly. I do understand that we have a need in our communities for these type of operations. I just believe they're better suited to be further outside the city limits and outside the areas that we currently have. Your stance on opposing the zone change in this area would be greatly appreciated, and I hope I don't have to look at washers and dryers in the backyard in the near future.
Thank you.
If I could just address a couple of points. One of the comments that was made was protecting the area and how do we ensure. One of the abilities to ensure is the use of the PUD. And what our PUD calls for is a 20-foot buffer along the entirety of Morgan Road with detailed tree planting requirements. We have an 8 to 10-foot screening wall. And when you look at what the site's zoned right now, it's zoned straight I-2. And I think the protections that we're writing into the PUD are up and above what straight I-2 could be. If you look at one of the aerials that I handed out, there are several areas of outdoor storage within this area. In fact, right exactly northwest of us on the city zoning map says outdoor storage. So I would submit that this is in keeping with the area, but we have an opportunity here via the PUD to enhance the regulations and the requirements to make sure that the facility is something that people don't mind and something that does work better than maybe other facilities around. And I'm not sure about the comment on the rail. I think we see that as a benefit rather than sending heavy trucks down Morgan Road with all that material on them to then get to an end user. To put them on a rail seems like a better way to do it for the city. And we can commit. Sorry?
We have a really nice scrap metal yard at 59th and I-35. It's really well maintained, and it's not an eyesore at all, and that's a lie. Okay, that's the worst eyesore Oklahoma City has. When we approved that, it was going to be the best thing since bubble gum. And I agree that we need these places. I understand that. We also have one at 44th and Center just to the east, which has not yet gone into operation yet. One of the bad things about the one at 59th and Interstate 35 is the traffic. You cannot get up and down, and I forget the name of the street, High, early in the morning or late in the afternoon because of the traffic going into that dump yard that we've got there. And it's in a special use permit. I don't understand why this is not in a special use permit, so that, if it were to get zoned and it isn't well maintained, and I don't understand why we haven't done something with the facility that I've talked about. But anyway, with a special use permit, at least we would have some kind of control.
Well, that's what
I think we would have some, we're supposed to have some kind of control.
Here's the issue with the special use on the 59th and High. That's straight I-3 with the special use.
That's right.
So we don't have all the landscaping items drawn into the special use. So that's why we believe, and I obviously have intimate knowledge of the site that you're talking about, and that has, outside of the way that the site is set up, it has real problems. This site has a better footprint on Morgan to allow, and you saw how all the cars that drop off are inside getting stuff. And you saw what the buildings look like here compared to what it looks like on High, and I would submit to you the city has the recourse with our PUD. If we don't have the landscaping and we don't have the pile behind the building like we're committing to, they can be issued fines and citations every single day, whereas that special permit operates on the use. It doesn't control the landscaping out there.
But still, you're going to have you're going to have the traffic problem.
I don't think it'll be as bad.
I don't see how you can get beyond the traffic problem.
Well, part of the traffic problem on High is the fact that the product that leaves High, all the cars that get crushed, are leaving on flatbed semis and then leaving down High.
I understand, but how does it get there? It gets there by old trucks, old trailers, stuff falling off of, it's similar. There's just no way you can get around it. You're going to have traffic, and the traffic that you're going to have is going to be dirty traffic.
If you look at High, where the building sits compared to where the High Road is, it's real close. Here, the buildings will be set off further from Morgan Road, so there won't be the backup that you have on High Avenue. So it will be a very different product. And I think the PUD is what helps the city get to that different product.
If I may.
Yeah.
When I looked at this application yesterday and spoke with Mr. Box, obviously, and read through the staff report, et cetera. And frankly, if I had a disappointment about the way this case has kind of moved forward to date, it's like the protesters all came out from under the ether on the 25th, 2 days ago. These letters, I mean, you got your notices a while back. How come nobody picked up the phone? I mean, that's a fair comment for me. As I might be my review this, well, maybe it's not so bad. Thank you for that. But to the protesters' point, which had not been, is this: these are I-2 uses that are being engaged in out there, and it sounds like I've never. This is one of the few times that I've had an industrial application where all the other guys came and said, we really don't want any more intense uses. Typically, the level of protest that we see in a case like this would be from a residential or other sort of use. I'm somewhat compelled to agree with the protesters with respect to the quality of the use. This is I think we need to be clear. This is an I-3 use that is being put into a PUD to grant us, as Mr. Box rightly says, additional protections and coverage. They would normally be covered under a special permit, I believe. If I've stated the legal aspects of that wrong, anyway. But let's be clear. This is an I-3 use that is being put into an I-2 area with coverage, with additional permits. And due respect to the USA guys, they seem like they operate a nice operation, but it may not be appropriate in this area that is firmly developing in what appears to be a very good fashion I-2. I mean, there's some people who've made some significant investments in the area out there, and they've certainly all taken significant time to come down here and talk to us about this. So,
to the I-2 point, scrap operations are allowed within I-2 as well under a special permit, but to have any of the outdoor activity, you have to have I-3. So the use is certainly contemplated within I-2.
Right, but it would have to be all indoors. And if it were all indoors, I would suggest that not too many of these guys would be down here talking to us. It'd be a different conversation, is my conjecture.
The unfortunate thing for us here in Oklahoma City, basically, is in terms of having reserved industrial land, we have very little of it that is served by rail, which for certain kinds of businesses is a significant plus. And it's just too bad we don't have it and that we don't have a mechanism for setting it aside and reserving it as some communities do. But I'm also sympathetic to people who do their due diligence, research the area, say I'm going into an I-2 area with an I-2 use, and it looks like what I'm going to do is going to be compatible with what's going on. And we've also had a major investment at the I-40 Morgan interchange.
Right.
And so it's, in this case, a difficult choice for me.
To that end,
1 second.
If you look at, like I said, not only the aerial, but the city zoning map, there are outdoor storage areas more visible to Morgan Road and the other arterials than ours would be. So I would submit that when these significant investments were made, the outdoor storage and the things on the aerial were already there.
Janet, you were going to say something?
I'm just going to ask a question. Something that I thought I heard. Would a special permit not give us the ability to control things like the landscaping? Are your conditions for a special permit strictly limited to the operation of the...
You wouldn't be able to condition anything in a special permit that you couldn't do in a PUD.
But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, if we chose to pursue this through a special permit, would we not have the same level of control over things like landscaping?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, but it would also require rezoning.
Yeah, you'd have to go.
Anyway.
You'd have to rezone to I-3 and then ask for the special permit.
Well, even with a special permit, I mean, with the thing that we've got at 59th and Interstate 35.
If they don't do it,
I don't think those were drafted into that special permit is the issue. Just the special permit on its own doesn't do anything to landscaping. Those would have to be conditioned within that special permit, and I don't believe they were.
well, I think we've heard what we're going to hear, Commissioners, in terms of pros and cons. So it's a question of action.
I don't think I can support this anymore. I mean, I considered it, but I just don't think, I don't know, given where we are and the interest that has been expressed by the community when we had just a single letter with respect to this that was somewhat wishy-washy, but definitely in protest. My view was a little different. It's been colored today. I'll move to deny.
Second. Any further discussion, Commissioners? Okay, we have a motion to deny item 25. Cast your votes. And it is denied.
Thank you.
Item 26, SPUD 730, application by Infant Crisis Services to rezone 4224 North Lincoln Boulevard.
Tim, see all the protesters?
On this one? Good afternoon, Tim Johnson with Johnson & Associates. On behalf of the Infant Crisis Centers, the applicant. Also here from Infant Crisis Center is Ms. Jennifer, representing them. This is an opportunity for them to expand their existing facility located at Lincoln and 42nd Street. The staff has given you a letter of support from some of the surrounding neighbors along Lincoln. The staff is supporting this application. We do agree that we would provide a site triangle at the corner of 42nd and North-South Street there on the east side. Lindsay? That's the site plan.
No one has signed up, Commissioners.
I move approval of the application.
Second. We have a motion and second to approve item 26. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
You're approved.
Item 27, C6418, preliminary plat of Palermo Place, located west of Western and south of Southwest 134th Street.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, also with me, Bob Gum, Chris Anderson, Todd Butler. This is an application that was here last time, and it was a 4-2 vote. There weren't enough commissioners to move it. So we're back again. The TEs we are in agreement with, 1 through 6. Number 7, I believe, was discussed at the last hearing, and what we had asked for is to modify TE number 7 to have the sidewalks within the common areas, but not on Blackwelder. We don't access Blackwelder, and that was at the request of the neighbors. Blackwelder actually becomes privatized at the southern end of our plat. So the staff report has some comments in the traffic section that I'd like to address that are in error, and Mr. Butler's here to address them if the commission would like, but the staff report states that the improvements described in the conclusion section should be constructed as part of the initial phase. That's not what the traffic study says. We're in agreement with doing the traffic signal when the traffic study said is warranted. Like I said, Mr. Butler is here to address that if the commission wants. There is a protest issue on this, and it has to do with some oil and gas interests. And so what we've done between last time and now is we had Mr. Anderson produce an exhibit showing there are the 2 areas in orange represent 2 areas that we could, if the preliminary plat was passed, go and finally plat right now that wouldn't be touched by an oil and gas line, and it doesn't represent any of the area that the oil and gas folks have said they have an interest in drilling. So from our point of view, if you have property that's properly zoned and our plat conforms to that, the interests of the oil and gas, we understand, are there. They have a superior right. We have to live within the rights that they have. But there is property that is able to be developed, and we don't feel like we should be held hostage by the oil and gas interests that don't know what their plan is. It's been 2 weeks, and we've had no more update from the oil and gas interest. You see all over this city preliminary plats, and that's the key word, preliminary, where there are active oil and gas wells. There are active gas lines. We understand that at the time we go to develop and finally plat an area that has an oil and gas line or an active well, arrangements are going to have to be made. But some of this property can be developed and should be developed. And I think it's telling that we've been working with the oil and gas company for months now, and still 2 weeks have gone by, and there's been no progress on here's where we're going to go, here's where we're going to be. In addition, the oil and gas company, although they have superior rights, also still have to go to the Board of Adjustment. They can't just go drop rigs out there. They're out of the U7 district, which requires a variance and an application from the Board of Adjustment. So we think that this plat is just preliminary. It doesn't affect the rights of the oil and gas. It conforms to the PUD, and therefore we would ask for your approval. If there's any questions of me or the host of experts I have with me, let me know.
David, the only thing that's on the TEs was just TE7, and that's deletion of language. Is that correct?
What's that?
The only thing on the technical evaluations was deletion of some language in TE7.
Yes.
Is that what I understand?
Yes. Chris? Yeah, all the other TEs we're in agreement with, just the deletion of the black welder sidewalk, and we're in agreement with all of the other TEs.
And the only area you're trying to plat now is the very southeast corner?
Well, this just shows what we could find. We don't have any final plats filed, but this just shows what we could, assuming this was approved today, we could file for a final plat on 2 separate areas that I think represents 50, maybe 60 homes. So there's ample area to be developed that doesn't have the issues that the oil and gas interests are concerned with. But having said that, we understand that no matter what, their interest is superior, and we have to live within the bounds of that, and we will.
Okay. Roland?
My name's Roland Tagg. My address is 100 North Broadway, and I'm appearing here for the oil and gas interests, specifically Wynn Holbrook, who is the receiver appointed during a pending foreclosure suit. We have met with the applicant before the platting, before maybe even the purchase. The parties met, negotiated. My client had a lawyer preparing documents on what could be done with moving things. We got estimates, and then all of a sudden they went away, and we didn't hear anymore, and later learned that they'd filed an application for zoning, and they'd filed this preliminary plat. So we appeared and opposed it. As you all know, it went on up to the city council, and the zoning portion was approved as amended. Subsequent to that time, we had another meeting with the applicant. And at that meeting, the applicant said to us, why couldn't you move this future operation that you propose? And what we had done on this application, on this operation, is we'd had an engineering report done. We knew it would be a feasible project. All the things were in place to use this at a future time, and the way it would be used would be to drill multiple wells. There would be 10, 12 wells drilled right in this concentrated area to tap supplies that are somewhere in there. I don't know. I'm not an oil and gas guy, but nonetheless, this was our original plan. They asked us, why couldn't you move here? And so following that meeting, one of the things we talked about is how do you get these big trucks over here? A workover rig, I'm told, weighs 100 tons. So just a workover rig, not a drilling rig, but a workover rig, is going to have to come here, perhaps here if this location is opened up and used again. So one suggestion was, could we use black welder? And there's a bridge there that makes it virtually unusable. but the applicants were going to check and see what's the prospects of getting that bridge fixed so that access could be down here. We said we'll do our new engineering study to here to determine whether it's feasible. Well, they've looked at it from geological eye and from a financial eye, and they've come to the conclusion that it does work. The only other thing left is the H2S. John knows about H2S, but it's a gas that's produced when you're drilling a well. And they've hired an engineering company to do an H2S study. It can't reach beyond a certain level. The more you concentrate drilling in an area, the more H2 gas can potentially be created. The way you sequence the drilling can create more H2S gas. And I asked you before if it could be continued. It was not. Had it been continued for 45 days, we'd had the answer to the H2S. We have the economic and the engineering interest. We don't understand why we don't address these issues and then do the platting. We have certain other facilities here. We have tank batteries. There are 4 in place up here. Perhaps those would be moved here to the new drilling site. We've got pipelines that you can see crisscross. There's even more that they don't have shown here. Those pipelines could either be used for a purpose of transporting product or for saltwater injection or perhaps even abandoned. And we have some ideas about doing that. But what we all know is their proposed plat is right over lots that they plan to have here and here. If you're going to have pipelines, you've got to have a certain amount of land on each side. I think most of the time, according to the state statute, it's like 100 feet total on each side of a pipeline to be safe. I mean, all those things. And then one other issue is a roadway. Presently, there is a roadway that is an easement, not just the easement that's granted by the original old Corporation Commission order back in the 60s, but a dedicated easement that runs right across here. That obviously is going to foul up these streets, so some other access method has to be done, and that easement for their development purposes is going to have to be released. They're not going to be able to sell lots with an easement of record there. So we're trying to move as quickly as possible. If you continued it 2 meetings away, we'd have answers. We could start talking to them about that. We could start formulating dollar amounts. I mean, moving these things costs money. We're looking to them to be involved in that monetarily. I don't understand why. To me, this is premature, and that's what I'm here to tell you. If you
Any
have any
questions
questions.
of Roland? I have a question, Roland. If we approve this preliminary plat, and you've disclosed fully where your operations are, where your tank batteries are, where your pipelines are, what the easement is of the road that goes to access the sites where you have producing wells, pump jacks, or whatever is on the property. And we approve the preliminary plat, and they go ahead without notifying you further and start building houses. And you want to drill. You have drilling rights. I mean, this is what mineral rights have, superior rights to the surface right owners. And so you've got 20 houses built right along that road easement. That's where our lots are. Can you tear down the houses?
Well, if we have an easement, if we have an easement and somebody starts building a road,
they're ignoring it. This is what my point is. They're ignoring your easement. You know, I mean, the egress access to your locations is what's by right you have to do. You have the right to get there, and they've got lots all over the place. I don't understand it either, because it seems to me that you need to gerrymander around what your rights are and to put the plat together so that you have at least, like you say, 100 foot on both sides of a gas pipeline that goes through, or whatever the legal requirements are. But legally, you know, your rights, your client's rights as receiver, or whatever his category is, are superior to the surface rights. And what we're required to do is to say, okay, just put a plat on top of it, and then what? I don't see where it can go from here, other than you're going to come in there and say, pardon me, you can't do that.
I think I have sort of a similar but slightly different question, which is, and the gentleman that we sent away today because he wanted duplexes, a single family instead of duplexes, and we told him that was a zoning thing, not a preliminary plat thing, or not a final plat thing, has got me thinking about this. When we looked at this before, my thought process about it was sort of, you know, give them their preliminary plat, who cares? They can't do anything with it. And on the one hand, I wonder why they want it. What is the point of getting a preliminary plat if you can't do anything with it? I certainly would not be willing to approve a final plat unless these issues were all resolved. So why not just wait and get them resolved? But I guess I'm questioning now my previous logic, which is, you know, would it be suitable for us to grant a preliminary plat and think, well, we'll just deal with all of this later, you know, at the final plat stage? Because if they come in with a final plat that is identical to the preliminary plat that we've approved, you know, what basis would we have to turn it down? You know, to some extent, the surface is our issue, and the mineral rights are what they are. But this has got me perplexed.
Well, we're kind of perplexed because
what's the big hurry, Dennis? That's the question, I guess. Why is it? Yes, yeah. That's what I want to know.
Nick first.
Well, I'm not following with your line of logic, Dennis, is I don't know how many preliminary plats we've had today on our agenda, how many we've approved this year, but I will promise you that all those out in the hinterlands, somebody else owns the minerals, and those minerals, they have a right to develop them. Now, it may be difficult to develop them. It may be difficult to get it through the Board of Adjustment because they're in the city limits. They have a right to develop them. We don't have this conversation on all of those. You know, everybody agrees that the mineral rights are superior to the surface rights. They can't keep them from developing their minerals. They can't keep them from access. Well, I don't see the big issue here.
Mr. Gales, the plats that I see where you have existing production are platted with rights-of-way for pipelines, with areas set pretty...
Roland, you're an attorney. If you have a right-of-way, you can enforce that right-of-way. It's yours, okay? There are pipelines and lease roads and everything else on plats we see every day. We're sitting here beating a dead horse. You know, if we are not going to do plats because there are undeveloped minerals, then we're just going to stop development.
Sure. Janice, was there a question you asked I should ask?
At the end of my little tirade, my question was really is to Dennis, like, why not wait until these issues are resolved? Why the preliminary plat now?
If you would give us 2 meetings away, continuance, I think we'd have some good information to work with.
The other question, I guess, to you
Question is
would
to
be...
Dennis at this point.
Before he leaves the podium, you are only thinking about moving your production location from where it was initially considered to be based on their suggestion? It's not necessarily your desire to do that, or am I overstating that or misstating that?
I think that as mineral owners and where you have operations, you have a duty to attempt to be compatible and accommodating with our rights and their rights. And so that's where we were before they bought the property. We were trying to figure out, can we move this line? Can we just abandon this line, clean it, and plug it? Those kinds of issues, so they could go forward with that. And we're willing to do it. Now, there is a cost. We're there first. We're going to be looking at them to do that. And apparently, when the costs came around, the conversation quit. So we're ready to try to work with this plat and make it the best thing possible and move lines if necessary.
Roland, one other thing in conjunction with what Janice is talking about, if you would just walk out of this building and say, go ahead, try it. This is what Nick was saying. Just, you have your rights. They know what your rights are. And so we approve this plat knowing full well that you're in the catbird seat. You can control where they want to put things because you have the right to come in and out and do things. It seems absurd to me that they wouldn't get with you to try to make this whole thing work like it should be. But if you would just walk out of the building and say, okay, I've charged my client enough and I've said what I had to say, they know what I have to say, they know what our rights are, and I can go up there on that northwest corner and start drilling wells right now. And they would just have to deal with it. That's what, I mean, it's kind of like, what else do we do with this thing? And Nick, you're probably right. There's a lot of preliminary plats that we've approved that have oil and gas rights, already existing that we don't know about. The landowner may not know about it because they'd have to look at the minerals and see what that is. But you come here with specific drilling operations on behalf of a client that's trying to deal with, a foreclosure issue. You've done your work. You've done it. And so just sit back and just say, make sure that somebody monitors what they're doing. And if they happen to screw up your easement, on the access, you go out there and just say, put up a barrier. You can't do that.
Well, another thing is notice on these cases doesn't go to the mineral owners.
I know.
So
right.
Probably many of the things that you approve, the mineral owner never had notice of.
Wouldn't have any idea of what the plat was.
It just seems to me.
I know that. That's true.
It seems like to try to resolve it here at the Planning Commission and not across the street at the courthouse.
I don't disagree with you.
Cleveland County.
That's what I say. I don't disagree, but just so, just say that we didn't know that there was any minerals underneath there, any pipelines, and this looks pretty good, and they have this approval, and they go through the expenses of putting in roads and streets, and all of a sudden, you're in the picture. You're not an invisible mineral owner. You're in the picture big time, and so it would seem logical that somebody would have to talk to you before they do anything. But that's my observation on this.
Again, we have heard this case several times, and we've heard both sides of it.
Do you want me to answer Janice's question?
Sure.
Okay. With regard to timing and why, the reason we came back and showed you 2 areas that we could do a final plat, those 2 areas will not be impacted in any way by the existing facilities or whether the ultimate developer of the minerals decides to pay surface damages for commercial property or go back to the corner. It's a two-way street. This isn't just for us. they can save a lot of money if they go back to this corner. Probably makes our development a little more attractive. But in order for us to proceed on one of those two final plats, we need approval of a preliminary plat, and then we'll come in understanding they have superior rights. We have to work with them. They will go make their decision, and we'll coordinate with them and be able to proceed forward. In 45 days, what are they going to have an answer to? Where they want to do the two possible new locations, one of which is in one corner, one on another. Are we then going to be in a position where you all say, well, let's see if somebody goes and files a Board of Adjustment case and really wants to drill? That could be years. All we want to do is proceed on development, and we understand, just like Mr. Bright said, we have to deal with the mineral owners, and we will.
Short answer, Janice, is time value of money.
Thank you.
Again, we've heard both sides of this at several meetings, Commissioners, and it's time to make a decision.
So where are we on the TEs? That was an hour ago.
We agree with all of them except 7 needs to be modified to delete the portion.
Sidewalk on Blackwelder.
Yes.
Okay.
I just point out that sidewalks are required in Tuscany on Blackwelder, so that's why we felt that sidewalks would be warranted here. And if the commission does delete TE7, the applicant needs to be aware that this will require an administrative amendment to the PUD. The PUD required a sidewalk on Blackwelder.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So we're going to get sidewalks on Blackwelder? No? No?
My client would prefer not to do it, as Blackwelder dies and becomes privatized at the southern end of this.
But they got those up there at that Tuscany place, is what JJ just indicated, right? That's what I'm hearing. So I don't see
We'll
why
put the sidewalks in.
That's what I thought you'd say.
Yeah, that's what. We thought you might. Okay. Todd?
Well, I don't agree with that. You know I don't, David. I don't think you need sidewalks, but I'm not going to, let's move this. I'm going to move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 27. Cast your votes. And it is approved.
Okay.
Item 28, PUD 1503, application by 10th Street LLC to rezone 11900 Northwest 10th Street.
I'm going to find one for them.
I know it's been a long day, but there's a number of people here that are very interested, that have filed objections. We will try to be very short and then respond to their objections. We started this case, and our first meeting, we had over 200 people. And this case, as you can see, Yukon is located on the north side of 10th Street, and Oklahoma City is on the south side of 10th Street. This is 10th and Check Hall Road. If you look at your staff report, what you're going to find is this is an urban growth area. It's in conformance with the plan. And what our client has done is, after the first meeting, and we've had several with smaller groups, has made significant modifications to the PUD, and I'd like to go through those with you real quick. Number one, we have agreed to only have one apartment complex, which will be limited to 350 units, and that's shown in Tract 1. With regard to Tract 4, it shows R4, but that's senior housing or office. With regard to that middle tract, that's all common area, and then Tracts 2 and 3 are commercial. One of the things that you face when you're on the edges of Oklahoma City, and if you all recall, I had a case a couple of months ago that the staff indicated we're not in conformance because we were asking for single-family development. There was some single-family in the area. When you deal with an urban growth area and you're on the fringes, the issue that has come up over the last few years with the City Council is we want to make sure we have sustainability. And to have sustainability, you need to have commercial, and you need to have some density. And so what we've done with this PUD is in conformance. It will provide for sustainability based on the commercial aspect of the PUD. And then in Tract 1, we have tried to do what we could to limit the density on apartments. I think it's interesting to note, Yukon across the street has commercial zoning which is just north of the eastern edge of Tract 1, and that commercial zoning would allow 7-Eleven and other retail sales. This area is a very nice area. We have some unique zoning and some unique land use issues, and when I get finished, Mr. Johnson is going to go real quickly and show you some very interesting aerials. And when I say aerials, he now has a new toy, which is a drone, and so he takes his drone out and takes pictures at 50, 60, and 80 feet. So we'll try to be quick, but I think they'll show you a good perspective of this property. Right next to us, straight R4. Right next to us, commercial in Yukon. This is Interstate 40. This is the off-ramp. It is a piece of property that it'd be very difficult to develop for standard single-family, even if you wanted to develop it for standard single-family based on grade elevations. We have a piece of property which we are very sensitive to the neighbors that both are adjacent to what will either be office or senior housing, and the neighbors to the north of 10th Street. With regard to the neighbors in Drakestone that are directly over here in this area shown as R1, after discussing this case with them, we have agreed to have a 100-foot buffer and leave all the trees. When you look at the aerials Mr. Johnson is going to show you, there is a huge grove of trees in here, and they will all remain for 100 feet. The neighbors were very insistent. They did not want connectivity, even though I know your staff has talked about it. But since we have two different kinds of land uses, we believe there should not be connectivity. With regard to this property, we right now have buffers along the north edge, and we would agree to, on the west edge, it's 30 feet. We would agree to modify the area where the apartments are and make it a 30-foot landscape buffer all along 10th Street. In the PUD, we have provided for landscaping which will be 20% above the minimum standard provided for in your code. We only have 3 access points on 10th Street, and so this is a piece of property that, you know, when we met with the neighbors the first time, and we met with the neighbors both in Yukon and the neighbors in Oklahoma City, there were a number of school administrators, and the real theme, and the theme that's been dealt with throughout this whole process is we don't want apartments. And from our standpoint, we believe that one apartment project limited to 350 units is appropriate. Your staff, your comprehensive plan also agrees that that is appropriate. And so from our standpoint, we think we've made significant modifications to the PUD, and we are in conformance to the plan, and it is appropriate. When you look at the zoning as indicated, we're next to R4 on the east side for a portion of it, right next to where the apartments will be, and we're next to commercial in Yukon, which would allow for a number of retail uses. We today, and it's not part of the PUD, but we would agree to make the 30-foot landscape area all across 10th Street. And with regard to signage, other than the highway, we would agree that a monument sign no taller than 8 feet would be appropriate for any signage on 10th Street, which is new. So when you look at where we stand today, I think if you peel the onion back, you'll look at this PUD, as indicated, it's in conformance to a plan, but let's peel it a little further. Is an apartment project inappropriate at this location? We submit it's not. This is a 70-acre tract, one project. In addition, we have office, senior housing, and commercial. One of the most hotly contested cases that I've been involved in was a case at 30th and Villa. And that case in the early 80s dealt with a scenario that neighbors came from all around, argued that the apartment project was going to destroy the neighborhoods, was going to have a terrible blight on Oklahoma City. And for those of you all that have had the opportunity to drive by it, that was in the 80s. That apartment project is as nice and viable today as it was then. Let's ask ourselves why. It was a single apartment project surrounded by neighbors that had residential areas, surrounded by a church, and it had a commercial area to the south, Shepherd Mall. So when you look at apartments, think about how excited our city has been about apartments in the downtown area. I have apartments within 90 feet of my back door. I have apartments within a couple of 100 feet of my front door. And I'm very proud where I live. Those apartments have not created any problems. So inherently, apartments are not bad. Now, if you have areas like around 10th and MacArthur, where you have apartments that were developed in the 70s, and you have too many apartments, and they aren't of the same quality, you have problems. So when we look at what's important is how many, what's important is quality, and the apartments that are built today are much different than the apartments of the 70s. So we think our proposal is a good proposal, and we'd ask for your approval. And if you'll give us 5 minutes for Tim to go through the aerials, it'll give you a real good idea of what's around it. Thank you.
Tim Johnson, again, Johnson Associates. Just real briefly, let me talk about the site itself. Dennis mentioned a little bit about the site constrictions, but you can see the common area that runs parallel with the off-ramp. That is a blue line, a Corps of Engineers, Waters of the United States. So that's why it's a common area. This is an existing low area on the property that contains a little bit of water. Our intent is to maintain it as a nice common area. There are a lot of trees down there. We intend to keep a lot of trees down there. The 100-foot buffer that Dennis mentioned is full of trees, and we intend to maintain those. And in the PUD, it has language that we've agreed with the neighbors to the east and Drakestone that we would put up a wrought iron fence and allow for visibility within that area and not make it a screened-in area that people can hide in. The restrictions on the blue line, we've talked about blue lines and Corps of Engineer lines. There are limits that you can cross that. It requires a nationwide permit. And so that's why we have that, and that's why you see those sporadic driveways across there. The site falls fairly steeply to the south towards the creek. And so it wouldn't be an easy site to do a lot of residential on. As Dennis mentioned, those pictures that you have, we have the ability to go out and fly at various elevations, and on these photographs you can see at the bottom it says approximately 90 feet above ground line. This first image is due west of Drakestone, looking northeast. Kind of gives you an idea where the R4 residential is. The church is sitting on a C3 piece. The commercial for Yukon's right north of our apartment tract, which is right here. And you can see the houses to the north are the Yukon houses. The next image, really trying to get a sense of, if we were 40 feet in the air, which our maximum height of our apartments is 3 stories and 45 feet. So at 40 feet in the air, about at the south line of the apartment tract, looking back to the southeast towards Drakestone, you can see those dense trees. Those are some tall trees, and how they buffer all the houses that are adjacent to the tract. In fact, you can't see any windows in this picture. All you can see is rooftops. This is a little bit closer in towards Drakestone, again, showing the 100-foot buffer this time. We do have a 15-foot buffer to separate the apartment tract from the undeveloped church property, but if it's developed, it could be a developed R4. Again, even closer in, you still were way buffered from the Drakestone residents. Turning around and looking to the west, just to get a feel for location, this is sitting in the middle of our Tract 4, looking back west. You can see we're bound on the south edge by I-40, and our whole eastern side's about 1,800 linear feet of exit ramp, and that's where our commercial tract is. Not as many trees up there except for along the creek, and we intend to keep those. I did include this picture that's not in your packet. I apologize. This is from Drakestone. We're up 40 feet in the air from Drakestone's neighborhood, looking back at our tract, and again you can see how tall the trees are and how the 100-foot buffer would really protect the neighborhood. And then last, I want to show you the image of our north property line. 10th Street was, the plat to our north was originally platted with lots that fronted to 10th Street. When 10th Street was improved, they took some of what would be the frontage of those lots as right-of-way, and the rear part of those lots were then sold to the property owners to the north. And so many of these properties that have houses that front north have these deep backyards. And so you can see by this, what I'm trying to show here is that from our property line to the house is 320 feet. At our farthest part, where the apartment tract is, we're 290 feet. As Dennis mentioned, we're going to add this 30-foot buffer all the way across, so we'd be, 225 feet, 325 feet from the closest building in the apartment complex to the closest house. So that's quite a distance, separating us from the houses to the north. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about the photos.
Questions of Mr. Johnson?
You're the right person to ask this question, but according to the little thing that I got in my packet, it shows the houses on the north side of 10th Street that face then north onto those streets there. Is the property along 10th Street south of those homes, is that developable? Or does it belong to them, or?
Yeah, it's developable in that it's become their backyards. There's some people here that can address that from the neighborhood, but they've built some barns back there, storage buildings.
But it can't be sold for any other kind of development. I mean, it's going to remain part of their property.
I would assume so. I don't know if there may be one or two houses that have the ability to front onto 10th Street, but 10th Street's a fully developed four-lane road.
Okay.
Nobody can take it from you, James.
I mean, just, it's a little bit unclear from this depiction.
Okay, we have 20 people signed up to address this, and I would ask that, once again, if someone who has spoken before you has made the point that you want to make, we would appreciate it if you would pass your time to another speaker. Richard, is it Reby or Riki? I apologize.
My name is Richard Reby. I live at 2417 Acadia Court, which is in Yukon. It's on the north side of 10th Street, block off of 10th. I just wanted to appear here and say that I've been to the meetings that were expressed about the proposal, the information that was given to us, and as far as I'm concerned, living in this neighborhood, this is not a good idea for our neighborhood, anybody north or south of us. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for sitting through this long afternoon. Merle Smith.
My name's Merle Smith, and I live at 209 Snowmass Drive, and I'm right on the north side of 10th Street there. My street's right off of Bryce Canyon, and to get in and out of the addition, you go off 10th Street going north, and then and there's no light there at all. And right now, it's hard to get in and out of there quite a few times during the day. So I'm concerned, and we were already told that there probably would not be a light put in that area. And so that's one of my concerns. I'm concerned about property values. I've lived in the area about 23 years, and my house probably worth $170,000, something like that. But there's a new addition on the east end where we are, Stone Mill, and some of these houses are probably $350,000, $400,000, and I can imagine what they feel like if there's going to be an apartment complex, within just a mile of where they live. I'm sure do nothing but have the value of your home go down. Plus, there are already quite a few apartments available in the area. There's a real big complex on the south side of I-40 at Mustang Road. And so, and then we've got them on Vandermont, we've got them on Main Street, we've got motels all around the area. So there is housing available. People in our addition, most of them are still homeowners, and I know they're real concerned about their values of their properties going down. I'm also concerned, I didn't even know that the south side of 10th Street was technically Oklahoma City, and I'm concerned about responses if there's if the fire department has to be called, or if the police department has to be called. I know that the response time is going to be a lot longer than for people that would be called in the Yukon police or the Yukon fire department. And my number one thing is that 30 years ago that I'm sure there were people really excited about some new apartment complexes going in over around 10th Street and between Rockwell and Council. If you look at that area right now, half of them are boarded up. You got a real bad area that people are probably sorry that they ever moved in into that area. And I'm just afraid if you let one apartment complex go in, that it's just going to be a temptation for them to add more and more, and that it's going to just keep getting worse, plus our taxes are going to go up. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Nicole Finn? Did I get that right? Earl W. Smith? I was going to say you're probably related. I could tell.
My name's Earl Smith, and I live on 324 Carlsbad Court. And my major issue is that, where the developer will say apartment's good, we'll say apartment's bad, neither one of us will get anywhere. So what I'm saying is the real issue is the fact that we have one traffic study done, and I don't know if there's been one since then, but that one traffic study was done in an off-peak time. It doesn't give us any real accuracy on, what that's going to do. We have two exits, which is one for the Mustang Road exit and one for the Check Hall exit. And both of those are already clamoring with people backing up on I-40. And my concern is you put more 350 apartments there, plus businesses, then the traffic situation is going to be a big issue for us. Now, not only for the traffic situations, but the other safety issue will be for police and fire, which has already been, we've been told about that, But you put all those together, and it's the safety issues that we have to be concerned about. If they could perform another traffic study, I would be interested in that situation and see what it be, because I just really don't think those two exits are going to handle this additional. Plus, it's a 5-year plan. That 10th Street will be, under construction for 5 years, which really makes it a problem as far as traffic. We also, of course, would have water and sewer issues, busing issues, school requirement issues. A lot of the tax base will go to Oklahoma City because it's on the south side. We'll be having the kids go to our schools, but we won't be able to fund it because the funds will be going to Oklahoma City. Nothing personal, but it's just we have to have some way to be able to take care, of that extra burden of people that are going to be in that area. I want to thank you for your time, and your consideration.
Well, Mr. Smith, as a point of clarification, the school district probably covers part of Yukon, part of Oklahoma City, and it's funded by per pupil reimbursement fees, and the bond issues are paid by ad valorem taxes on the real estate within the district.
Okay.
So the schools are funded wherever they draw the students.
But, the sales taxes would be going to Oklahoma City. Would that not be correct?
Well, for businesses located in Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City people shopping in Yukon would pay Yukon taxes.
But, it would help, if that would come our way, of course, And
it would help if it came our way, too. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Ken Boyenton.
Kenneth Boyenton from Yukon 605 Dickens Avenue. Thank you guys for your time. I'm new to the area, been there about a year, and my wife and I spent about a year looking for a place to live, and these are the two neighborhoods we chose based on the zoning that's currently there. I guess if the rezoning does happen and apartments go in and the businesses, the traffic will go up, which will be detrimental to our area. It's already overflowed with traffic when they're getting through there in peak hours. I guess other than that, thank you for your time, and I do oppose the rezoning.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for being here. Steve Wilt.
My name is Steve Wilt. I live at 725 Ellsworth. My wife and I, like most Drakestone residents, oppose the PUD generally because of apartments and potential commercial development. We obviously would prefer R1. To us, we see the proposed PUD as a platform for increased traffic, additional school population, potential area for youth to congregate and loiter at lunch, after school, and after events. Parkland 2 and Stone Mill have traffic issues, if you've heard about. They still have issues going before the Yukon Planning and Zoning Commission related to the congestion and to potential traffic light at Bryce Canyon and 10th Street. Currently, we have problems with Oklahoma City police presence and response times in our neighborhood, and this would just exacerbate the problem. We do not have a vote. That is your job in the city council. So we took it upon ourselves to work with the developer in a neighborhood core group. We had that setting as recommended by you guys to try to modify the PUD so that it had less negative aspects. We did so that if you do vote and decide to approve the PUD, we would have less negative impact, more palatable issues for the neighborhood. The PUD has been modified twice, August 1st and August 15th, and we met with the developer in early August and mid-September to provide and discuss more details and clarification. As was mentioned, the details, the devil is in the details. The biggest remaining attraction is the number of apartments. It's been modified to 350 in Track 1, but that still is quite a few. As you have heard or will hear from another speaker, there's over 2,000 relatively new apartments within 2 to 3 miles of this area, down around Mustang Road and Reno.
Well, you've just taken away their thunder.
Yes, but they will give more details to the specifics as being a realtor giving the presentation. I also wish to point out that we are not in support of the pass-through at the terminus of 6th Street as the staff recommends, which would go between the PUD and Drakestone. And I will conclude, just hope that you do not recommend approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Johnny Seymour. Johnny Seymour. Lee Leary.
Good evening. My name is Lee Leary. I live at 220 East Olympic Drive in Yukon, Oklahoma. I am strongly opposed to the rezoning for the reasons that my fellow neighbors have expressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Frank Yanda. Arnita Colbert, I'm sorry. Richard Fabian.
Thank you for your time, Council. But my name is Richard Fabian. I live at 249 East Olympic, which is on Bryce Canyon and Olympic Drive, straight off of 10th Street, a half a block. I'm on the northwest corner, and I strongly oppose this being changed to a commercial area because of the traffic. They've already said they're not going to go into Drakestone, so that means all the traffic's going to come out on 10th Street. It's already caused quite a bit of hazard when they changed it to a 4-lane, eliminate a lot of it, but we have a lot of trouble getting on 10th Street at this time with the traffic we have. And with 300 apartments, and commercial strips, centers and everything, we're going to have an additional problem, and they say there's no, even with a light there, we couldn't get out of our addition probably. And I strongly hope that you could reject their proposal. Thank you for your time.
Bill Adcock.
Hi, I'm Bill Adcock. I live at 11717 Northwest 6th Street. My house is going to be the one that's closest to this development. They said 15 feet from the church. My backyard is at the church, so it's going to be 15 feet from my backyard, if I'm reading that right. So I'm going to be really affected by this. The thing I got worse, a problem is worse than this, like I said, I live in, Oklahoma postal address, Yukon. State of Oklahoma, I'm Canadian County, but I'm in Oklahoma City city limits, which means I buy my can of lake water from Oklahoma City. But the thing I don't like is the apartments. They just don't look that quality. When they was talking about 10th Street MacArthur, which is ward-free, by the way, from MacArthur on 10th Street all the way down to Council, you got nothing but horrible-looking apartments. I would think the planning committee would like to work on those first. I mean, it's just pestilence. It is horrible. I mean, and that's what's going to happen to these apartments after 50 years. You look at a 50-year-old house, it's owned by the homeowner, and it's still going to be in good shape. 50 years, your apartment will be worth nothing. It'll be owned by somebody out of state. The appliances, everything, it'll start needing repair, and the owner will figure, I don't want to repair this that much, and it's going to go downhill. I don't see any reason, I'm not an engineer, I don't see any reason that R4, you couldn't contour that to the grade, rather than one huge parking lot. R1 is really what they need. Because in 50 years, you're going to have the same mess like you have on 10th Street. The same mess that your grandfathers and your fathers did. Now, do we want our grandchildren to live in something like that in 50 years? 50 years, you're going to have a good-looking house, R1. 50 years, you're going to have just another mess. All this business and stuff, that's fine. You have some businesses right here on, Southwest 3rd Street, that Gatestone thing? I mean, just people running through there, 25 miles an hour, they go 30, 40. You got enough businesses. I mean, offices in 30 years, nobody's going to have them. I mean, there's vacant offices on 10th Street up by the theater. If they would make the apartments less and make them higher quality, what's this? I don't know what this fiberboard they have that they're going to put on the top. It's not brick. What is that stuff? What is that fiberboard stuff? What is it?
Hardy board.
What is that?
It's a cement product.
Now, is that something, the next time a tornado comes through and I find that stuff in my backyard with, the top floors of apartments aren't meant for tornadoes. You also haven't updated the codes on that. And I don't want some pieces of lumber in my backyard. They need to make them a little bit more quality, like brick, and less apartments. That's 350 more toilets. I mean, that's a lot of water. We have trouble with water now. You make us water on alternate days. These businesses, they get the water every day. I don't know how they do that. I guess they just pay the fine. But yeah, I'm against apartments the way they are. They're 350 in that smaller area, and it doesn't look like they're that high quality. It really doesn't.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alva Williams. Okay. Angela Doak.
My primary concern...
Tell us your name and address.
Angela Doak, 621 Wicket Place. I live in Drakestone, in PUD 1075, right under the R. So I will be adjacent to what has been proposed to be senior living. I don't really have a problem with that. I also think for us to expect that to stay undeveloped is kind of unrealistic. Something's eventually going to go in there. It is frontage to the highway. I understand that. We have been involved, and I appreciate the developer's willingness to listen to us to make some adjustments to what has gone in there. I don't think we really have a demand for apartments in that space. I have spoken with a city council member from Yukon specifically about why there's not a development in Yukon if the idea is to make it available to Yukon schools. Yukon, he expressed to me that Yukon, as you guys, I'm sure do, want to have a certain kind of growth in their areas. Certain things are proposed. Seems like if there's plenty of available area in Yukon, that if there was a demand for upscale apartments, as they're leading us to believe that there is, that they would be able to develop those within the Yukon city limits. For whatever reason, that has not been the case. I have also spoken with members of the school administration as well as the principal of the local grade school as to what net effect this would have for them. Say, if there are 340 units, say all of a sudden in a 6 months' time they have an increase of 60 students at their school, which is realistic. Just a small percentage that would go into that school. It affects transportation. That would require one additional school bus. At this point, UConn doesn't have the funding for one additional school bus. They're repairing the old school buses now. They can't purchase another school bus for like 4 years. So they don't really have the capacity to do that. It would also take some of the services that are provided in that school out because they would have to use the office space and additional, any classroom that's being used for anything other than a classroom right now would have to revert back to a classroom. It would take away some of the physical therapy they're able to provide for special ed students. It would take away the reading lab for kids who need reading remediation, among other things. UConn really prides himself on being very friendly to families with special needs children. The park has capacity for special needs children. We have the softball field where we have softball for special needs, and that's a big service we can provide in UConn. A lot of people live there because they like that availability in the schools. We have to take those things out of the schools to make room for just additional seats for additional kids. I don't see how that's a good thing. That's all I really have. Thank you.
Christy Pettigrew. And behind Christy Pettigrew, Pat White. If you're in the back, you might come forward.
Can I use this board?
Sure.
My name is Christy Pettigrew, and I live at 11709 Northwest 6th. I'm in Drakestone, directly to the east of what the addition is. I'll be reading a letter for someone who could not be here today. I also brought with me a board. What they've shown you on their little drawing is not the big picture. They're saying one apartment is just a small project, but what we have is an overload of apartments in the area. I am reading the statement as requested by Raylene Quisenberry. It was sent to you via email on September 12, 2013. Since I was not able to clear my calendar again to attend the September 26th hearing, I am requesting that my statement be read at the meeting and it be made a part of the permanent file for this PUD. My name is Raylene Quisenberry. My husband and I live at 11517 Northwest 6th Street in Drakestone Addition in Oklahoma City. I am a realtor and I have several concerns about the approval of this PUD. The main one I want to focus on is the overabundance of multifamily apartments we already have just to the south of our neighborhood on the other side of I-40. I have done some research to explain what I am talking about and to give you some information you may not be aware of. Mustang Road is on the east side of Drakestone and the interstate is to our south. Reno is about a block on the other side of I-40. Beginning at about Reno and Mustang Road, and going south to 15th Street, about 1 mile, starting on the west side of Mustang Road, we have the Wood Run Village Apartments with 192 units. On the east side, we have the Park on West Point Apartments with 500 units. Across the street east from them is the Highland Point of Oklahoma City Apartments with 232 units. And across the street to the south is the Canyon Ranch Apartments that are being constructed with 300 units, and they expect to be moving tenants in during September. South of these apartments to Southwest 15th Street and still on Mustang Road, we have the Links at Mustang Creek Apartment with 492 units. Then to the west of them across Mustang Road is the Chapel Ridge of Yukon Apartments with 200 units. All of these are considered luxury apartments, and most of them are gated areas leasing for up to over $1,100 a month, plus pet fees, deposits, and garage fees. I have helped numerous clients find new residences because they wanted to move from these gated luxury apartments because they said they feel they are fenced in with thieves. They say their vehicles are constantly broken into and their possessions stolen. Within about 1 mile on Mustang Road and just south of I-40, there is a total of 1,916 luxury apartment units. I think that anyone would agree this is enough concentration of apartments for this 1 mile area of Oklahoma City. In addition to these apartment buildings and in the same area, there are 2 neighborhoods of duplexes with 160 additional duplex units. This is a total of 2,076 multifamily units. There is already an oversaturation of multifamily units in this small area without adding an additional 350 that will be adjacent on 3 sides to established single-family neighborhoods. I can assure you that every neighbor I have talked to has stated they do not want an apartment next door for many reasons, including the value of our homes. There is an old saying in the real estate world, location, location, location. It has been around for many years because everyone knows it is so true. This proposed development will have an adverse effect on the value of our homes. We are asking you to please not recommend approval of this proposal and to allow our neighborhood to remain as it is, and hopefully an investor will come that wants to build another neighborhood of single-family dwellings next door. Thank you for making this a part of the official file and for reading it at the meeting. I appreciate your consideration of our concerns. Our homes are very important to our families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. White, give us your name and address.
Pat White, 232 East Olympic Drive, Yukon, Oklahoma. I live within the 300-foot boundary of the proposed PUD, the rezoning. Excuse me, because I'm not used to doing this. I am not in support of this rezoning. As you know, the property is currently zoned R1 for single-family housing. This property has been this current zoning for 41 years, and most of the surrounding properties and neighborhoods are also R1. The people in the surrounding additions bought and built homes in these neighborhoods with the understanding that this was to continue to be a residential area. Then I scratched out a bunch because people have covered it.
Thank you.
Yes. I would like to read from the Oklahoma City zoning the definition for R4. R4 General Residential District. The R4 district is a higher density residential district which encourages multiple family and group residential developments and represents a broad variety of housing types and densities. The regulations are designed to facilitate infill residential development and development close to non-residential uses. Provision is made for conditional approval of these uses that support and service the development in a manner that will not have a harmful effect on the character of existing neighborhoods. By definition, this is not appropriate for this property as it is near non-residential, but it will have a significant impact on the adjacent residential neighborhoods, both in noise, traffic, density, safety, and especially the quality and character. Wouldn't you think we would have every right to expect the property to remain zoned as it is now, and as it was when we all invested in our homes? Again, I would like to read from the definition of C3 from the Oklahoma City zoning definitions. The C3 district is intended for business activity that is located at the edge of residential areas but serves a larger trade area than the immediately surrounding residential neighborhoods. Business uses most often will be found in a wide variety of commercial use structures, normally in individual sites with separate egress, ingress, and parking. Because of the varied uses permit, it is important to separate them as much as possible, both visually and physically, from any nearby residential areas, and to limit the harmful effects of the increased traffic, noise, and general non-residential activity generated. This definition exemplifies the reason this property should not be rezoned to commercial, as the separation between the existing residential property is not sufficient to mitigate the harmful effects on those surrounding neighborhoods. Case in point, if we have a fast food or a convenience store come in, I live right there, we're going to have traffic, we're going to have noise, we've got the cars with the loud stereos, I'm going to be dealing with that. After hearing the definitions of R1 and C3, wouldn't you agree that the neighborhood owners that this will affect, would you agree with the neighborhood, that this rezoning does not fit with the property and that it is being forced upon us? I hope you agree with our concerns and vote to keep this property zoned R1. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Lynch.
Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Lynch is coming up, I've been listening carefully to everyone and I understand we don't want apartments. There's going to be an impact on schools, traffic, property values, response times, noise. And I've heard that many, many times. I don't know how many more people you have, but would encourage everyone to not be repetitive.
Yeah. If you have something new for us.
Yes, I actually do. Kind of hard to imagine after all these people that have shown up already. My name is Stephen Lynch, and I live at 304 East Parkland Drive in Yukon. And I would like to address the following issues here. The proposal states that they want to put in a convenience store and a gas station, and there's a 7-Eleven already less than a half a mile away on the corner of Mustang and Northeast 10th. So why do we need another one less than a quarter or less than a half a mile away? Also, the proposal states that they want to put in a strip mall, and it says like for small businesses and everything like that. One is being constructed right now in Yukon, again, a half a mile away at the intersection of Mustang and Northeast 10th. Why do we need more? The residents that have shown up today, of all the proposals, we're like the 19th proposal that we've waited here for 4 hours, and all the residents that have come up here today have voiced the same thing. We don't need any more. We don't need that in our area. We have convenience stores, we have gas stations, we have strip malls. There's a Homeland going west, a half a mile away. We don't need these proposals in there that are coming in there outside of the apartments. Track 3 of the proposal states on the corner, on the I-40 on the western side, for a hotel. Currently, within a 1-mile radius, there are 6 hotels in that vicinity. In the last 3 weeks, I have personally driven to each of those hotels and met with the manager of that hotel and asked them for a ballpark figure of what their occupancy rates are on average. The answer I got, high, low, sometimes weekends obviously are busier, is about a 70% accuracy rate for those 6 hotels right now, already established in that area. Those hotels come to 454 rooms. At an average of 70% occupancy rate, that's 135 rooms on any given day that are vacant. Again, we ask, why do we need another hotel if we have 175 vacant rooms on any given day? We did cover that one. We covered that one. If you look at the track is very deep from north to south. It's a deep track. It's not very wide. The proposal states 3 egress. Each of those egresses in a disaster, a fire, anything that would cause egress, they're all going to egress to 10th Street. Once they get to 10th Street, they only have east and west to go. Create a terrific bottleneck. It'll impede the emergency vehicles. I know we touched a little bit on that, but the bottleneck effect really needs to be looked at, please. Also, I would like to, I didn't get your name, sir, when you first started. What was your name, please? Dennis. Okay. Did you notice when Dennis first came up here today, again, we're the 18th or 19th group that came up here, and everybody came up here today. I sat there for 4 hours, and I watched everybody come up here. And they had their lineup of what they were going to ask the commission. Everything was positive. Everything was said, we're doing this, we're working with the people next door to us and everything. And you guys did too. I'm not going to say that you didn't. However, did you notice he used words like it was inappropriate, and he also used words that I live by an apartment, there's not a reason. Well, why was those words all brought up? It's like they were trying to hide the reason or the fact that the apartments do cause problems or do cause crime, and people don't want it. Basically, I would just ask the commission to listen to the people that showed up today. We waited here a long time. There's a lot of people that are concerned. We've met ourselves many, many times. And again, of all the people that showed up for all the other proposals today, hardly anybody had a group that came behind them and voiced their opinion as strongly as we have today. We would really recommend, and we would really appreciate the commission to keep it as a residential area and not allow it to go to commercial property. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne James.
My name is Dwayne James. I live at 132 Snowmass. It is Yukon. It's just north of this proposed zone change. Most of the subject matter has been covered. The thing I want to emphasize is how bad the traffic is. When you exit on that exit, it's not when you're going west, that's the exit to go north, south, east, or west from there. There's no other exit there. So when you exit there, you can see in the picture there's a long exit road. Probably holds 30, 40 cars. I still go there and I'm backed up on the highway 20 cars deep. They avoid that exit and exit 2 or 3 exits before their houses just to avoid that area. The traffic is rated an F. I don't know how it can be worse. If you add this area in here, it's going to be worse. Everybody's covered. We have enough hotels. We have enough apartments. We have empty, new strip malls that don't have anything in it. My biggest point, I've lived there since 1991. I took pride in the fact when I leave the city, I'm gradually leaving commercial stuff behind me. And when I pass my house or look over, it's residential on both sides of the highway. I don't want to exit through 7-Elevens and apartments and all this. When you look off the highway, it looks very nice. It's where you'd want to live. And if you committee members look at everything, think of it, would you want this in your neighborhood after living there for years? Would you want this type of situation? I think if you asked why, it's follow the money. I think the way it is zoned now, you could make money putting single residence homes there. It's that you could make more money if it's commercial. And I think that's what's going on. Thank you.
Michael Burris.
My name is Mike Burris. I live at 300 East Platte Drive. It's across 10th Street. A couple of things that they mentioned. One, real quick, the traffic. We talked about that the last time I was up here. It's already given an F grade. There's no proposal to do anything new with it. And the traffic study was kind of flawed in that it was done at a time of year when they weren't there. I did find something out new when they were speaking. They said that it was going to 3 stories and it would be 45 feet tall. We talked about the fire response there. I'm interested in finding out, well, not too long ago, a councilman that used to be our fire chief named Gary Mars renamed our trucks rescue ladders. The rescue ladders that are coming to a fire here are going to be coming from 6th and Rockwell or 59th and South May or over by Lake Hefner off of Northwest Highway. What I'm saying is this stuff is coming from a long way away. There's extended response times here, and I don't think that's been taken into consideration. The last thing, because so much has already been covered, and I don't want to try your patience too much more, is Ms. Powers, I think the last time I was here, told me that I should be given notice living in Yukon. I still never got that notice. We didn't get the notice to begin with, and to date, I and the neighbors living at least close around me still have never got any kind of notice for anything. So while I appreciate that they may have or not may have, I'm sure they did. If they said that they contacted residents and tried to discuss things with them and negotiate with them, well, it wasn't with our people because we didn't know who they were or where they were. So I would really appreciate one last thing, the density issue that was raised by somebody on this, somebody requested putting in an addition. And if you looked at it, it was going to shine a light in the front door of this, or front room of this guy's house. And the statement was made that we really got as much density as we need around here right now. Look at the area that we've got there, because the density is significantly more than you said you didn't want in that neighborhood. So please turn this down. Please leave it R1, or I don't think we'd be here if it was like something like a duplex, 1 story, but please turn it down. Thank you.
Michael Burris? Oh, that was him? Okay, Tim Jester?
I'll be quick and short. It's been a long day. Tim Jester, 312 East Grand Teton. That's in Parkland. That's Yukon. Basically, I know this is Oklahoma City, but it's on our side of the interstate, so we call it Yukon. Most people in my edition didn't even know it wasn't Yukon. They were surprised it was Oklahoma City. Everybody that we talked to in my edition, Parkland, you could count on one hand how many people would not sign the petition. Everybody else would, that we could get a hold of. And then we kind of had to do it in a hurry. It's a small town, and this is part of Yukon. I grew up there. My kids grew up there. My parents grew up there. My grandkids will probably grow up there. So this is kind of part of us. And this is one reason that this couldn't be built in Yukon. Yukon is really strict on their apartments. They don't want apartments. They know what they turn into. And that's I won't cover the rest of the stuff, but the apartments, look 10 years down the road, look 15, 20 years down the road, and you do get what's on Northwest 10th. And I've got some pictures, and I go to work every day. For the last 30 years, that's 30 years, I go from Bryce Canyon, Parkland 2, up 10th Street to MacArthur. My office is off Melrose and MacArthur. This is what I pass every day. This is Oakdale. You guys probably have seen this. It's been like this for 30 years, as long as I can remember. And there's about 12 apartment complexes down that road. 3 or 4 of them are boarded up, and they have been there as long as I can remember. This literally has been like this for 25 years, and you can't get rid of them. I know you guys have tried. You're trying to get them demolished. I don't know who owns them, who's going to pay for it. I know that's an issue that's not here, but that's what I see is going to happen. We've got I-40, we've got Drakestone, Stone Mill, and Parkland. 3 nice additions, and this was zone residential, and you're going to go plop an apartment complex right in the middle of us. That's just not fair. That's like playing poker and you get dealt your hand and you put your money in and the guy says, oh, we're going to change the game. That's not fair. All I can say is once we get these apartments there, they're going to go downhill. You know how the cycle of apartments goes. So I'll leave it at that. Everybody else said everything else. You had mentioned it's your job to determine compatibility. Ask you to turn this down and you guys to do what's right. Thank you.
When was Drakestone developed? Do you know just offhand?
1996.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. Okay, Dennis or Tim, that's the last of our protesters.
Hi. I know this has been long. We're just going to try and touch on a few little high points. First, regarding Mr. Burris's comment with regard to the fire issues on the apartments, we all know that there's sprinkler requirements on the apartments. Regarding traffic, and I want to address traffic, we did do an exhaustive traffic study. I think there's a misnomer in that when we did our study was in July. The highway was under construction in July. Our through counts were not from July. Our through counts on 10th Street, Check Hall, Mustang were from ACOG's numbers that were done throughout the years and averaged over years. I think the current counts we had were from 2012 off of ACOG's site. We did our turning movements in July. So if anything, the turning movements were more congested than they would normally be because of the highway construction. Given all that, our traffic study that we've given to the staff, and they've had for an extended period of time, they've made some comments. In our 5th year of development, we anticipated it would take 5 years. The site would be fully developed in 5 years. It would warrant a signal at 10th and Bryce Canyon. However, we understand that the neighborhood is concerned about Bryce Canyon, and our developer would agree to put the signal in on 10th Street when the apartments develop, if this were approved, and bear the 100% of that cost. The other intersections, Check Hall, 10th Street, Mustang, 10th Street, the off-ramp at Check Hall for eastbound traffic, the signal, the only other signal that's in Oklahoma City's review is 10th and Mustang, and it did not warrant any improvements. So yes, there are additional cars. It's a 4-lane street. It can carry up to 40,000 cars a day. and it's carrying 17 now. So traffic was looked at very hard, and with that, I'll let Dennis finish it.
With regard to this site, your staff has done a thorough analysis in regard to planning, compatibility. We have tried to do all the setbacks, leave all the buffers we could, and in addition to that, we've made significant modifications in regard to not only density on numbers, but have provided that the exterior buildings would be 2-story, interior 3. We agree to the 70% requirement in regard to brick and other similar materials. So we think it's appropriate. If you look at the surrounding zoning in Yukon, you've got commercial over north of the R4 zoning. If you look at the southern end, which is called PUD 1075, just south of Drakestone, I did that zoning for a developer, and that's commercial. And it was put in to allow for 2 billboards to pay for the common area costs for the neighborhood. So when we talk about zoning, there's R4, commercial, all around it. But more appropriately, we tried to do a PUD and make significant modifications to not only appease the neighbors, but do the right thing. So as Tim said, even further, if you all want us to put the traffic light in when apartments are developed, we'll make that an additional requirement. We'll answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners?
I just have a few things to say, and then I'll be quiet. Traffic, I think, is a significant issue that hasn't really been addressed, and even though Tim was saying that there'll be a signal put up someplace, I really don't think that cuts it, because one of the protesters going west and getting off of the interstate and coming up to 10th Street, you're lined up forever. You put 380 units, plus one of the other objections is that this smells like a strip shopping center that you put in. And I agree with some of the protesters that that's what it's going to be. Big gasoline, small gasoline, convenience, et cetera, that's traffic. I don't think that it's compatible with the neighborhood at all. And I appreciate, Dennis, your argument that right up to the north on Yukon, that one vacant spot is C3. There's a church right to the west of the R4 little segment. That's a church. I mean, so you've got residential all the way around, 2 churches, and now you put in this, and I don't think it's compatible. One of the comments that the police department said about its difficulty to accurately predict how this will impact future police response. The guy said, whoever wrote this, there will certainly be a traffic impact, has been the case of other large developments like the outlet mall. So even the police are saying, well, wait a minute, this could be a real problem. And the issue about the school saturation and what the effect would be on the school system, I also think that has credibility. Those are my comments. I can't support it.
I was surprised to see a police department comment at all.
As was I.
I was surprised to see the police department comment at all. We've never had it before, and it doesn't say anything.
I haven't seen it one time.
But it doesn't say anything is my problem.
What?
It's just general. If you have apartments, you have people. If you have people, you have cars. I mean, it just, I know.
I would be curious to know, yes, it's in the report. We don't see it on a routine basis, to say the least. I would be curious as where it came from and why it's in this one.
That's really my point. That's why I bring it up. It's just out of the blue. Further discussion.
The first 2 iterations we saw on this, there was not a comment from the police in it. We routinely don't get them, and all of a sudden it's there. And as John said, it's less than specific. And there's not a police representative here to tell us why.
If I could, any other question? No. Comments, concerns? I think it's clear. First, I'd like to thank the folks for coming out. You're obviously interest in the case. I'd like to commend the developers. They've done a significant bit of work meeting with the residents, modifying this PUD, working with them. This is a lot different application than what we first saw when we had this development. A few comments generally about the area. I think traffic, I agree with Bob, is regardless of the study, I think it's a challenge in that area. Regarding retail and commercial development, due respect for my friends in Yukon, we want to trap that retail in Oklahoma City. We don't necessarily want it to go to Yukon. That aspect of the development is significantly appealing to me personally, speaking only for myself. But I think I speak for the city also when I say that part is a good thing. It's a very challenging piece of property. It's pie-shaped. It's got a significant grade drop between 10th Street back down to the I-40. It's got water features, if you want to call them that, traversing it. It's going to be hard. I say that with respect of this. I think it'll be a difficult challenge to ever develop in a residential fashion. That said, I don't know, given the level of that I can support this particular application. So, therefore, I'll move to deny.
Second. Any further discussion, commissioners? And by the way, either no cheering or booing, regardless of how the vote goes, please. Ready to vote?
Yeah.
The motion is to deny. Cast your votes. Four to three. Do we have another motion? That motion fails. We have a motion to approve.
No. I'm not going to move to approve.
Well, I mean, we
Dennis,
need to vote it both ways.
Without a rec? Do you want a recommendation, or do you want to go up without a recommendation to council? I really don't want to hear it again. Due respect for my friends out here, and I think the neighbors and the residents want a resolution.
Well, so do we.
It's a consideration.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion to approve. Cast your votes.
Oh, yeah.
That's,
wait. Second.
Put your votes back out. It's 5 for
Deny.
Right. James, did you switch? James voted to deny. Okay.
Now I would
the motion to deny.
Council without recommendation.
No, we got 5. We got 5. It's denied.
The motion to approve fails 5 to 3, or 3 to 5. That doesn't mean the application is denied. There has to be a
Right, but
motion.
we had a motion to deny, right?
And it failed.
And no, James voted for it.
And now I would like to make a third motion.
Wait, just a minute. What's your vote, James?
I
Okay.
think you need to make that motion again, then, because I don't think all the lights were...
Mike made a motion to deny.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I moved to deny. That motion failed. Right.
Quiet it out there, please.
Okay, then.
Ladies and gentlemen,
4 to 3. Okay, we did not get a majority, right? So then was there a motion to approve?
And it failed 5
to 3.
And it failed 5 to 3. Okay, got it. I understand where we are now.
And
I'm with you now.
I would like to make a motion, send it to council without recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Cast your vote. Goes to council.
no recommendation.
I don't either, but
I don't think Jason...
Well, it's going to stay. It's going to stay here forever if we don't.
City council turns out City Council votes on it, because you guys didn't vote me. So we sat here all day, and you guys didn't make a decision.
Right. To get a resolution, see, we're just a recommending body.
You voted to do nothing. To do nothing. You did a motion to deny first. Somebody didn't vote, so it changed.
Right. 4 to 3, 7, 5 to 3. Somebody didn't vote, those will show up on the first motion.
Who did?
It just, the light just didn't go on.
They're not today, it's still going to look. So today
It did.
There's not anybody that presented like we did today, and yet we still couldn't.
So will you recount the votes on the first one that didn't show up?
We can't revote it. We've already voted.
Item 29, SB 460, application by the Salvation Army of Central Oklahoma for a special permit for emergency shelter and feeding site, 2100 Northwest 10th Street.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is James Pickle. I reside at 8420 Northeastern Avenue. I am here representing the owner, the Salvation Army. I'm certainly not as eloquent as the attorneys, engineers, and developers you've heard earlier today, but I will hopefully be a lot briefer. In fact, this is somewhat new to me. I don't even know what a TE is. Can somebody tell me what a TE is? Technical evaluation. What I do know is that the Salvation Army is moving. We are moving to 10th and Penn. We're constructing a 50,000 square foot facility. It will be housing the administration offices. It will be housing a chapel and a community facility. It will have warehouse space. It will have space for our transportation fleet. And the reason we are here today, it will also have emergency housing and a feeding site. Everything about this property is zoned for what the Salvation Army needs except for the feeding site and the emergency housing, which is where the protests come in. We have met with the neighborhood at the suggestion of this Planning Commission after our first meeting in August. We had one meeting with the neighborhood, and there were only about a half a dozen people that showed, and we heard the common problem that they had was that we were going to be bringing homeless people into the neighborhood. We found out after that meeting we probably didn't have as strong a representation of the entire neighborhood, so the Neighborhood Alliance contacted us. We reached out to the Homeless Alliance. We reached out to the police department, code enforcement, several groups to try to get a true community meeting and find out what the problems not only are, but what the solutions could be. When we had our last scheduled Planning Commission meeting, it was to have been September 12th, and we realized that we did not have enough buy-in, so we asked for a continuance again, and we had our second meeting with the neighborhood. Now, from the immediate neighborhood, it was the same half dozen people who attended, but then a very large group representing the Neighborhood Alliance, which gave us broader geographic coverage, and the Homeless Alliance representation was there also. So we had a very good discussion. In total, we met for about 2.5 hours from the two meetings. The problems that they are having are law enforcement issue, code enforcement issue, neighborhood issues. There is trespassing going on in the residential neighborhood just immediately north of our site. Tents are being put in people's yards, and just general criminal activity, people walking pit bulls through the neighborhood, those types of things. The code enforcement issues are things like littering, a feeding and housing program that is not really being monitored by code enforcement, and then unleashed and unlicensed animals. As far as neighborhood issues, there's basically an unmanaged homeless population that actually exists on the Salvation Army site currently. Now, all of these problems precede the Salvation Army even coming in to build their new facility. 10th and Penn, I'm sure you're aware, is the old AMC site. We did not bring these problems to the neighborhood. They pre-existed us even thinking this would be our new location. The problem that we see and can't seem to come into agreement with a few of the neighbors is that we are going to contribute to the problem. We're going to add to all of these current problems that I've already mentioned. We take the position that because of who the Salvation Army is, what their mission is, the fact that we're going to take a bad corner and put a new facility with a staff that's 24/7, 365 days a year, that we are going to be able to be part of the solution. And we can't seem to get our friendly neighbors to realize that, number one, we didn't bring the problem to the neighborhood. Number two, we are not going to contribute or exacerbate the problem. And number three, we are going to be part of the solution. It won't be the Salvation Army by itself. It'll be the Army in conjunction with the city, city police, code enforcement. The Homeless Alliance, who attended our meeting, said that we will be there. They're already down the street from us, and help solve the problem that they already have. The problem is bigger than anything we're going to solve today. The homeless population exists. It has moved from Bricktown, it moved to the river, it moved to I-40, the underpass, it moved then to General Pershing Boulevard, where the North Care facility was just constructed, and in the process, a developer right next to that property came in and tore down the trees where the tent city was. And these homeless people, these unmanaged homeless people, now exist on the Salvation Army site. What are we supposed to do? Do we go in and tear it down? Do we mow everything? We're already trying to clean up the property, but they're going to go somewhere. We think because of who the Salvation Army, their mission, everything about the Army can help these people, can help deal with their problems. We're not going to eliminate the homeless. Some of these people enjoy living under the stars. They're not going to accept services. But we are going to clean up this site. We are going to contribute to the neighborhood. We are going to bring city departments to the table and address the problems that these current neighbors are having. Therefore, I would ask you very politely to approve this special use permit with one qualification, that a staff recommendation is asking us to use 70% brick, rock, or stone, and our entire building, not the entire building, but the majority of the building is going to be precast tilt-up with a coated painting, and then there will be some brick veneer, but we cannot meet the 70% requirement and stay within our budget. Thank you very much.
We have two people signed up. Oscar Estrada.
Hello, members of the City Council. I'm here to talk in place of my father. His name is Oscar Estrada. My name is Otto Estrada. He lives in 2209 Northwest 10th, which is just across the site. I've been hearing all of these cases previously to this one, and they talk about what's going to happen in 50 years, what's going to happen in 20 years. Well, we know what's going to happen at this place because it is happening right now. Now, it is true that before the Salvation Army came and got approval for building administration offices, the chapel, the community facility, and the warehouse, that we did have some homeless population in the area. But what we have seen so far goes so far beyond the problems that we had in the past. I mean, we have riots, we have shootouts, we have people with pit bulls. I mean, I take my daughter to my grandma. You know, what's going to happen when some of those dogs attack my daughter? You know, just 3 days ago, there was a fire 1 block north between Northwest 10th and Northwest 11th. Who caused that? Homeless people. And the only solution that the Salvation Army gives us is call the police. This is not our problem. They're not following us. Well, they are at their property. They're following them. They're there because that's what it is. It's for homeless people. And I understand that they're not fully responsible for the majority of them, but we do have a serious problem in this area. And I just ask you from the bottom of your heart that if you were in our position, if you had homeless people coming to your neighborhood, how would you feel about that? We have my dad. He has worked hard all of his life. I mean, he's not getting any younger. And the value of the house is going to drop. I mean, we are not opposed as having the Salvation Army for all of this, but we do feel that when the emergency shelter and the housing is just going to exacerbate the problem. It's going to get out of control. We attempted to talk to them. We went to 2 of their meetings. I wasn't able to go to the first meeting, and the translation was not adequate. In the second meeting, I had to stop them, and I had to tell them, please, put someone that speaks Spanish so they can understand, because they were not even doing that. So there are 177 signatures. Please hear their voices, and we just hope that you, if nothing else, delay this and have other members, other communities that live north of us all the way up to Northwest 36, because they didn't really have a chance. They came to the second meeting, they attended it, and they spoke for the last 5 minutes, and then they were told there's going to be a decision being made today. So we are going to continue having these meetings, but that's not really appropriate. I don't think that's very good conversation with the neighborhood that are going to be affected if this gets approved. Thank you.
I guess I'm having a problem understanding your issue as it relates to the Salvation Army. The problem is there now. The site is a vacant lot. People have moved there because at the moment it's a vacant lot.
No, they have moved there because the Salvation Army will be there. They have moved there from Bricktown and from under the bridges, and they're going to be over there. That's what this is about. This is for feeding them, so they can be there. But along with the good comes the bad. What are we going to do with the shooters? What are we going to do with the dangerous animals?
That's not a solution that the vacant lot solves or that the Salvation Army solves. That really is a city police problem that we can't address, and the Salvation Army can't, except that they're a resource in some respects, because some of the people that are wandering around will take advantage of their services. And to that extent, they're a benefit to you.
So you're saying that if you had problems in your neighborhood, you would just be happy to just call the police and have them address the situation?
That's what else would I be able to do? I would have to call the police. If somebody's misbehaving in my neighborhood or firing a gun, as you suggest, and are starting a fire, and I know that happens, the first thing I would do is call the police. I wouldn't have another option.
What about the property value? I mean,
It's still a city policing problem. It's not a problem of an organization like a church nearby or the Salvation Army or any other agency.
I mean, what about the fires? I mean, all this stuff.
They're not starting the fires. I mean, you're pointing to them for problems that you have now you have had, and
what I'm saying is that
they're not contributing to it.
Well, but the problem will become worse as time goes on.
Why?
Well, what they're saying is we're going to come here and we're going to clean up the place.
Yeah.
Well, they have a shelter for homeless people, so more homeless people are going to come, and they're just going to be roaming around in the neighborhood, 2-3 miles around. So it's not just, I mean, if what you guys want to do is just put all of the homeless people in one area, I mean, you might as well say that.
Well, you have a number of services available in that general area for homeless and people in need. You've got the Homeless Alliance further south. So you've got these kinds of facilities. Nick, jump in.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand now, what I didn't understand is the gentleman said that Salvation Army moved these people there. The people that are there now, Salvation Army didn't move them.
Oh, no, they didn't move them, but they moved there because they know that the Salvation Army is coming.
Well, I think they moved there because the site they had got bulldozed, and this happens to be a vacant lot, and they moved to it. Now, I don't know what the ownership is and whatnot, but maybe there could be something done to push them off of there too. But again, it's a police issue.
It's a police issue. Okay, we have Marilyn Blackburn.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have something different, Ms. Blackburn?
Yes, I do. My name is Marilyn Blackburn. I live at 1101 North Barnes, just right across the street from the vacant field. I would like to thank Mr. Chambliss and Councilwoman Salyer for actually addressing one of the other issues we have in the neighborhood with an illegal operation of a feeding site and such. They have done yeoman's work on that. However, what is it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. If you build it, they will come. Right now, within 2 miles of this site, there are 21 different sites that either provide housing, they provide, well, the Jesus House says they provide shelter, housing for 453 people. We have food distribution kitchens, we have shelters, most of these are not in residential areas. There are only 3 that I know of that are shelters that are actually in residential areas. Yes, there's only a few of us here. Everybody's working. I'm retired, you know. We've had 2 meetings with the Salvation Army, tried to address the issue with their property. They did not even want to look at the pictures I had. Ashley Jones of the Salvation Army actually followed me home and walked across the street on we had a meeting, and Mr. Lara of the Salvation Army, they agreed that they would have, on August 27th, they agreed that they would have someone come trim trees, get rid of the prostitutes that have a little business going over there, that they would mow, that they would post the property and put something across the driveway to keep Johns and the other people out. Nothing. September 3rd, Mr. Lara called me. He said, oh, our maintenance man was on vacation. We're going to get on it tomorrow. They came out a couple of days later, mowed the easement on 10th, and about a mile, maybe an acre, maybe 2, where you could just see it from 10th Street, did nothing about the tent city. He also told me that the developer, the construction people, had equipment, that they had bulldozed down the tent city on the south side. Well, now they're on the north side, 100 feet from my bedroom. Nothing was done. Okay, we had another meeting on the only reason the Alliance got into this was I found out that they had a meeting over a year ago with the Neighborhood Alliance, excluded everyone in our neighborhood, promised them all kinds of stuff. Oh, we're going to keep in touch. They were not aware of the meeting here on the 8th of August. They were not aware of anything else until I got in touch with Georgie Rasco. Now, all of a sudden, they want to cooperate. Well, yesterday afternoon, field's still not mowed, driveway's not secured. Some man, about 5:30, comes out, shuts the old half of the gate that still works, puts a little sign up there, walks over there to the 2 prostitutes that had just come in and set up for the night, and says, leave. That's what we're getting as cooperation from the Salvation Army. That is insulting. I have lived in that house half my life. I've had the old AMC, had the flea market, had the illegal operation that was in there. Hallelujah, the building's coming down. Thank God Salvation Army's going in. Now I don't trust them. I don't trust anything they say. And if you'd like to see the 21 sites, I have a list. They're doing everything to divide and conquer. They didn't let the Neighborhood Alliance know. They didn't let us know. And of course, when you have a continuance here, we don't get a notice. If you don't have a computer, you don't know. And the majority, you have 177 signatures. It's not just me. It's not just Anna. It's not just her sister. They own a bunch of property in the area. I also understand that from, I believe it's Western to Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, I'm really hoarse. I have an allergy. From Western to Pennsylvania, where they took out all the old houses on the north side of the street because of all the drug activity. That's an enterprise then for MAPS 3. What are we going to get in there in the way of high-end stuff that's going to bring the neighborhood up if we have all of this homeless problem? They are simply relocating the 100 people that they had into our neighborhood. How is that a solution? We don't see them as a solution. I'm not even as opposed to the housing as I am the feeding station. Since the, and I don't mean to be long because I'm as tired as you are, but since the overpasses and the bridges have come down downtown. I sat on my front porch Sunday afternoon, and 35 people with backpacks went through. The police didn't show up until after the meeting. The man from the Homeless Alliance, we've housed 150 people all over, not just concentrated. Why can't we have something like that? Why can't that feeding station that we object to so much, why can't that be more warehouse space? They have also come up with this thing at the last meeting that they want to mow the field, which they haven't mowed for a year. They want to put lights in a ball facility over there. 10th Street is a madhouse. How in the world are you going to put an attractive nuisance for small children across a 4-lane road where nobody pays attention to the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit? This is ridiculous. We have been invaded. We have been insulted. I am disgusted. I'm ready to put my house up for sale after 34 years of putting up with everything. This is too much. This is just too much. And I thank you for your time. But, you know, if they can't keep these minor promises, how are we going to trust them for anything else? It's just crazy. We don't see them as a solution. In fact, we see them as contributing more. And I agree. We need the police, we need zoning, we need all kinds of help. But we sure don't see this as a solution.
Thank you.
And the women's shelters, 24/7, the men's shelters, only at night. Where do these guys go during the daytime? Where are these people that come in? You know, expand the food pantry. That's a once or twice a month thing. Get it, take it home, help the people that are low income, that are trying, that maybe just need a little help. Why not help them? What about us? We're taxpayers. Been here all my life. Worked 50 years. What rights do I have? Apparently none. I'm just tired of it. Thank you very much.
A couple of her concerns are legitimate. We did promise to mow the field. The tractor broke down after about a day and a half of mowing. The issue of trimming the trees, if you've not seen the site, along 10th Street is almost a wall of trees. And basically what it does is it blocks the homeless people, and our theory is if we trim those trees, then they'll be seen more quickly and possibly we'll move on. We decided not to trim the trees because the trees are holding up the fence. The trees have grown through this cyclone fence. It can't be trimmed. We're in the process now of getting a price to demolish the fence. It's the only way we're going to get rid of that barrier. The problem for us and the Army is we need to put up another fence. We're not going to tear that fence down until we have a way to secure the property, and we don't have the money yet in our budget to do that. One thing I'd like for the captain to stand up and address is the population that we will be housing in our facility. Captain?
I'd also like for him to address the population that's there now and why you can't control or remove them.
I'm Captain Carlisle Gargis, 311 Southwest 5th here in Oklahoma City. We'll start with that right now with the people that are on the site. I went and had my maintenance man go and tell these people that they needed to move, that we're going to be calling police to have them come out and remove from the property. They're down along an area that's by the railroad tracks, and they're stacked up cross ties, and there's lots of them, and we're trying to determine if the railroad, if that's their cross ties or what, so we can have those moved because they're getting in between those and setting up their house. We told them that they would need to be moved, and I also instructed that we would be putting posted no trespassing signs up, and we're also in contacting OG&E to put the lights that are on the street poles to go down Penn to begin putting light on that, and also there were some poles that we could mount them on going up by the railroad tracks so we could get at least the site illuminated as we're doing just the basic construction now. The people that will be coming there in the Salvation Army and what we work with, generally your street homeless are really not a lot of the folks that will come to the Salvation Army. Our program is very highly structured. It's highly managed. We will be providing shelter for men, women, and families, and this will be a 24-hour operation. The question and the answer to what people are doing during the day, they're doing one of three things. They're at the Salvation Army. One, they're either going to be working during the day. Two, they're either going to be looking for a job. Or three, they're going to be going to classes, life skills management classes there at the Salvation Army. That's our program. We get very involved in the lives of people. We will have a 9 o'clock curfew at night. If they're on the street after 9, they're not with the Salvation Army because they're not going to get back in. The doors open at 6 a.m. so those can go to work and get about the day. So it's a very highly managed environment. This is something the Salvation Army's been doing for years here in Oklahoma City, and we truly believe that if we have the opportunity, I believe the neighborhood will be pleasantly surprised. But we know that we have to at least have a chance to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for us.
No. We have someone else at the moment, Mrs. Blackburn.
I just wanted to ask a question. When you had a couple of community meetings, and I was wondering, had anyone, an actual program person or a responsible person of the Salvation Army actually reached out and had interactions with the community people?
We did during the last two meetings that we had in the neighborhood. I was transferred here in the middle of June. And so my predecessor, he was involved in the earlier workings, and I have taken it from June forward. We brought our Director of Social Services, Ashley, she talked about her, Ashley Jones, and we also brought our housing manager, Janet, was there as well to provide input and to answer questions for the families that were there, and they did come. And Carlos was there. He was the translator. He was there both times, and we got very overwhelmed in our first meeting trying to communicate effectively to everybody because there was a lot of questions, and we stayed there to answer all those. We also will be planning and continuing to hold these neighborhood meetings in the neighborhood because it's very important as a Salvation Army because there's a chapel on the end of that. We really want to reach out into the neighborhood because that's what the Salvation Army does and what they've been doing for years. I've been in pastoral ministry for the last 14 years, and that's what I do. We reach out to those in the neighborhood around our Salvation Army, as well as those that come to us and stay with us, helping to not just, we don't want to warehouse people. There's other groups that do that. We want to see people transformed. That's what the Salvation Army are very intentional in that.
My second question to you is, you have a feeding program, and I understand it's approximately 1,000 people you feed. And my question is, how will the people that you're feeding, how will they get to and from the Salvation Army at that location?
Right now, we're probably feeding around 100 in our location where we're at right now. A lot of the neighborhood has moved as that's all being changed. A lot of those will come to us in the neighborhood as well as those that are staying with us. We see a lot of working poor that come and eat with us at the Salvation Army. We provide very nutritious meals, and they can come and actually walk to our facilities. And over here, we'll be in an area where I think we'll be in good distance for some of that. We see families. We provide a very safe dining room and because security and families are very important to us at the Salvation Army. And so that they will come in various ways. Some will even drive their vehicles or their bicycles. We will see as we move into that area, because I believe that we can hopefully help augment some of the loss in the neighborhood as we get towards the end of the month, begin to run out of food stamps and those kinds of things. We can provide a meal for them.
My concern was if we're going to have that larger number of people, like 1,000 people serving, coming, and primarily walking, it's going to be a big challenge to transverse Pennsylvania Avenue, which is a main thoroughfare, and 10th Street for all the traffic, and I wonder was any consideration given to that? Well, and then if they were driving, the number that was driving, how has there been any thought about how you'd handle that amount of circulation in automobiles and traffic on the site
Sure.
itself?
The 1,000 number is not a number that I look at. That's not even on my radar. We're looking around 150 to 225 in the evening meal.
How many meals a day?
That would be breakfast and dinner.
Both morning and night?
Mm-hmm. Those that would be in our facility, they would eat in our facility, or if they're working or job searching, we'd make a sack lunch for them to take with them.
Because I didn't understand that your feeding program enveloped everyone, not just the people that come to the Salvation Army facilities. Once it's known you're going to have food, within the homeless population, it's known where I can get some food. And they will have nothing to do with the Salvation Army at all before breakfast or after dinner.
There is that, and that's just a standard procedure of the Salvation Army. If we are providing a meal, we'll provide for those that would be hungry. Of course, we also in that area, we're providing regular social services, food boxes, utility assistance, FAM programs. The whole complement of that will be there as well. May I answer any other questions?
Thank you. Ms. Blackburn, briefly, you have something?
Yes. Well, I was just going to say that was not accurate. They took the tent city out several months ago down on the south side. I have pictures of what's actually on their property on the south side of Tent, but it's on the north side of their property. It's there today. The man walked over yesterday, told them to leave, and they left. But how long does it take them? I mean, I've heard, okay, our maintenance man was out, okay, we had equipment problems. Guy walks over, 30 seconds, shuts half a gate, puts a posted sign on it, walks over and says, get out, and they leave. The mess is still there. And it's worse than it was after our first two meetings. There's more in there now. There's a guy in there with the pit bull with the girls. If you would like to see the pictures, I don't know if they would show on your overhead or not, but this is 100 feet from my bedroom window. And they don't, how hard is it? They brag that they took a bulldozer to the tents down on the south side of the property down by the railway. They weren't bothering us. It's the ones that are in our neighborhood now that are bothering us. And how long does it take them? I mean, 30 seconds for the guy to shut the gate, post it up, and walk over there and say leave. Why didn't they do that 6-8 weeks ago? I have no faith in them. I've contributed to everything under the sun, and they'll never get another penny from me. They're not shooting straight with us. And so we're supposed to believe that they're going to provide a park area, a playground, a ball field for these kids, that they're going to, you know how children are. They're going to run across 10th Street and get killed. There's no supervision there. It's just words. We're not seeing, and yeah, there's just a few of us here. But we found out from the Neighborhood Alliance that when Mr. Pickles stood up here, and you can run your tape back, he said, we have had no contact from anybody. They had a meeting with the Neighborhood Alliance over a year ago, and they said, we don't like this. I don't know where they are today. They were supposed to be here.
Thank you.
We just feel like we're lost. It's very, very sad. And I don't see this as a solution. Thank you.
That is our disagreement. If nothing else, what this special use permit has done has magnified the problem in their neighborhood. We had no idea any of this was going on. When the Salvation Army bought this property, there was not a tent city on it. The tent city moved when their former home was torn down on General Pershing Boulevard. We know it's a problem, and it's on our property. The best thing that happened is these two community meetings, and as the captain mentioned, we're going to continue to have these meetings because the first meeting, J.J. Chambliss attended. The second meeting, Councilwoman Meg Salyer attended. What has come out of that is the fact that there is a huge homeless problem in this part of town. It's migrated all over town. Now it's right here on the Salvation Army property. The councilwoman, JJ, the Homeless Alliance, Georgie with the Neighborhood Alliance has said we've got to figure out a solution. It's not the Army's problem. The problem we have, it just happens to be on our property. If we go in and bulldoze that, if we tear it down, they're just going to pick up and move somewhere else, some other vacant piece of property. What we are thinking is maybe we can intercede. Maybe we can figure out some type of solution. At least right now, we know where they're living. The other problem that the Army has, we're a nonprofit organization. It's why they couldn't afford some eloquent attorney to make this presentation today. I mean, you got stuck with me. We have to use our resources. Tearing down this fence, that's hardly a fence. We can't even yet afford to figure out how we're going to replace that. The new building is going to have a fence around it. There won't be kids running out into the streets. That part is going to be fenced. This is roughly 6 acres of a 26-acre site, and we're going to be improving over a period of time the entire 26 acres. Now, those homeless people who are occupying housing between the railroad ties, they're going to go somewhere, and thanks to JJ, thanks to Councilwoman Salyer, thanks to other people who attended the last meeting, we're going to try to figure this out before we just move them out somewhere else. I certainly hope you will approve this special use permit and allow us to use less than 70% brick, stone, or rock. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and Mrs. Blackburn left, but I was going to want to assure her that I've had significant confirmation about what you said, James, about the cooperation with the Army, with this neighborhood, but particularly with police and code enforcement that have been made totally aware of what's going on in this neighborhood. But there's one aspect of your request, and that's not the 70% brick. You know, it's the feeding and the housing of homeless, this special permit. There is a significant concentration of services for the downtrodden and the poor and the disabled within this area, and so the concentration is a bit worrisome. But I agree totally that it's not the Army's fault that this is going on. Some years ago, I was involved in organizing a homeless center called REST, which is at the Washington Center School. That particular facility invited the homeless to stay there during the day. It didn't house them for sleeping. We had some meals maybe on a Sunday, but it was a place where they could get their mail, they could have health care, dental care, etc., a place to put their stuff, because during the day, you guys let them out early in the morning. They don't stay in your facility, and so they're out there on the street. These are the people that's the problem. And then Washington Center School was torn down in deference to the City Rescue Mission that had a lot of money. But both organizations, not to criticize either, but there are some rules to join into these facilities if you're a homeless person. Our analysis of the population that you really are dealing with and this neighborhood is dealing with back then and it's today. There's a footnote. We tried to join up with the Homeless Alliance, we being Catholic Charities and others that were involved with REST, to try to create this same type of facility that would be non-judgmental, non-proselytizing, not anything, but a place to come in. REST was funded minimally, and the City Council voted to deny our funds, and so it closed. It closed, and therefore these homeless people were out there on the street. There they are. Where do they go? They go to the next place. And as you said, James, you know, a good percentage are mentally ill. A good percentage have criminal records. A good percentage are drug addicted. And a good percentage just don't want to go anywhere except leave me alone. And so they go from place to place to place.
This city does not have a facility to take care of those who won't go into places that have rules. They won't, so they're out there. So your problem with the neighbors isn't Salvation Army's doings. You know, you do what you can do, and I think the facility that you put in where the AMC places were is well worth it. And who knows, maybe with your help and the help of the city, Councilwoman Salyer and others, the police department, to monitor this place and for you guys to really be an advocate for helping your neighborhood that you're going to move into be safe for the people to the north and other places. You know, I'm in support of your application, and I'll vote in favor of it. So I move to approve it.
We have a second?
The 70% brick veneer, I think you wanted it.
With that revision, the 77, you can put whatever you want.
Concrete.
Yeah, that concrete stuff. Yeah, that's a revision of the TE.
John, my only comment, and I asked Dan about this, is that there's two ABCs on this property, and I asked what actually happens with those. I'm not really sure, but
They addressed that the last time. Why?
They're left over from the old AMC flea market.
We won't need them.
They'll just lapse.
They do, but the building they related to is gone now.
is there a second?
Yes.
All in favor? Or cast your votes, I should say. It's approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time, all of it.
Item 31, C6503, revised preliminary plat of Lone Oak East, located north of Northwest 150th Street and west of Portland Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, I can stand to look in this way.
Afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, good evening. For the record, Brian Kuhn with Hewitt Zollers representing the applicant, 2832 West Wilshire. I know you all are tired, I am too, so I'll talk fast, but there's a lot I do want to cover. Just a quick history of the thing. You know, we came to you 20 months ago with a full plat over 1,000 lots. There's only really, this property is zoned R1 and in the PUD R1 and I1, okay? And so we really feel like the only use for this that you all would want to see this to happen would be R1. If we can't go forward with R1, it creates a hardship. I don't know what else to do. I know you want to say something about the variance, but we don't need it.
We don't have enough votes to vote for a variance.
We're fine with that. We agreed to all the TEs. Yeah, and we had decided that a day or two ago, so we're good on that deal. Here's a couple things that happened when we were here 20 months ago. There really, I don't think, a whole lot of argument or discussion as far as layout lots. Maybe there's a little bit about density, but we're far well under the R1 density zoning. There was talk about traffic. There was talk about flood zones. Things have changed since that last hearing. There was talk about fire marshal. We talked to the fire marshal. The two first responding stations come from the south, one at 122nd May and one from 116th and MacArthur. So the fire marshal or fire trucks come from the south. So that's a little bit different than what was here before. Before, we were in the middle of doing a flood study when we were here 20 months ago. At this point, we have completed our flood study. The developer spent probably, and I'm happy to say, has spent over $100,000 with me doing a flood study. Your staff has spent a lot of time reviewing that flood study and has approved it, and it's gone to FEMA, and we have FEMA's approval of our flood study. So we now have in hand, which is different from before, we now have in hand a clomer, which means we can move forward with our development. One of the things that we have done, other changes, again, when you heard this before, again, it boiled down to one issue, and that was the road going north. And you said, you know what, we're good with everything we see. Kind of you said that after 2 or 3 meetings, but at 379, you need to put this road in going north. So what I determined, and we talked about, what I do, I don't go to court, I don't do certain things. I like to design streets and water and sewer and grading and build lots so these guys can sell lots, builders build homes, people move into houses. Okay? So I said, let's try to move forward. I know the court case is over here, Let's try to move forward with a plat. We stay underneath that limit of where they said that road's got to go. You still have every opportunity in the future to try to enforce that again on us. We are 356 underneath the 379, so we're underneath that window of where you put. I would like to do what we do all day long, and you see me here every 2 weeks. I'd like to do a residential subdivision that meets all the subdivision regulations. And again, you'll have your day, I'll have our day, again, to talk about that road in the future. The things that have changed, and when I talked to Janice about this, she said, well, what's changed? Well, at this point, Portland is now under construction. And you all probably have, several of you have been out there. They're doing the intersection work at 150th. I think they're at 164th. So we now know that ODOT is moving forward. The power lines have been moved over to our east property line of this plat. We donated an easement to OG&E because they wanted their line to line up with their substation to the north. So we donated an easement to them. That's changed. At 150th now, the plans are 100% approved. It's an Oklahoma City project. Those plans have been 100% approved by engineering. So that's changed. We now know that 150th is going to get widened. The timing is a little bit questionable right now, but we know now we're further along the road than we were 20 months ago. A couple other things that I want to talk to, and maybe we just talk about the staff report right now. There are several TEs, 12 TEs, and we agree with every one of them. I knew we needed a variance to put a stub to the east. We own the property to the east, so we kind of have control over what's going to go there, but we'll put the stub into the east. So we don't need a variance today. So we'd like to move forward with approval to move forward, plus we've got a final plat coming up soon. One of the things that I do want to add, which I think is a plus, we agreed years ago, or 20 months ago, for the light that at Remington. There's some traffic issues. They wanted a light. We need a light. So we agreed 20 months ago we'll pay for half that light when it happens. Well, now we know that 150th is going to be widened. We still agreed that we'll pay for half that light. One of the things that Stuart Chai told me at a meeting not too long ago, he said, well, I don't know that we have a method that we can take your money to build this traffic light. And I told him, I said, I bet if I can call Dennis Clowers or Jim Couch, I bet I can convince them of a way to accept my $120,000 to $130,000 to help pay for that traffic signal. So we agreed to do that. Now, one of the things that staff came back with was, okay, what happens if that traffic light, let's say 150th gets done, let's say the traffic light is not warranted or it's not put in, whatever, when we hit 80% of our lots, we'll pay for 100% of it. When we hit an 80% occupancy with our subdivision, we'll pay for 100% of that light. Okay? That helps out Remington. We're not asking for their participation, but I think the city can manage a way to accept our money to pay for half that light. Again, just to quickly summarize, we know we've got to be back here after 356. Your issues before, I think it was all resolved. We argued a lot for a lot of hours back then. It was at 379, we think we need another entrance. At 356, we know we'll be back. Things may change on 164th at that point. Portland will probably be a state highway. Sort of state highway will be a 4-lane divided highway by that time. 150th will be widened. Facts will change, and that's why we're thinking, let us move forward now with a subdivision that meets every regulation. Lone Oak on the other side of the creek, we did that in 10 different phases. We own 990 acres, probably one of the largest land purchases in the city for a long time. We didn't plat the whole thing. We platted what we knew we could do right now. So we platted that. What we're doing right now is we're platting what we know we can do under what you all have told us we can do. We will be back. We hope to build out the whole property. So we know we'll be back with another plat to move forward. So, the property to the east is another 320 acres. Part of it's gone now with ODOT, but we know someday that'll happen. Again, that property right now is zoned R1 and I1, and I think R1 is the proper use, and we've met all the guidelines and regulations that you've laid before us, and we've agreed to all the TEs. Be glad to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Brian at this point?
I do have a couple comments.
Eric, are you here for Ms. Mashin? Ms. Mashin signed up. Jeannie, are you going to speak, or is Eric going to speak for you?
I understood Commissioner Gales had questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
No questions. Go ahead, Eric.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, for the record, I'm Eric Groves, an attorney. I represent Remington Neighborhood Association to the immediate south of the proposed project. Given the time constraints, we have decided that we will only have 2 people to speak. I'll be one, Ginny Massione will be the other. There are any number of neighborhoods in opposition to this. but they have agreed that one person can speak for all of them, and that will be Ginny. I think most of the commissioners will recall the original plat, which you denied. It was larger than this one. The minutes of the meeting in which you denied it stated the grounds for that denial as two. One, that traffic infrastructure was not in place to handle the traffic that this project would generate. The second thing those minutes said was that fire response time would be delayed due to a lack of a connection with Northwest 164th. That's what the minutes say. The transcripts of those hearings, and I didn't appear, but I've read them because it all went to court, said that the applicant was willing to, after 675 lots or so, do another traffic study, make a decision as to whether it was appropriate to connect to Northwest 164th Street, when that connector street should be built, or when, and the commission wanted a commitment that the developer would connect to 164th Street at some point in time, a specific point in time, and the developer refused to do it. As to the negotiations and conversations that led up to that point, Commissioner Gales is more familiar with it than I am, so I will defer to him as to a recitation of that history. After denied the plat, the applicant sought judicial review in the district court. I mentioned that in my letter to you all. My client intervened. Mr. Brummett and I briefed the case very thoroughly, and the court upheld your decision. What it said was that the commission's decision was not arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable in denying the plat. And the court focused on the lack of commitment to connect to 164th Street. And this preliminary plat is in that sense worse than its predecessor. At least in the predecessor, they did talk about some sort of vague commitment to take the collector street up to 164th. In this one, there's no commitment at all. So any denial of this plat today would not be arbitrary. It would be based on the facts as they exist on the ground. So the plat has many or more problems than its predecessor. No commitment to connect to the north. As to the traffic signal, their own traffic study, their own traffic impact analysis says that a traffic light is necessary where this subdivision will dump out onto Northwest 150th directly across the street from Remington. Today, Mr. Kuhn says that they're willing to pay half the cost. They've said that in the past. In fact, they said we'll pay half the cost if Remington will pay the other half. Now, it seems that they will agree to pay half if the city will pay the other half. Well, I don't know where that money is going to come from. That traffic signal is not on our capital improvements list, so far as I know. Some extraordinary appropriation would have to be done to fund it, and there is none in place. In my opinion, it is this development which precipitates the need for a traffic signal there, and the developer should pay for that traffic signal, which would not be unusual. There are flooding issues, not drainage issues, but flooding issues. I don't know in detail about what may have gone on in the Department of Public Works, but I do know this. My clients have hired an engineer to review the flood study.
Wait just a sec. I think we don't have a quorum. You'll have to hold for just a sec.
Okay.
We don't have 5.
Well, while I'm holding, I just want to mention that I didn't know until today that Tim Johnson's got drones. So I just want you to know I'm not getting on his wrong side. He's got those drones flying around. I don't know another engineering firm that has any drones, except Tim's.
Understood. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Gale.
I will.
We're back in session.
All right. I'll try to conclude briefly. There There are flooding issues with this, as the maps point out. We do have a flood engineer retained to review the flood study that's been submitted. We don't have those comments. We're probably not going to get them until early October. This day, Commissioner Powell has brought up the matter of preliminary plats and why do we have them. Statutes allow them. They're called temporary plats in the statutes. We have them as a planning tool. They don't have legal force or effect, but they're an efficient planning tool for flushing out the problems that a project presents. And in my view, the preliminary platting stage is as good a point as any other to face up to these issues and decide how they're going to be resolved. And if the preliminary plat doesn't come up to your standards, then it should be denied, and the applicant come back with something that does meet your standards. There has been, from the beginning of this case, an absolute lack of cooperation by the developer in meeting the needs of this area. Perhaps the only two entrances we're going to have to this development are going to be both on 150th Street, as you can see. One's going to dump out right across the way from Remington, and the other one down the way a little bit. That's really not the spirit of the idea. The idea is to have entrances that will enable police and fire vehicles to enter the neighborhood, and in this particular case, to allow people to take their children to school safely and efficiently. And this plat just doesn't do that. This particular developer is still in court. We're still there. The city's still there. We prevailed at the trial court level. They've appealed it. It'll probably be assigned to the Court of Civil Appeals. So that process is ongoing, and so they've come back with just a portion of what they filed before, but the song remains the same. The problems are still the same. This needs to be connected to 164th Street, and there's absolutely no promise to do that. So I think you should deny it. And there's some things that I think should not be put off until the final plat stage, and those are the issues that are raised here now. So I ask that you deny it, and we'll deal with it. We'll deal with the rest of it in court. Thank you. Jenny has a few words. She is.
Nick, did you have some questions or comments at this point, or do you want to hold those for a sec?
Questions, Commissioner?
Any other questions for Mr. Groves?
Okay. Jenny?
My name's Jenny Massian. I live at 14405 Fossil Creek Lane, Oklahoma City, in Remington Addition. I just want to say I admire you guys for your dedication to the community. I didn't have any idea you worked this late, so I admire you and appreciate you. I have shortened my notes and comments from all these multiple neighborhoods, intentionally shortened, and still they're longer than I want them to be. So I'm going to try to just stick to what I've got on here. So residents of the Lone Oak neighborhoods, Cove, Creek, Lakes, Park, Point, Ridge, Run, Village, and the neighborhoods of Monticello and Remington have asked me to appear for them to protest both today's application and the final plat that's scheduled for 2 weeks. We're opposed to the Lone Oak East development itself. We're not opposed to the Lone Oak East development itself, only to the design in which it's proposed. We want to voice our concerns regarding high density, traffic, access to Deer Creek schools, the overall quality of our community, and our flood risk. Though the currently submitted plats for Lone Oak East development are significantly smaller than the previous one that was submitted, the application C6333, we strongly believe that there are still adverse conditions that will result from the development as it's proposed. What I have to say here are statements of fact that I've personally observed. Adding residential traffic and construction traffic into an already congested area, which is about to be worsened by construction, seems illogical, unreasonable, and dangerous. If any homes within the proposed development are occupied prior to the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Northwest 150th and Remington Way, local residents will be exposed to inconvenience and danger. And without a street to connect the proposed development to Northwest 164th Street, Monticello, Remington, and the new development would have no option to enter and exit their neighborhoods other than via Northwest 150th. I'm not sure what the reported accident rate is along there, but there are accidents there even with just the current traffic. Without the requested traffic lights in place, it's very likely that Remington residents would be unable to make a left turn coming out of the neighborhood. Therefore, they would be forced to turn right to go east. Well, the Deer Creek Elementary School and I think it's the middle school, I'm sorry, I've got it in my notes, they're both to the west of us. So instead of now people that turn left and then turn right either onto Lone Oak Drive or to MacArthur, they would be forced without a light to turn right, go to Portland, then make a left turn on the already very hectic intersection of Portland and 150th and go north and then make a left turn on the appropriate street to get their children to school. This also includes the teenage drivers and their parents that are going up to the high school. It's not good. Adding residential traffic and construction traffic, oh, I'm sorry, I'm worn out. The city has stated that certain turn lanes and signalization will be put into place during the street widening process. We believe that approval of any development of Lone Oak East should be made conditional to the signalization being in place prior to any occupancy of homes within that addition, and conditional to the turn lanes and other traffic improvements being installed at the time of the road widening, whether they're funded by the city or the developer. If it's not required by the developer, if the funds aren't there by the city, we go without. It was good to see that the common area has been added to the central portion of the plat, of the new plat, as it didn't appear in the previously submitted plat, I believe. But it's still far from being an asset to Oklahoma City with multiple problems. The plats on these two applications show that there are two areas between lots that lead to Common Area B. So it's very limited access to Common Area B. And it shows only, it doesn't show any water runoff areas. It only shows what I believe are two access areas, which if I understand the staff report, will be paved and walkways. Being familiar with the flooding in the area and with the similarities to Remington Addition, it's our belief that during heavy rains, that the street drains are not likely to be able to handle the water runoff, the extreme water runoff, and therefore either the water would need to flood those walkways down to the common area and pray that no children ever get caught on that, or they flood the new residence property. And if you've seen any of the photos of the runoff area, which we really have not put into exhibits except early on, a runoff area from Remington that's just unofficial areas has absolutely been very swift and very deep. If anything's like that on that sidewalk, I'm telling you, an adult wouldn't survive it. It's stated in the staff report that 1.06 acres of the common area should be devoted to recreational amenities. Since common area A appears, I believe, to be smaller than that size, then common area B would be where the amenities were installed, and that has a portion of it in the floodway, not just the floodplain. In fact, all of it's in the floodway from what I can tell, except maybe just a smidgen. So, in our opinion, that those amenities will either get flooded or there'll have to be mass amounts of fill put in there to raise it up to an elevation to make it where they won't get flooded. We are concerned that either existing area residents of Lone Oak East existing residents or the home buyers of the new addition will suffer the consequences one way or another. The area of the proposed Lone Oak East on the current applications has been slightly modified to have only small portions of just a few lots showing to be in the floodway. However, there are still several lots showing to be in the floodplain, and Common Area B is almost entirely in the floodway. Changing floodplain elevations in sufficient amounts to allow construction of homes to be safe from flooding would require massive amounts of fill to be placed in the currently mapped floodplain. We appreciate and respect the expertise and opinions of professionals, but even if government authorities approve the requested FEMA map changes, we fear that residents in neighborhoods along Bluff Creek will become flood victims, as we understand that residents did along Chisholm Creek, Lightning Creek, and Crutcho Creek. We would assume those areas were deemed by authorities to be appropriate at some time, and that some flood study more than likely supported that determination. Science isn't perfect, and there are numerous unpredictable variables in nature. We don't want to be the victims of human error or emissions of potential extreme variables. If the Bluff Creek water flow is changed based on incorrect presumptions and flooding subsequently occurs, a water flow correction might be made, but mostly at a great expense to the taxpayers. This would be repetitive of what I understand was experienced and incurred by the necessary correction of flooding around Memorial and North Penn and around the Belle Isle area where development occurred before appropriate infrastructure was in place. The 100-year floodplain that we showed on our composite map, which I have here if anyone wants to look at it, I can hand it to you. But we know personally and positively that the 100-year floodplain has flooded multiple times within the last few years. Flooding events are increasing in frequency and intensity. It does not seem prudent to dump massive amounts of fill in areas with current heavy water flow. Brian Kuhn claimed on September 12th, and again today, that applicant's flood study was approved by FEMA. We just received the requested documents this past Monday and have passed them on to our flood study engineer for his review. Most of the information provided will need to be interpreted by our engineer in order to understand it. A couple of comments were noted on the FEMA's letter to Mayor Cornett dated July 19th, 2013, which was the most current information that we had made available to us. One of the things was, it is not a final determination. Secondly, the criteria that is being applied is the minimum NFIP criteria. NFIP regulation, thirdly, I quote, NFIP regulations subparagraph 60.3B7 requires communities to ensure that the flood carrying capacity within the altered or relocated portion of any water course is maintained. And, quote, we may request that your community submit a description and schedule of maintenance activities necessary to ensure this requirement, end of quote. Since the Bluff Creek area will be turned over to the new HOA, who will likely not be sufficiently funded nor obligated to oblige, the city will likely have no better luck with that maintenance than with other HOA maintenance of water flow areas. The city may step in when it's critical, but that will likely only be following a report from residents of being flooded or nearly flooded. That is not nearly sufficient. We have asked all along that if the changes were determined to be sufficient, though we don't see how they could be, that the developer at least escrow funds with the HOA to fund monitoring and maintenance of the water flow areas, and that the HOA, in some legally enforceable manner, be required to perform monitoring and maintenance. This development is not okay with us. Putting us at risk of flooding is not okay with us. Putting us at traffic risk is not okay with us. Impacting our schools and the other infrastructure without it first being sufficiently in place to handle the influx of people from a high-density development such as this is not okay with us. I noted today that there were a couple of the applications that mentioned how the developers had worked with the community, made some changes to try to adapt to their needs. Yes, we met with the developer early on in the previous application. There was no intent to work with us. It was only to tell us that we were going to be fine and that they were going to do what they were going to do and that they cared. But they've gone with minimum. They've gone with minimum size lots. They've gone probably with minimum flood change level structures, and without working with us or caring about our safety and our well-being. On the basis of flood risk, traffic risk, and lack of infrastructure first being in place, it is our request that the Planning Commission use whatever authority available to deny the application set before you today. We appreciate you hearing us out.
Thank you. Commissioners? Mr. Gales, any comments? Or Mr. Groves, did you have anything further, by the way?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't.
Brian?
Well, I reserve the right to refuse.
I understand. I got it, Eric.
I'll be brief. We got a good history lesson from Eric, and I appreciate that. But today's application before you is for a plat for 356 lots. One of the things in the previous hearing, we agreed to do the connection. The issue was when. If you remember, we agreed we want the connection. It was a matter of when. The traffic light, we agreed, and the previous traffic study said the light is needed at 356 lots. The current traffic study says it's needed at 356 lots. So we're not saying we don't need a traffic light. We agree that it's needed. Okay? The comment was made that my plat doesn't meet standards. I've met every subdivision regulation in Oklahoma City. I've done everything that your staff has wanted me to do, which every application today came before you was approved by or looked at by your staff. I've met all those things. For her to make a comment that I've done the minimum things, one of the things about the flood study, where she lives and where Remington is, and I won't pick on her, but the left side of Remington, the west side of Remington is just like this was. It was a flood zone at one time, and a flood study was done so they could build those lots. Lone Oak, over there on the east side, which is existing the subdivision, the same thing happened. We did a flood study over there. A lot of those lots on that east side of Lone Oak were in a flood zone at one time, and we created fill. We did a study. I've done this for almost 30 years now. I've not had one complaint about flooding on any of my subdivisions yet. I'm not going to build lots that I'm worried about them flooding. It's never happened yet, and it ain't going to. I don't design to the minimum. So I take a little bit of issue with that because I'm not going to do that. The entrances, to say that our entrances are in the wrong place, the entrances are where the city wants those entrances. You don't want 4 different driveways on 150th that don't line up with each other. Those entrances are where they're supposed to be and where they requested them to be. So we've already talked about the fill on the lots. Be glad to answer any questions that you all have, and I'm sure he's going to make some comments.
You're correct. Common sense tells you, commissioners, if you look at this plat, that it needs to be connected to 164th Street. That's just common sense. Look what they're proposing to do. All those homes dumping out onto 150th Street at 2 entrances, one of which is right across the street from this other subdivision. How much sense does that make? It's dangerous. You know, they are stubborn. They will not make any commitment to connect to 164th Street, even though common sense and I think city standards require it. So the song remains the same, and the result should be the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Brian? Commissioners? Commissioner Gales?
Brian brought me this and showed it to me, and we met. And I'm concerned about it. Now, Brian says, well, I'm down to 356 lots. We had 379 before. What he failed to mention is we wanted the connection to 164th at 165 lots. And early on, he suggested, well, at least let us do the first 2 phases before we have to build that road. That's how we got to 379 and agreed. Now, they bring us a plat with no commitment for a road, which is obviously piecemealing. And when I said, Brian, you're just piecemealing, what he says to me is, well, you're going to have another bite at the apple when we do the next 100 lots and the next and the next and the next. I can see us getting up to 900 lots and we're still talking about when are you going to connect to 164th. There is no commitment to 164th. The fire response, when I excused myself and broke quorum, I went and asked the fire representative. I was told first in station is off of Pennsylvania, just short of 178th.
Shouldn't it be the 122nd MacArthur?
No, it's not. 122nd MacArthur is the first in to Remington. First in to Lono is, and he can just confirm, is the Penn station. Second in would be
122nd.
122nd May or MacArthur, probably MacArthur if they're there. As far as the flood issues are concerned, FEMA's looking at it, our public works people are looking at it. They've been the opposition have hired an engineer to look at it. I can't weigh in on flood. I've got to assume flooding's going to be okay. But I cannot support this plat without a commitment to get those kids up to 164th. Therefore, I think we're back to square one. I'd move we deny the plat.
Second.
Anybody else got any other questions? Comments?
My only comment, Brian, is are you guys ready just to have this move on? Just to move this on? Okay. Because that's going to affect.
Well, and can I say one more thing? And I know it's late. One of the things, because we were surprised by the same comment that you came up with about fire department last time, so what we did after that hearing, we went and talked to the fire marshal. We talked to Major Shaw at the time, because I said, okay, we've got different information. I want to make sure we're clear on this because we come back with the final plat pretty quick. And we put a note on the plat that Major Shaw told us we're going to come from these 2 stations first. So that's why I put it on the plat, so that if he had any issues or his fire department had any issues, they would address it, because I didn't want this between you and I again. And there in the staff report, it says they had no adverse comments about what we put on the plat. So we're hearing different things, so I want to get that cleared up, but I'm just wanting to throw that out there, that we checked on it, we put it in, I want it on the record, that we did check, and that's what they told us, so.
So we're voting, or you want to, okay. Motion second to deny. Cast your votes. It's denied.
Say one other thing, Mr. Chairman.
No.
No, I just want to say thank you. I mean, you guys really do dedicate you. I'm not saying it to butter you up. I think that staying this late shows a remarkable commitment to the city.
Thank you, Eric. All right, commissioners, we now still have
Item 33, which is this public hearing on the revised PUD ordinance.
Commissioners, we've had several study sessions with respect to this. You've seen this. This is the revised PUD ordinance. It's before you.
I recommend approval of the revised PUD ordinance as set forth in the staff report.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
This is a good ordinance. It's addressing a lot of things. What it fails to address is what we've talked about multiple times, how to compute density in PUDs and putting some type of a sunset deal on PUDs. We've talked about it. We all say that's a good idea. It doesn't get in there. When I reviewed it this last time, I made an inquiry why it wasn't in there. Apparently, there's been a meeting of staff and the chairman, and they've decided arbitrarily not to address that at this time because they're sensitive issues. Well, I'm going to vote against this, even though it's a good ordinance, for that reason.
Well, would we like then to continue this till we have a larger group at the Horseshoe?
I think that would be good.
It happens anyway, I guess, right? Okay. Motion to continue to the
Make a motion, we continue this.
To the next meeting?
next meeting.
Yeah. Second.
Motion is second to continue item 33 to the October 10 meeting. Cast your votes on that, please. That item is continued. Thank you, Commissioner Gales, for your comments. Citizens, next on the agenda. I'm sorry, I don't have my agenda with me. Dan's going to give it to me. Any additional items? Planning Commission committees, members, Planning Department.
Urban Development Committee on the 10th, we're going to talk about urban agriculture, including backyard chickens.
All right. Looking forward to that. Development Services Department. Development Services, Municipal Councilors, citizens to be heard, and we're adjourned. Thank you all for putting in the time today.